Hey everybody! Happy Sunday, February the
And
10th.
there is no Super Bowl.
There's no Super Bowl today, so I don't know if that will make it more busy as far as viewers or less busy, because I think a lot of people weren't really into it last weekend, so we shall see.
And the first comment, exclamation point raffle.
Yeah, I get that comment a lot. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder what that means.
I don't know, man, but people sure say it to me. Some people even have t-shirts that say it, and those people are awesome.
Yes, they do.
Let me see. I'm kind of picking up where we left off. I have not done anything to this painting since last time, so I thought that would be kind of interesting to continue it on. I've been working on other projects all week, obviously.
Yes, she has.
Very busy, and I will be showing you some of the things I have been working on a bit later. Some exciting news. I've done 3 this week, 3 new pin designs that will be all for the next 3 upcoming pins, and I will show this off. Patreon people got to see them already, but I'll show them to you Twitch people later on this episode, or whatever we call these.
And for those of you new to the room, the person you see painting is Jasmine Becket-Griffith.
I'm Jasmine. I'm here in Florida. The person talking,
Central Florida,
that you can't see, the gentleman is my, don't usually call him that, but Matthew David Beckett is talking, and he's our host here, our ghost
people
host.
say they love the pins.
Oh yeah, these must be
love
Patreon people, because I have, I'll definitely show that to you guys soon. But
I wonder what they're talking about.
I don't know. What are these people
idea.
talking about? Their eyes are sneezing. I saw some of you guys last night at Epcot, and it wasn't
anybody at
rainy.
Epcot last night?
I know there were some of our Twitch people there, because a lot of people mentioned things that had to do with Twitch, and I'm like, aha, you guys are Twitch people. Not everybody tells us. Sometimes I just kind of are like, oh, I know you by your Twitch name. I don't know what your real name is or what you look like.
Twitch people.
What's that, love?
I definitely know.
Oh, I know we definitely saw some people. Yeah.
I don't necessarily call
some
out
of our
names.
local friends and things, but right. Yeah. But let me think. That was my penultimate night at Epcot was last night for the International Festival of the Arts. Got one more night there, and that will be not this, well, kind of this coming weekend. It will be President's Day, so Monday, the 18th, I think. Yeah.
Yes, and you don't have to do anything odd like dress as your favorite president.
No, there's that. Is that Augustine Burroughs? Was that him? That his dad. First day at a new school, it was President's Day, and he's like, "You're supposed to dress up as your favorite president," and he made him, and he like dressed up as I forget what president. Of course, you don't do that. It really. Turns out he wasn't
the best father.
Well, yeah. Did you ever read Wolf at the Table, Maddie?
I know enough about it to know that.
Oh, okay, yeah, he was And
Running with Scissors.
Oh yeah, Running with Scissors is great. That's. I think it's the first book I read from him. They made a movie of it too. They made everybody older in the movie. Like instead of being 12, he's like.
That's because it would be a bit weird and risky.
Probably be illegal to film otherwise or something. Yeah. Oh, I think I've read all of his books. Even his novel. He mostly writes nonfiction, but he wrote on Television, the QVC parody.
When your life is like fiction.
Yeah.
Why write?
That's
fiction?
True. I mean, I think his autobiographies are more unusual than his fiction, but. Anyways.
So we had a lovely day at Epcot.
We did. It was very chilly. It was cold. I mean, it wasn't cold compared to lots. It's Disney World in Florida, so it is not super cold.
It was a chilly 66 degrees.
It was a chilly 66 degrees in February, yes. Well, it's chilly if you are a small person and you didn't bring a jacket. So, and I kind of looked around at some of the World Showcase stores at Epcot, and I saw some really nice, like, they have these lovely kind of fleece things from Norway, and they've got like all these very lovely things from Scotland and the UK pavilion, but they were like nice jackets, but they cost like $200, and it was been for like 2 hours. I'm like, so it'd be fine if you're wanting a souvenir on vacation, but I'm not one to spend a lot of money on clothes. But they do have nice options. I remember one time being there. Golly, I think it was before we lived here, and we're just there at Disney World for vacation with my family, and I got that serape in the Mexico pavilion because it was cold. And that was actually justified because I was going to wear it the whole trip and I was just cold.
Well, thank you so much, Valster.
Oh, is that
Valster
magic
just
noise?
subscribed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. Whenever people do that, that helps us stay up here on Twitch.
Yay.
Oh, I heard another magic noise. Is that the one that's for bits? I should make.
It is.
I
Thank you
should
so much,
probably
Jane.
play with my
That's
channel a
awesome.
bit now, so I can tell those things apart. But yes, thank you. And
Oh,
another
thank you
magic
so
noise.
much,
Wow, this
Indransha.
is going right on. Let's make a little melody here.
Yes.
I'm liking that.
Thank you for your subscription.
Yay.
You make us feel special.
Yeah.
Jasmine and I wonder why, but there you go.
Hey, I think you're special.
No, not why
Oh.
you're special. Why
Oh.
they love us so much. They
Because
give
we're
us
special.
subscriptions.
That's fine. I wouldn't question it, man.
I feel like I'm Heavy Metal Magazine
Yes.
in the 1980s.
Aww.
I have an art question. When making prints, do you photograph your art or scan it in?
I scan it in. If you're an artist yourself, and if you are interested in the technique of scanning in big paintings on a small scanner, because I'll have paintings that are like 4 feet wide, but the scanner I use is a standard $50 one from Office Depot, 8.5 by 11, but I scan even giant paintings with that. And I've kind of made a tutorial on how to do that if you are interested. Just email me and say, how do you scan your paintings? And I use those scans to make all of my prints. And those are the ones that Disney uses to, like, put my Disney stuff on things. So it's, I've been doing it the same way for 20 odd years. So I don't know if it's the best way. There might be better software and better scanners out there now, but I'm still using the same sort of scanner I got for my 17th birthday. And I'm a lot older than that now. And it still works.
Yes.
It is very time
antiquated.
intensive, and it requires if you're trying to have multiple scans like that, and the Photoshop I use to piece them together, because if it's a big painting and you have to take sometimes I'll take 70 different scans of the whole painting to put them all together and line them up, and I'm still using the same photo program that came with my computer back in 1997, so there's probably better stuff out there. But that's what I use.
Ricky says she loves her painting.
Oh, good. Oh, and that was we won't be doing this one here on Twitch because it's all done now. That was one of the mini paintings that we auctioned off. If we have time today, depending how much work I get done on this painting, I just sketched out another mini painting. So probably maybe I don't know, the last hour of this.
Okay, so about 3 hours from now.
Yeah, like 3 hours from now, depending, unless I'm at something really exciting in this painting and I want to work on that instead. It's my prerogative.
Okay,
I
so,
might be auctioning off one later. So.
We may be auctioning off
one of those little
later.
customizable ones. And if it's not one that we sell it here at Twitch, it might be one I put up on eBay and maybe do eBay. I'd rather do it on Twitch because sometimes I kind of hate eBay, but I'd rather do it here at Twitch. So, but if not, it'll be one I put on eBay.
Let's just say I had a party the other day,
Mm-hmm.
and I used to invite eBay, but I didn't invite
But you
eBay.
don't invite eBay anymore.
I didn't
Oh my
invite eBay
God.
last time.
This is like as close as we get to gossip on the
Yeah.
show.
And I'm not even sure eBay would show up if I did invite
You
them.
know, they probably think they have better things to do, but I
But it
don't
was
know. if
great.
they
We
do.
had Beyond Burgers.
Parties are good.
Yeah, nice. That saffron rice.
Saffron rice, yeah. Hey, I do make a good saffron rice.
But not for eBay.
Not for eBay.
Hello, everyone. Can't stick around because I'm in Tennessee with very little signal. I
Oh.
wanted to say hi. Hi, Seth.
Hello. Well, have fun in Tennessee. Hopefully you're doing something fun.
Probably hanging out in an awesome Nashville
I was gonna say
place.
Nashville's pretty
About
cool.
to listen to some live music.
I was
That
gonna
sounds
say
like
I've got a lot of musician friends. Actually, most of my friends are musicians. All seem
And
to have
artist
moved
friends.
to Nashville, and a lot of artist friends too. Nashville is
Nashville
it is
a
a
nice
spot
little
right now in
cultural
America.
hotspot,
It
isn't
is. It's very different than it was 20 years ago. It's got a very different connotation.
Oh, nice seeing you, human dachshund.
Oh,
And
good to
I
see you.
figured out who you were. So.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Haha. Always kind of a masquerade up here at Twitch.
It is.
Right now what I'm doing is I'm taking some of the brown and blue. This isn't the super, super black that I make with my paints usually. But I'm trying to delineate the areas where her eyelashes are going to turn into the actual part of her eye that is her eyelid, etc. I'll show you a little close up here. Oh, thank you, Magic
Well,
Noise.
while you're delineating, I'm ascertaining.
Oh.
Pixie just subscribed with Twitch Prime for the first time. Thank you.
Oh, really?
So much,
Oh,
new
thank
subscriber,
you.
Pixie.
Yes. If you have
Thank you.
Amazon Prime, do they still do that where you can do a free subscription? You don't have to pay anything, and it gives me money, and you don't have to pay any money. And
But
that's
maybe
cool.
Pixie82 could
Maybe they know.
give us that info.
I don't know. But if you can tell here, I've kind of feathered her eyelashes out a little bit more than I was doing last time. I usually like to get the shape of the eye pretty much, not to use the same word again, delineated, before I start working on the hair, so that if the hair covers up part of the eye, I don't have to go over that. Since, even though I do paint very thinly with very flat sort of acrylic paints that have a lot of water in them, if I do, for example, if I made the outline of the eyelash on top of where I painted the hair, it might look a bit weird. It would not look as realistic as even just that one sideways brush stroke. It'd look like her eyelashes were like in front of her hair, which wouldn't make sense. Yeah.
Kazamaka said thank you for helping out her daughter.
Oh, yes. I hope she has fun with that project. And thank you for taking the time to ask. You never know. It's always worth to ask. It's an art thing like that. I'm also using the same kind of color to...
Many people are saying it's still free with Amazon Prime.
Okay, yeah.
So you're allowed, I believe,
if you are
one
Amazon
subscription.
Prime,
So that's actually very sweet.
Amazon bought Twitch, right? They own Twitch,
yes.
I think. So if
you doesn't own Amazon.
If you are, I don't know. I saw a
the
thing.
The CEO of Amazon is worth $138 billion.
Yeah.
Chump change.
That's
we laugh at that.
Nah, maybe someday. But if you are an Amazon Prime member. And since Amazon owns Twitch now, you can, for free, it doesn't cost you anything, you get one subscription a month, and you can pick somebody that you like at Twitch. You can pick me or pick somebody else, but be sure to use it if you're not using it, because that person will get a little bit of money. Not a lot, it's like $1, but $1
okay,
is
so
nice.
Pixie82 just gave us some bits too.
Oh, great.
So Jane is in first place at 100 bits. Pixie's in
I didn't know it was a
competition. No, it kind of is. Oh, look, there's a tie. Or not a tie.
Does it say? I can't
3
see
bits.
the TV for the
No, this is really cool.
Here,
so I can see on my screen, since I'm kind of...
Matt's actually on a computer. And
I'm on a computer.
I'm off
as
in
well
my
as many of you.
room here.
Yes, Jane gave us 100 bits.
Nice.
Pixie82 gave us 4 bits. And VMP923 gave us 3 bits.
All right.
And we will eat those later.
We will eat those bits later.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and Wild Elf Fairy gave us 2 bits.
Wow. Thank you.
And that sounds like a song.
2 bits. Yeah.
Which Roger Rabbit, that was his downfall.
Oh, it was. He could not do it. Yeah. Okay.
Cool people know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
How do I do that? I have Amazon Prime on my Roku box. I want to watch through my TV. Is that possible? Anyone know? I bet it is, Dory Rose.
I think it is, because I think somebody, like a couple weeks ago, was saying that they were doing it on Roku. I'm still using like the computer software I had from 1997, so I am not a very good tech person to ask, but people in the room might know.
Hey, April. Nice to see
you.
you.
April.
And hello to everyone that I don't really get a chance to say hello to.
Sometimes Matt says that the things scroll by really
hard.
quickly. So if there's ever anything that you want me or Matt to see, or if you have a question for me, type the @ symbol and put, is it Matt Beckett or is it Matthew Beckett? Matt Beckett.
What's that then?
If they're trying to get your attention,
yes,
is it
actually,
Matthew Beckett? I'm sorry.
You know what?
M-A-T-T-H-E-W.
I always do a copy paste thing. I'm gonna go ahead.
Okay,
and
do that. Because, and if we don't answer your question, it's not because I'm not answering your question. It's because things scroll by really fast and people are posting all sorts of stuff, and sometimes we literally don't know you asked.
Jasmine.
So yeah.
Last night we sold about 10 of your Alice on a Starry Night adorable little dolls.
Oh, my vinyl nations, yeah.
Somebody just asked, have you ever done anything with Funko Pop? Can I bring over your Alice doll?
Okay, I have done 2.
I don't know if
bring over both of the vinyls I have done. Because I have done one, I've done one through Walt Disney Vinylmation, which is the Haunted Mansion Bride doll, and she's one of the only artist series ones I've done where instead of being the standard little short one, she's like actually, I don't know, what is she, like 8 inches, 9 inches tall or something?
She's a tall.
Yeah, she's one of the only. They did mine, and they've done Jared Mariama's Hipster Mickey. They did those. You got a ruler? You're actually gonna measure it with a ruler. It's 10 inches, 9 inches.
About 9 1/4.
9 1/4. Okay, yeah. But yeah, and this is actually from Disney's official Vinylmation. I don't know how good you can see her again, and I can't really see a TV screen from here, but she's the bride from the Haunted Mansion, and she's got little spiders, and they actually made these, like, put them in vinyl, so it's like that rubbery sort of stuff, and they've got her on there, and you got the little, they put my little signature on the bottom. She's so cute.
To let the viewers know, we have like hundreds of statues in here.
Oh, she was by the TV last I saw, like the TV in the main living area. Our house is set up weird. We don't really have a proper. Yes, and this is a straight. This was a Disney Vinylmation, so this is available from Disney World. And this one here is the first of my Strangeling vinyls, and part of the reason we're mentioning this is because we are getting really close on Patreon for our next goal. We just hit the 9,000 mark on there. When we hit the 10,000, that's when we're going to make a new Strangeling vinyl. And the first one was Alice, and she is from my Alice in a Van Gogh Nocturne. So if you look at her skirt, I don't know if you can tell how much of this. It's got part of Van Gogh's Starry Night actually painted on a skirt, and that is hand painted, so each one is a little bit different. And she's a little artist like me, so she's got a little palette with paintbrushes.
And these were just flying off the shelves.
And oh my gosh, yes, it was crazy. These aren't at the Wonderground Gallery at Disney. They are at the Pop Gallery.
And also our website.
And also our website, strangeling.com.
I'll put up a link in a second.
I think they're probably on Amazon and stuff too. But these are the ones that I actually designed start to finish. They're not a Vinylmation. They are Strangeling vinyl. And they've got it actually says Strangeling vinyl on the bottom too. Yay. But these are super cute, and the plan is when we hit our next Patreon goal, which again we're I think right over 9,000, we get to 10,000 up there at Patreon, we will do one, and we'll also make one that is a Patreon exclusive that is painted differently. That was one of the main things I got asked for that one, because if you know about making vinyls, you have to make the mold first, and the mold is like this huge crazy metal machine thing that you have to get made at a factory, but you can paint them different colors. So what I want to do is make one that is a Patreon special one that only Patreon people can get. And we'll probably give some away here at Twitch and stuff too. And then we'll have a new, completely different shaped character. I'm not sure what character. We might do like a vote, because that's fun. That's it. We voted for the
Well, thank you so much. Another subscription.
Oh, hey, my goodness. Thank you, guys. This is a magic noise kind of day.
Is there any more news on Disney vinyls? That, unfortunately, I don't think we have it.
Oh, I really would know that one. They are the Bride, the Haunted Mansion one. That took 3 years from start to finish too, because I did the painting of the Bride, the first one. That's why there are 2 different paintings at Disney. For those of you who are hardcore Disney collectors, you know there's the Bride and the Bride Returns. The reason there's the Bride Returns is because they wanted to do a Vinylmation of her, and the portrait of her was like from like the waist up. So they're like, oh, we don't know what her feet look like. I'm like, well, she doesn't have feet because she's kind of a ghost. But they had me do a full-length version of her. And I also had to do the design paintings for, that was through WDCC. I forget the company, the division of the company. But I had to do like a painting of her from the side. I had to do a whole painting that was like the back side of her. Like what the little spiders look like on the back. So they really had me do a lot of artwork to design the one little sculpture for it, and it turned out really lovely, and it's one of the most popular, I think, Vinylmations they have at Disney, which is always very good for me to hear. So if they were going to do a new one, it would probably be something I would know ahead of time. Sometimes I can't tell you guys things if it's a Disney project that I have signed an NDA. If you ever hear me say the words NDA, that means non-disclosure agreement, which is like, hey, you got to be quiet about this until it's released to the public. So take that with a grain of salt.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's on.
P Love just gave us 600 bits.
Oh my gosh.
That puts her in first place.
I'm still not even entirely sure what the bits are, but I know
okay.
they're good for my channel if I get them. So
Jasmine,
yeah.
Kintra,
yeah,
was very sad that when they resubscribed, they didn't hear a magical noise.
Oh no!
So can you give them a special thank you?
Thank you, Kintra. I'm sorry I didn't make a noise. When
we very much appreciate it.
I'd make a meow at you, but all our kitties started hiding when we got the microphones out. So thank you very much. It's always very good to see her, Kintra.
Yes.
And thank you for any sort of subscriptions or bits or nothing. Yeah, bits or us.
So as far as I can tell, everything like a a Roku or a
Mm-hmm.
Fire Stick or an iPhone or your Samsung Galaxy or whatever, everything gets on
That's a
Twitch.
phone, isn't it? Yeah, I think
And
everything
gets
will
on
get
Amazon,
on Twitch.
so I imagine
I
they
mean,
could probably...
I even tried it out. I have a tablet. I know I sound very old-fashioned, but it's like the first generation iPad, and it works on that. So I think it works kind of on anything.
Jasmine?
Yeah.
That Nintendo guy, we have to do something about him.
Why? Is he
He
causing
just said
problems?
NDA, if she says anything, the Men in Black show up.
Oh, see?
I think that he knows too much.
I think he might know a little too much. Flash a light and make
We
him
need
be
to,
quiet. Yeah.
we need to,
Get that situation
yeah,
taken
we're
care
gonna,
of. Yeah.
if you get a knock on the door, that Nintendo guy.
Yeah.
I know your
We know your real name. We know your shirt.
Careful.
Right.
Raid.
Yeah. And the wolves howled out there. Not that they're...
Because they aren't nice like the
wolves are
Will
not
Smith Men in
nice.
Black.
No, the actual Men in Black.
Oh. What are the raffles this evening? We haven't even addressed that.
You know,
Can you reach them,
we
sweetie?
were talking about raffles. I think so.
Well,
it's actually going to be since the Epcot International Festival of the Arts is going
we have to
still-
recognize Epcot.
Yeah, so we're doing the same. It's basically the same sort of setup we've done for the past. I don't. Is it the same order?
Heavens to Betsy. Let me
Let me
check.
start with the scariest one, and I forget how we had it. Anyways,
We have Cinderella, Princess Tiana, back up.
Okay,
Cruella,
we've got
Cinderella.
these. We got these
Princess
again
Tiana,
at
Alice in
Epcot. We
Wonderland.
got these. These are my newest Disney ones, and I will autograph these, so you don't have to fly all the way to Disney World. Who's the first one? We do these once an hour, and you type
Cruella.
exclamation point raffle. So Cruella is the first one, and this will probably be the last time. No, actually, next week we might do the same ones. I might do a different.
Let's do it
pin
because
next
the
week.
night before.
Oh, it will be the night before our
Yeah,
last
so-
day at Epcot. So
So
yeah,
it's
it'll
a little
probably be the
funny,
same
guys.
next week, too.
Next week, because we've been having our
We
events
usually have
at Epcot on
Saturdays
Saturday.
at Epcot.
We'll have it on Monday.
But next weekend, it isn't on Saturday, it's on Monday. Because it's President's Day, and they're keeping it through for a 3-day weekend.
Yes,
so.
and then after that, we'll probably mix it up a little bit on Twitch.
Oh yeah, after that,
different
I might do
prizes.
some very strange things. And in fact, I have some one-off sculptures that we might do, which is kind
Okay,
of
I would definitely
I
tune
don't-
in then, guys.
Yeah,
because
I
we
might
will-
do those on
these are-
Patreon, or I might
be
do
very
them here.
special.
But there are, you know how sometimes I do sculptures for the Bradford Exchange, and maybe it didn't pass the market research test, or not enough people ordered it. So I've got like one of them. So those are like a totally one-off sculpture, and I've got like a box of them that I don't have room to display them here. I've got so much weird stuff in my house. But I was thinking about giving away as prizes either up here or maybe on
So
Patreon,
that
or maybe
would be,
both.
if we keep it on a Sunday for
Yeah.
Twitch, sweetie, that would
Yeah.
be on the 24th if we wanted to do those
I'll have to
prizes.
see, because I need to look at a calendar and see what the last part of my February is looking like. But for
I hear ya.
now, I know for sure we'll be here next Sunday, and we'll probably have the Disney prizes too for that one. Because not next Saturday, but next Monday will be my Disney event, so it'll still be a week from today. Will be Twitch.
Gemma Zoe Jones
Ooh, there's
says,
my lovely-
"I love a sculpture." Just saying.
Yeah, no,
Exactly.
I will definitely, that will, after the Disney event has ended, I will start doing some more sculptural stuff, and maybe some of the other things too. Also, Patreon, will be doing a lot more on Patreon after my Disney show's over. So we'll have, in about, what is it, half hour, 45 minutes, whatever, we will have Cruella, and I will autograph these. They're not autographed yet, but I've got
A little
ones
less,
right here.
about 35 minutes.
So, oh, okay, time goes by. And then Cinderella after Cruella. Ooh, and these are the official
Yes,
ones.
and then Tiana.
These are from Disney World. Look at that. Got Disney Castle.
think, as
And they
far as I know,
spelled my name right
The only
and
original
everything.
left
I
is
think they did.
at the parks is Tiana.
Yeah, as far as I know, we did not get a chance because I was kind of freezing at the time we left. I didn't get to pop into the Art of Disney, which is the gallery next to the big Spaceship Earth, the big ball at Epcot. The gallery there had all three of the originals, and I know Cinderella sold, I know Cruella sold, but I think the original Tiana might still be left. And she will be the third of our prizes we give away here. Tiana Endemine, and she might be my favorite of the three. I don't know how well it shows on the camera, but the colors on this are fantastic. That sort of glowing little pink, and then Mama Odie's house up there with the wonderful boat in the swamp. Yeah.
Layla's asking about any more thoughts on the Poe pin set?
Oh yes, that will be one that I was originally planning on when we sell out of the Dia de Muertos set.
We just sold out on that.
We have sold out on that.
Yeah, just last week.
I thought you were going to tell me when we were almost run out. Okay.
We're very
All right.
well.
You're
we're
sure?
very
You're
close.
sure? Are we actually sold out? Like on
Yep.
the website, does it say sold out?
It doesn't say sold out. It just it's sold out. It just needs to be, the little photo needs to be updated.
Okay, but people couldn't accidentally buy them.
they
Okay,
can't.
all right. Well, thank you for letting me know. Apparently, the Dia de Muertos set is sold out. So that will be very soon then, because that was going to be my impetus to have the next limited edition set. And that will be for sale on my website. Anybody can buy it. It will be 5 of the Raven pins, like from my Edgar Allan Poe series, like Parched and Satin Nothing More, and Quote the Raven Nevermore.
Yeah,
all those.
Be patient.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Jasmine could do these things.
Oh no, I have to do a painting for each one of the pins.
But quantities were limited for a while with that.
I knew they were almost running out. I didn't know we were that close to running out. I thought, are there any more at the Pop Gallery? Or wait,
they don't have those at the Pop.
Where did we have them?
We had them at Dragon Con.
Does Paul have them at Strangely UK?
He may.
Okay.
I will check.
Why don't you check that? Because if he still has them, then I'm gonna go buy me one. No, but then that might be the last place I have them. Anyways, I was waiting for those to run out before I did the next set of 5. And if well, no matter what, now they'll probably be working on this this coming week. Maybe I'll be working on Twitch next weekend. But I forgot about the last one. And this is the pin, the Epcot pin. I've got one more of these, and I think one more for next weekend to give away.
It does not look like he has.
He doesn't have any up there. Okay, so they're probably. Are they on Amazon, or does Amber and Chris have them, like on Etsy or anything?
I don't think so. No,
okay.
When we moved the pins over, they're complete stock.
If I had known that they were that close to selling out, I would have told the pin group. I'm sorry, I honestly did not know that, but. That means I will start. Everybody had 2 years to buy them, so.
I think everybody
who wanted one got one. So, but anyways, this will be our last prize of the day when we sign off, probably around 7:00 ish Eastern time, so about 3.5 hours.
Yes, those were. Gosh, that was
This is a very popular thing at Epcot too, isn't it?
Yeah, the Dia de
Muertos was part of the original set I did. Yes.
4th. Pin?
I did them at the same time. When I did the first Strangeling Pins release, I had Biohazard, Marie Masquerade, the Dia de Muertos set, Candle in the Dark, Pink Lightning, and Voodoo and Blue.
Yes.
Were the first lineup. And I did them all at the same time because I wanted people to say, oh, it's not just a special one-off sort of thing. There's going to be a bunch of pins. So I did them all at once. And a lot of those are hard to get now. And all of those now, if the Dia de Muertos set, are sold out.
And they were available forever.
And they were available for 2 years. So you could have bought them.
Excuses.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I feel bad for not saying, hey, last chance. But they were available.
Now, Jasmine does have her own personal set.
I do have my own personal set. And I don't know. I have them on my purse. I used to carry, I had this like green canvas purse that I matched my apron actually, and I used to carry my pins around on them. But then after a while, I was like, oh gosh, there's a lot of pins, and also some of these pins are like thousands of dollars now. I don't know if I feel comfortable wearing this, like going to the mall or something.
It's like wearing some sort of pin
I'm
armor.
never comfortable at the mall, but yeah.
So already this year is a crazy good start for pin collectors.
Oh my gosh, yes.
If you've already collected the pins, awesome. If you are new to collecting pins,
it's a good time.
It's a really good. It's still. I still think this is very new.
It is. Well, if you think about something, the closest thing. Oh, I heard a magic noise. Who's that then? Does it say on your
That's
screen?
Lainey. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So many people in the room have the Dia de los Muertos.
Oh, good.
You know,
yeah, lots of people who are really serious collectors probably.
And we brought a lot of those to conventions.
We brought a bunch of them to England, and we brought them to conventions.
Yeah, and also they were since they were a set, they were actually a pretty good deal.
Yes. Yes.
You could get a ton of. It was a really good way to start off a pin set.
Yeah, it is. It's like you start off with 5 of them, and yeah. But I will be apparently. Maybe even this week I'll be working on the Raven series, so that will be the next one. And
but again,
we'll
be patient. We don't need to push Jasmine.
Again, I've got each one of those requires like I think it was 2 episodes ago when I did the Voodoo and Violet painting.
Yeah,
that was the pin design. So I actually have to, even though I already did the paintings, I've got to do the whole painting again and make it solid colors so it looks like
that's
the
thing
animation
is,
design.
Jasmine. Although she is fantastic at pin designing, I think her main job's painting.
My main job is painting.
Is that what you do?
And I certainly do a lot of painting. Yeah.
So I would say
give it a while.
We don't even have an ETA on that.
Yeah.
Everyone had a ton of time to buy the Dia de Muertos set.
That's true. You had over 2 years to purchase it on the
just
website
ran out.
at any time.
So,
and I just found out it ran out. So there you go.
Well, someone was asking specifically. I hadn't told you yet. I hadn't seen you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I thought, she's just designed a bunch of pins. She doesn't need to hear that right now.
Well, I finished the video in Violet. Actually, that would have been the week before. But then I did 2 new pin designs this week. So I have to do actual
Sorry
pins
to cause
sometimes.
you so much work, Jasmine.
Oh, it's okay. Hey, it beats the alternative.
Thank you so much. We got another
whose magic
subscription.
prize was that?
I don't know. We're getting subscriptions right
Yay.
now. That Nintendo guy got his at Dragon Con.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we
as well as
definitely
the deal
have
of
a
the
Dragon
century there.
Con.
Well,
Yes.
that's none of my
Oh,
business.
yeah. Hey, all right.
So that's what I'm saying. Is they were there for the pin
and they
collectors.
were not one that was at a special event. You could have bought them if you were in Australia and it was 2 years ago. You could have just bought it on the
Absolutely.
website. So you could have bought it anytime. So now that they're sold out, they're probably automatically worth a little bit more too. If you're the sort of person who trades pins for that reason. I just like them because I like pins. But
Yes,
you know.
and we have our own personal collection.
Yes, we do.
And sometimes, if Jasmine ever in the future
yeah.
decides to do an auction with them, she can use
Well, I
mine.
still have the pin paintings. You know how I was showing you guys, like with I don't have her here, but Voodoo and Violet, the one I was working on, not last Twitch, but the one before that. It's actually on a piece of wood when I paint them, so I keep those. Usually I do them on my secondary studios, like in London or in Kansas City or something like that. I keep those pin things and I hold on to them until maybe that pin's sold out, and then I'll throw in a free, last minute pin with it, and then also the actual painting I did for the one that we scan in to do the computer concept art that they make into the mold, so it's the die cut and it's perfect metal enamel, etc.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
We just got a subscription from Wild Elf Fairy.
Thank you, Wild Elf
I don't
Fairy.
know if we've had more subscriptions than we've had.
Well, some people,
today.
maybe it's because I was
That's
telling you guys,
insane.
if you guys are the Amazon Amazon Prime, you get a free subscription you can give every month. Pick whoever you want at Twitch, and you don't have to pay anything, but Amazon basically gives me a little bit of money. So.
Everybody's talking about the edition number that they have.
Oh, that was
for-
an edition of only 250, which
Yep.
is a relatively small edition.
And when I
that's
I put
a small
aside
amount.
mine because
Yeah.
I'm gonna level with you. If I like a pin or a pin set,
Yeah.
I kind of just take one.
Yeah.
It's like my right.
It kind
So
of.
my pins.
There are some I have not let
Yeah.
you do that with. Some of the event exclusives, like, oh, Maddie, you don't have an alligator girl, do you?
I don't.
No.
I honestly don't.
Yeah, exactly.
But I do have my own. I don't remember what my number is, but I do
Of
have
the
my own
Dia de
pin
Muertos
set.
set, yes.
But I would be
Those
willing
are
to give that up if Jasmine needs to use
the
that
thing
in
is,
the
we
future
never.
along with the paintings.
That's true. Yes, I would probably. That would probably be. Well, I have the one of each that I use when I check the colors, like for color proofing.
Okay.
But so I usually
Jasmine,
keep those. Yeah.
Okay,
I heard
so-
another magic.
So
thing.
Pam
Yeah.
had 600 bits,
Oh, okay.
and
All right.
A. Kester has 601.
Ooh, oh my god.
Bits. I don't-
This is I'm disengaging her.
Yes.
Although, keep it up.
Oh.
Keep it up.
Oh my gosh, Pam just now it's 1,200
No, by
with the
half.
bits.
Wow. Oh, for
Thank you so
heaven's
much.
sake.
We're bit rich.
We are bit rich.
A little bit.
This is
a bit.
this is not Bitcoin, right? That's something different.
If we
yeah.
had that many bitcoins, I would just say, you know,
Oh my
guys,
goodness.
you guys were great. I'm gonna go
Our
buy the
Bitcoins,
mansion
they're like
now.
17 grand each.
I'm gonna
now.
make
Yeah.
plans for the hot tub.
Yeah.
and, So somebody has number 150. Somebody has number
Okay.
09.
Oh, 9.
Somebody
Oh,
has
the
number
nine-
55.
they must have been
Somebody has number
early.
79. Somebody has number 15, 185.
I'm trying to think on those. I'm usually not the person who like puts them in the packages. I don't
No,
know
you
if
just
you order
steal
them.
yours from the packages.
Yeah, I do. But
So
I mean,
God knows what number you have.
I
I have it. Mine
I don't
is still
know.
pristine in the package.
Is it okay? Mine
Yes.
is like stuck on my.
Mine is
purse,
preserved.
So I don't know. Matt's are archival.
I'm not asking for any bits. If you guys want to give bits because you like us, that's fine. I just think it makes a pretty noise.
That's all I hear because I can't actually see the computer from here. So I just hear Matt talking to me and him relaying your messages.
Okay.
And then magic
So
noises
now,
like that.
okay, so now,
Can the
hey,
audience or
Kester,
the people on TV, do they hear the bling noise?
if they have their
when
volume up, they do.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Husky Lover has 2 sets,
Oh, wow. That's
85
nice.
and 222.
So they own like 1% of all of those Dia de Muertos pins, roughly.
You know, that's
Point
good math.
75,
Oh, what?
yeah.
Mimi just gave us more bits.
Wow.
I'm seeing just bits all over the place.
Hey, maybe Twitch will make me a partner eventually. That's
know what
I'm
we
hoping
need
to
to
get to the
do?
point where
We need to make it more fun
Yeah.
when people get bits.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say earlier. I need
So,
to
yeah,
actually work on, or have a friend or something work on my Twitch thing to make more exciting. I've seen other artist friends and people who play the video games on Twitch and things like have little animations that pop up or little surprises and stuff like that when people
Jasmine and I
interact.
are not.
And like I said, I'm not very tech savvy,
people.
so I would.
You're lucky
I would
you were here,
like
honestly.
to do that. But the more people do stuff like that, the more I think, oh, I should really try to make this more of a thing, or
The fact that I guess I consider Twitch
Hey,
like a tech. It might even show.
Okay, what was it? I was reading. It was a couple months ago. The issue of the New Yorker said that Twitch was the 11th most visited website on the internet.
Oh,
Like all of the internet, and like obviously, I think Google was number 1, and I think IMDb was like number 25 or something. But Twitch was like number 11, and that is really good.
Wow.
Most of it is people doing video games, but now that they have the creative channel up here, that's getting up there.
Jane says we love seeing all your bits.
Oh
gosh,
my
this
goodness.
is family friendly, Jane.
We
How
keep
dare
it.
you?
That's fine. That's a word that people in our family use for that. So
It's actually true.
Here's your bits.
It's like,
Yes. Cover your
excuse
bits.
me,
Yeah.
little
Gotta change your
niece or
bits
nephew,
there.
cover
to
up
your
your
bits. Yes. There you
and
go.
that's how I talk.
Not
when I talk to
typically,
children.
but okay. So if I show you guys, I don't know how you can tell from the angle. I always have a lot of lights pointed at this because I have to close the windows when I'm working, so I don't have my natural light like I do. But I've kind of shaped her hair a bit more. I've added some, a little bit like my hair. I put some little curly bits at the end. Not bits,
Nice.
but bits. But and it made pretty. I'm kind of since the background I worked on the background a lot last episode with putting the kind of green and the kind of gold glaze on the clouds. So I want to make sure her hair kind of turns into that, but it's still very separate from the cloud, so it doesn't look like she's disappearing out the window. Yeah.
I realized that the pin of the month
Yeah.
is the little icon when people follow. It's what pops up.
Oh, is that? It's
Heart of Nails.
Oh, was it from the painting of
Yes.
Heart of Nails?
Oh, by the way,
yeah.
everyone. Now, again, no promises. We
I like where this is going. What are you going to say here?
Sarah and I, we
yes.
really pushed ourselves.
Yes. Oh, yes.
To get the
Matt's
the pin
sister
shipped out
/
yesterday.
my assistant Sarah here in Florida.
So we made up all the labels,
Yeah.
and we were working until I don't know about 10:30.
I don't know, man. You stayed over, so I don't know how you were. You could be up till 4 o'clock for all I know.
Yeah, we're working about 10:30 p.m. On pins on
Just
Friday
putting
night.
the pins in the packages. So
Yeah.
people.
And
Was
then
that the
we
noise
got
then
them
that
delivered on Saturday. So
Okay.
a lot of domestic people. I'm hoping that some people will get it before Valentine's
Some
Day.
people might get, if I was really clever and planned ahead that much, I probably should have made her a January pin so you'd have her by Valentine's Day. But I mean, she's not Valentine specific, but she's got a little heart. So
Anyway, we worked our
she's a pin of the month.
hiney off.
You Patreon pin collectors, she is already in the mail. You might even have her already. Heck, we've gotten
I don't know.
3 deliveries today, and it's Sunday. I don't
that's
even
true.
know when the post office delivers anymore. All we do is get things. But she's the one. She's not on my website
Of
yet.
course, you're very
but
welcome.
she will be on the website soon. But we especially Matt and Sarah, obviously,
We worked very hard.
really hard to get them out a couple days earlier. So there's a chance that some of you might get them before Valentine's Day. But she is the February pin of the month, and she will be the pin of the month for all of February. I don't know how good you can see her, but she is an enamel pin, one of the Strangeling pins, and she's based off of my Heart of Nails painting, which is one of my most popular earlier paintings I've done. There's
I
little
will tell
sculptures
Sarah
of
that
her
you guys say thank you.
Yes, please.
Sarah works
tell
very
Sarah.
hard.
Sarah works extremely hard. She does a lot of the
It is
stuff
a lot
that,
of work to
yeah.
get the pins out. I can't. I did
Oh,
not.
I know. Okay,
oh my gosh.
those of you who are in the
crazy.
pin group, let's say you do a trade with a pin. You think, oh, I've got to make the label. I've got to put it in a little envelope and put bubble wrap and take it to the post office.
We do it like
to do that
500
for 500 times by a certain deadline.
Yes, and you know what?
Oh,
I'm
my
amazed.
goodness.
We have
It works
very
good.
last month.
Yeah.
Last month the post office being a kind of a
Well, it's
nothing we
the
can do
beginning of
about
the
it.
New Year's, always like that.
Hopefully that there won't be an
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, but they all
we
make
have
it
a
eventually.
very low
Any
screw up
sort of problems, yeah.
Yeah, so
And when it is, we always fix it. We've never had one that didn't get fixed.
Oh, we always fix it.
We fixed every package we have sent out has made it, or
Yes.
we've made up for it in one way.
we do what we can for
So
people.
yeah. So people who I should probably talk about the new designs because we're talking about pins. But for the people who are, if you aren't a pin collector yet at Patreon, if you join anytime in February, even if it's like 1 minute before midnight on February 28th. There isn't a 29th this year, right? It's not a leap year.
Right, that would be
No,
election
it's
year
it's 2019.
or summer
yeah.
Olympics year.
Okay, so next year will be a leap year. But anyways, if it was like a minute before midnight, and it was February, you would still get the February pen. And I don't know how many we have left. Again, I'm always the last to know. But the current Patreon pin So people who are signing up or who are already Patreon, you probably already have these on their way, or if you sign up now, you would get them if it's still February. She is Strawberry Cupcake. She's the Marie Antoinette sort of one that's got little tiny strawberry cupcakes. I don't know which camera works better for this. I'll have there. Heart of Nance. You get both these, and you get the Strangeling lanyard, and then you start getting the new ones every month, including the next Patreon pin. And this is the one that y'all voted on. A lot of you people voted. Some of you are Patreon people, some aren't, but this is a Patreon only pin that gets sent for free to all the Patreon pin collector tier people. So like the $25 subscription people. And she is going to glow in the dark. This is Luna Moths. A lot of you saw me working on the original painting of her for the Pop Gallery at my December show. What I've done, this is just a printout. I did a small one so I could have it here because right now they're making molds and everything. But the little Luna Moths are going to glow in the dark, kind of bluish green. And I've made her eyes be bluish green. And we did a poll in the pin group of Facebook. And we decided to make the moon. She's got like the triple goddess sort of moon symbol with the waxing, waning, crescent, and the full moon in the middle. Yes. We're keeping those actual enamels that are yellow and then orangey going off to the
Jasmine,
sides.
why do you do so much detail?
Because I know I did it, and that's what matters.
Okay.
But anyways, and I've also put some of the glow-in-the-dark enamel up in her hair. So, and she's got her butterfly wings, and so she will glow in the dark. She'll be much smaller, obviously. She'll be.
People were very excited for Luna Moth.
Yeah, she's going to be so cool. And parts of her will glow in the dark, and parts of her are just going to be a very warm, hyper-saturated metal enamel. So she should be probably one of the best pins I've done so far. And as Matt said, she is ridiculously detailed. You can see in her hair she's got little crescent moons, and she's got tiny little things that kind of look like little like little cabochons kind of around it that will have the glow in the dark enamel, and I'm super excited for her. So everybody who is a Patreon pin collector will be getting her automatically. She will probably go in the March shipment, you think, Love? Because you've already sent out February.
It depends when we.
And hopefully they'll be finished again. Every month we have more people, so it takes a little bit longer to get them done. But I think if not March, then definitely April, but probably March.
This one, anybody who is Patreon.
If you're already a Patreon pin collector, you'll get her for free automatically.
If you're still a Patreon pin collector.
As long as your account has to be active. We get it from Patreon.
Right.
Patreon takes care of the billing, and they send us
strawberry cupcakes.
Strawberry cupcakes. I know, it's hard not to say strawberry shortcake. So we've got her. And then if you're, for example, if you're to still join, we still got these, you get this one.
Okay, this is
this one.
My point, people who
and
are
then
new.
This one.
Yeah.
And then the Voodoo and Violet.
People who are potentially new. Now is the time to join because otherwise you won't get the strawberry cupcakes.
Otherwise you won't get strawberry cupcakes.
And people are thinking, oh, I got strawberry cupcakes. We all have strawberry cupcakes. But
no.
In a month you
Ask
won't,
people a year from now. Ask people 3 years after Alligator Girl. Where they were when Alligator Girl came out. That's why it's a good thing to get it right before the next
Yes, Siren Moonbeam. That will only be available on Patreon.
That's only for Patreon, and it's not for sale. It is a gift to my patrons. Yeah, I will not sell those. I only give
one thing you can do, and you can do it, is you can join for a month,
and you can
then
cancel.
You can unjoin or whatever.
But if you were, like I said, I don't know when the
we would announce it.
I would announce. Yes. I will announce it, but most likely that one will be out there. But for now, February, you definitely get Heart of Nails and Strawberry Cupcakes.
Right. So. Typically, what our schedule is as far as pins and pin shipping is, we try to do it around the 10th of the month. We try to ship.
That's when we actually mail them out, not when you.
Like I said, we did it a little earlier.
Yeah.
We tried to.
Because it was Valentine's Day.
Right, Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
But we try to get around the 10th. So if we don't, it depends because again they're highly detailed.
They are, yeah.
When they're created, we see them, and we have to inspect each one and make sure.
And we have to look at all of them, and the enamels dropped in there with my hand and everything. So, but I finished. For those of you who were watching 2 episodes ago, I was doing the actual line art and the painting for. This is just on a piece of paper because they're making the mold. The other one, but Voodoo and Violet, she will be the March pin. So theoretically, in March, assuming things go on time, you get both these. And this one you can only get for free from Patreon, and this is the March pin of the month. She'll be at strangeling.com. You can buy her. You can buy 100 of her if you like. But if you're a Patreon, you get both of these in the mail. And if we were to do it before February,
Please don't
you
buy
get
100
these.
right away.
Don't buy 100 right away. That would ruin us a bit. No, everybody else.
That would mess us up.
That would be great,
Yeah,
but
I don't know what to
don't
say.
buy like 5. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so these would be the ones that would come right away if you don't have them yet, and these are the ones that are next month.
Now,
And so
Richie says Maple Fairy would be a great fall.
Oh, she would actually.
Cute.
She would be very good for autumn because she has that kind of. It's maple leaves after they start turning for the autumn, so they've got like the bright red kind of violet shape to them.
And
Let's see, this is just
you
about
love
dry.
once Little Match Girl still.
Little Match Girl would be a good one. That's one too. I would like to try to find, and I haven't found one I've liked yet, a type of enamel that you can use on metal pins that glows in the dark but is a warm color. Because right now, most of the glow-in-the-dark enamel that you see is kind of that haunting sort of poisonous blue-green glowy sort of color, which is great for something like Luna moths. It is like the color of a Luna moth. It's like a moon at night. It's bluish-green. But, I was going to show you the other one I did. This is not a Patreon one. This does not come in the mail to anybody. This is one that you get for free. It's just paper, but that will be if you buy something at the Planet Comic-Con in Kansas City at the end of March next month. This is, I've called it At the Easel, and this is because a lot of people have asked me to do this. It's not me just being vain.
I'm very excited about this one.
Sorry. Yeah.
And I will steal one.
Matt will probably steal one of these.
I'm going to steal one, so I will have one not on my lanyard.
No, not to trade to people.
But I might have another one.
Okay, so next, at the, March 29th, 30th, and 31st in Kansas City at Bartle
Yes,
Hall
very
is
special show.
Planet Comic-Con, which is a 3-day convention, and it is also, the art show there is Spectrum Fantastic Art Live, which is a show I've done regularly in Kansas City, but they've combined. So, they've combined Planet Comic-Con with Spectrum. So you're going to have, 200 crazy, awesome artists from all over the world there for the art show of their usual convention. So that makes it extra special. And this will be the pin.
Jasmine,
Yeah.
why would
And she looked like
you,
me.
or why wouldn't you do a variant of this one? Someone's
I've
asking.
had a lot of people already.
Okay,
I think I've
now,
gotten
I
4
want you to
people ask
explain
that.
it if you can.
Okay, this is supposed to be me, kind of. You see her little apron she's wearing, that kind of awful green apron that keeps falling off? That's what I'm wearing now. See how her hair looks like my hair? Her skin's kind of like the closest enamel I could find to me. She's got the same eye color, etc. And she's got, if you look at her palette, I put probably way too much detail that nobody's going to notice, but if you look at her palette, the colors of paint in her palette are the colors that are used to create her in her easel. So it's like she almost kind of painted herself, and it's a self-portrait. But anyway, yeah, her first. But she is going to be a little pin that we give away for free, and we're going to make 200 of them to give away at Planet Comic-Con in Kansas City at the end of next March.
Okay,
but
so
yeah, I'm
she's
not
got a
gonna,
red apron variant.
see, but I don't have a red apron. Well, I used to have her. It was a red and white checkerboard.
I'm staying out of it. I
had to do a variant, it's easy to think, why wouldn't you put a different picture in that? It's like, no, a variant has to use the same mold to be a proper variant. And I am very specific about, I just like following the rules as far as art stuff goes. So I could not call it a variant if I put something else there, because it would have to use the same mold to be a variant.
Says that should be a Twitch or Patreon exclusive, so those who watch and support can get one too.
I am going to be doing a Twitch exclusive, and I want to make it a self-portrait too, but it's probably going to have some sort of Twitch theme to it. So hang in there, guys. Don't worry if you don't get this one. It wouldn't look exactly like this, because I would want to use a different mold, because it wouldn't be a variant. It would be a special pen. But I'm wanting to do one for Twitch. That is one that we just give away here at Twitch, and I think that would be really cool. But anyways, this is the one that is for Planet Comic-Con at Spectrum, and the reason is because it is at Bartle Hall in Kansas City is the show, and that is the first place I ever did a show at. That, and also my dad painted Bartle Hall. He was a construction painter, not like an artist painter, but before he was a farmer, he painted buildings, and he actually painted Bartle Hall way back, 30, 40 years ago, whenever it was when they built it over the highway, but yeah, he actually was one of the guys with rollers who painted that building. And when I was 9 or 10 years old, that was the first convention I ever did, was at Bartle Hall. It wasn't an art convention. It was the Midwest Inventions Fair, because
Jasmine, tell us what your invention was.
I'm trying to think what it was. I did the invention fair a few times. I used to, when I was a kid, I used to... Yeah, well, I did 3 different things. I used to come up with inventions, and I would go to Bartle Hall for the inventions fair as a kid and try to sell the patents to like merchandise companies. And I invented one of them actually all of them have turned into products, but I never saw any money from any of them. But one of them was a pen. Snack a pen that had like a pen you'd like make art with, but it had candy inside of it. Like you're supposed to bring it to school, and it was like
can
fake
you
school
tell
supplies.
us what the slogan was?
Sneak a snack with snack a pen.
Sneak a snack with snack a pen.
Yes, and it's kind of sad because later on a candy company totally took that, and they even did, because I also had little composition notebooks that had candy in them, and it was a way like you could bring it to
because they
school.
go to little kids' idea fairs
and they
steal
steal
their
them.
ideas.
No, I don't know what happened. It's probably just great minds think alike or whatever. Anyways, and then I did another year, and it was a nail polish pen. It was all very pen based, you know. And on the back of it had a different cartridge that had like a little sponge, like an eraser at the end, and it had acetone and like nail polish remover in it. And you could, if you messed up on your fingernails, you could like take the eraser and go on your fingernails. And it was a really cool idea. Anyways, that was at Bartle Hall. And it's neat to be back at Bartle Hall in Kansas City, where I grew up, the building my dad painted, and that's why I'm doing a special. Jasmine painted something, and it's a pin, and she's back in her hometown. So that's why I kind of went all out on this one and made a very special one. It's not even based on a painting. It's a original design that I've come up with, and that will be a special pin. I will probably keep a couple and give them away to Twitch people too, and definitely a couple Patreon people. I always
when
make
I
like
saw the design,
5 extras.
my eyeballs popped out.
But I don't want to do a variant on this one because I want it to look like me. If I made her have, I don't know, blonde hair, it wouldn't look like. If I made her have purple skin or something, it wouldn't be enough of a difference. I like a variant to look different enough. It's not like, oh, one of her fingers is slightly pink. I don't want it to be. I don't want to milk that. And I understand why people do, because it saves a lot of money if you're making the same molds. But I do want to do a Twitch specific one that is a self-portrait of some sort, because I've gotten so much feedback after I posted that little one on Patreon that I definitely will do something special too. We're also thinking about doing for Patreon one with the Strangeling logo.
Yes,
that has been one of our biggest requests.
Has been the biggest
yes,
of that.
yes, and Paul, my UK distributor, has asked about that. So that's something that we will definitely do also. It just, again, I've got to get out the piece of wood, cut it, make a whole painting, spend a day and a half working on it, scan it in, have the Photoshop stuff done to it, then have the mold made. It takes probably, I don't know, 5 days worth of work to make one single pin when it's an original design like that. So it's not like I say, oh, make that one. I literally do it. I know I could probably hire people to do it, but that's just not how I roll, really.
Well,
But those of you who are
you like to be in control a bit.
Well, that's the
because
thing
it's your
too.
baby.
I could probably
It's
hire
your
people,
baby.
but then what if they did it wrong? It's like
Exactly.
why I do my own taxes. I'm like, well, what if they messed up? If I do it wrong, I want it because I made the mistake, not because somebody else did. Because then I wouldn't even know how to get mad at. So
there are positives and negatives to delegation.
there are, and I'm
Because
not good at delegating.
No one,
Yeah.
no matter who it is,
Mm-hmm.
under like Jasmine,
Mm-hmm.
me, Sarah, her sister, no one will be as passionate about a project as she is.
No, you can probably see
Specifically
how I just kind
it
of
would be
go on
impossible
and on.
for us to be.
It's like, no, come on, Sarah, think about the time that your dad painted that building and make you excited about it. You know, it's not something that could really...
No, we are excited about our own things.
Exactly.
And that's
exactly,
human
exactly.
nature.
That's just how it is.
And that's why people...
So that is a personal one, and that is why I'm probably not going to do it.
And that's why you design your pins.
And that's why I'm not going to sell it either. That's why it's one I'm going to give away. I would feel... not cheap, but I would feel something about selling it. So that's what I'm giving away as just like a prize for showing up. And also I'd like to see that show there in Kansas City do well, because all my family just about lives in that area.
One thing I will say that might be good for those people who have seen us at Dragon Con and MegaCon,
Oh, yeah.
and you're going to come to Planet Comic Con or Spectrum.
It is
What
the
I'm
same show,
guessing,
yeah.
it's not going to be as big.
Oh, I don't think so. It's not that big of a show. It is
Jasmine
3
might
days.
have a crazy line
I've
because of the
never
pen,
been to.
but
I've been
it's
to
not gonna be
Spectrum,
wacky.
but yeah, no, it shouldn't be too crazy.
I don't think it's possible.
That's why I'm not doing like 3 different pins. It's not
Right,
a
it's
huge
not
mega
Dragon
show
Con.
like Comic Con in San Diego or Dragon Con
Right.
in Atlanta or anything. Or even MegaCon here in Florida. It's going to be a smaller show, and I don't know what's there because I have not been to that, but I've been to Spectrum, which is the art-specific show, and since they're combining them, I think that will get a lot of people are interested in art as far as regular conventions.
Now,
Yeah.
question.
What's that?
One, this is two-part question.
Oh, okay. Well,
One,
sounds like
any
a
ideas
convention
for
already. Yeah.
the Tintagel pin?
Oh, yeah.
How many of those will you be making?
Tintagel is a one-day show that's only about 6 hours long. So I probably won't make a whole lot. It would probably be a 100 pin show, maybe. I don't know. To be honest, I'll probably talk with the show organizers and ask them about their attendance, because with something like Disney World, like at the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs, 200 makes sense because it's Disney World. There's a lot of people there. If you're in Cornwall on the ocean and it's a Saturday and it's not and it's a free show, I mean, it probably won't be wall-to-wall people. It's not going to be the sort of thing where you've got 90 police escorts out and stuff. It's going to be more like a family sort of event. It's not a big crazy thing. So I'm guessing I would probably either do 100 or 200. I am going to have the pin based loosely on a painting that I am doing that I will be debuting at the I'm not sure if I'll have the original there, but I'll have the prints will be debuting at Tintagel. The poem La Belle Dame Sans Merci, have you know that?
Wow.
And it's also a song, and
Man,
a lot of pre-Raphaelites.
Oh,
I think every pre-Raphaelite had to do like two of them.
You know what? I've never seen a bad one.
They're all
Gorgeous.
very lovely.
Gorgeous.
There's Malay ones, Waterhouse. I mean, everybody did La Belle Dame Sans Merci. The Sting did a song about it. I mean, there's a lot of it's an ongoing theme, and that has this sort of. It has a knight in it, so it's like a knight with a K, like, you know, knights and lords and ladies, and it is Tintagel, the fairy festival in England. That is, obviously, it's got an Arthurian, King Arthur sort of Camelot theme, and I'm going to have the pin based at least a little bit on the painting that I'm doing for that. And as that painting is still percolating up here, and I'm still working on the layout for it, on the painting itself, the pin will be taken from that. But that will be something I'll be working on probably here at Twitch at the end of February, maybe early March, because I need to do a couple months ahead of time, obviously, to get it for promos and to get the molds made for the pins and all that. So keep an eye out here at Twitch, and you guys in Patreon will be the first people to see it. So I'm not sure if it might have some armor in it, maybe. We'll see. Yeah. It's funny because Tintagel obviously is going to have Arthurian sort of themes to it, and that's one of the fairy festivals I do. And then I also do the Glastonbury Fairy Festival. I'll be there in October this year, and that is another one that, I mean, King Arthur is kind of sort of probably buried there at Glastonbury. So we kind of just haunt all the King Arthur areas as far as the festivals go in England. But of course, that's really great for that sort of fantasy and fairies and Morgan Le Fay and all the exciting Lady of the Lake stories. There's a lot of wonderful stories and material that go with that. So it really speaks to me as a fantasy artist and as a pseudo, sometimes an England person. That's a word, right?
We are sometimes England people.
Okay, so now you can see I've kind of outlined her hair. I don't know how good this shows up, but before it was just kind of like a big fuzzy mess I had done with one of my fuzzy brushes. But now it's actually got some shape to it, and she does look a little bit bedraggled because I want this window. I don't want, again, this is a window if you haven't noticed before. It's got a windowsill around it. It's loosely inspired by a painting I did about 20 years ago called Absinthe Afternoon. I want it to look like it's a window that doesn't have a screen or glass in it. I want it to be like a proper window. Not like one in Florida. It's got like 2 pieces of glass and a screen in it. Yeah.
The La Belle Dame Sans Merci by Dixie is in the Bristol Gallery.
Oh, nice.
And Shaylee said she's seen that, and it's huge.
Oh, it's always funny when you see
things like that. And the poem is carved into the frame.
Oh,
cool.
Yes. I love it when they used to do things like that. And I really like doing that when I can, when I get Matt to make me make... Oh, is that is it the prize?
That is the prize.
It's neat when there's
after
a painting
this,
you've
supposed
seen.
To do cashew time,
You've
I
only
promise
seen
people.
like a painting you've only seen like in books, and you see it in person, and it always seems either huge and you didn't know it's that big, or it's tiny and you didn't know it's that tiny. That's what's part of the fun of seeing original artwork in person, as opposed to just like seeing it on your phone or whatever. And this will be for acrylic. Has Moobot picked somebody?
I will pick in 1 second.
And again, I promise I will autograph her. I just haven't yet because we just got these at Epcot last night, so I will sign her.
Moobot,
and look
you're
at
so
all those
much more complicated
the worried puppies paintings. Yeah, at least it's still exclamation point raffle. And if you haven't entered yet, please do, because we've got 3 more giveaways tonight.
Avaznan.
Avaznan, congratulations.
Gosh, I swear they've won before.
You have.
But
Maybe
don't
they
I always
have.
say that?
The odds are pretty good. If you're somebody who comes every time I do Twitch and we do like 4 giveaways of Twitch, the odds are in your favor. It's like the opposite of the lottery. And I don't know if you can see the background. It's a lovely street there in London. It's mostly all dark. You can see the lightning there. But if you look at this window here, the furthest away off to the side, that house is lit, and you can see it kind of reflecting down into the water.
That reminds me of our little place in Mayfair.
Yes, I was going to say, it looks suspiciously. I wouldn't have been that specific, but yes, it looks a lot like our
little place in London.
My studio in London.
England.
It looks a lot like our street. Yeah,
you
could. Good luck finding us, but it looks like a lot of London, actually. Actually, it looks kind of like our celebration house, too.
Also, I just want to thank everyone that, since we broadcasted, thank you for joining our Patreon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, really? You got some Patreon? Yes. Well, like Matt was saying, he isn't just being a salesman there. It really is a good time to join because all those pins I showed you are, with the exception of the one for Kansas City, those are ones you're going to be getting if you're a Patreon pin collector.
So thank you so much.
And we only make a certain amount of those, and they
love
really
to visit
run
the
out,
Bristol Gallery.
I would like to also. I've been to Bristol a few times. It's usually
it's an airport situation.
It's usually like we're flying into Bristol because I'm doing a show in Glastonbury, and I do Glastonbury like every year or so. So we're usually like there.
But isn't
driving around catching like it's a wonderful
Don't you
drive.
love that drive?
You go through that. If you go from Bristol to Glastonbury and you're driving, you go through that place with all the big rocks, and there's mountain goats there. And I've never seen them, and everybody's like, "Oh, did you see the mountain goats?" And I'm like, "I didn't see the mountain goats, but apparently they're there."
All right, I will snatch his cashews. Do you want to?
I'll take a couple cashews, sure.
All right.
I'm taking some of that same color as using in her hair, and I'm going over the top part of her the colored part of her eye, the iris of her eye, not the pupil, but the iris. You might be able to see that better now. It's starting to look more three-dimensional because an eyeball is a sphere. It is a ball. So if you make it too flat, it starts looking like a doll as opposed to a person. I want it to be like a glass full sphere of an eye as opposed to like a painted-on sort of Barbie doll. I like to make it actually look circular. So when I paint an eye, I think about the circle as a sphere going up all the way around, like above where her eyelid is. So the part that's going to be closest to you is going to have, if it has lighting on it, like a bit of a reflection, that in itself is going to be slightly curved. I've put kind of a light bluish gray. I'll probably make it more green because since the main lighting source in the background is that kind of green cloud, that's going to be the backlit bit. I'll probably put one side of it kind of green, and the other side will be kind of a brighter green because I think we talked about last time, she's got an absinthe sort of fountain here. I'm going to make that kind of glow. They don't glow in real life unless you're like at Disney World or something like that. They don't usually glow, but I'll make that a light source that's going up, and that one will be coming from the back. Yeah.
P-Love just gave us 400 more bits.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
For a total of 1,600.
Wow. Well, they
Thank you so
are
much.
Probably winning. That's a lot of bits.
They are winning.
Yay! Thank you. And congratulations, I think. Sorry, in my cash.
Oh, Shaylee says that's Cheddar, the rocky area with the goats.
Yeah.
They have some darling little cheese shops. I bet they do. Sweet shops and even a wood carving shop. And a gorgeous little antique place called the Spider's Web.
Oh, see,
I knew you would love it there, hee hee.
We should go actually spend some more time exploring that area because we're
and
around
Shaylee
there
says
a
that's
lot.
local to her.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
That's a lovely place to be. It's gorgeous. I mean, it looks like something you'd see in Colorado or something, but it's like in between the airport and Glastonbury. It's amazing.
Glastonbury is great. I'm so happy that we'll be able to go to Glastonbury this year.
Yeah, we'll be in Glastonbury in October.
Yeah, we get to do 2 Karen K events.
Yes, we do. Karen K is the lady who runs a lot of the fairy festivals in England, and
she's one of the best people in the whole world.
She runs Fae Magazine, which is a wonderful magazine, FAE magazine. If you haven't seen it, it is in a time now that it's really hard to find good, actually printed magazines. And otherwise, it's like, I get to see it on my iPad, but that's when you actually want to look at it in person.
I'm going to go ahead and put a link up.
Beautiful.
I think they may have back copies of the.
Oh, did they have your Oakenmead? They might do. I was going to say that's the one that printed Matt's story, Oakenmead, that had the painting that I did.
Beautiful painting.
And I did a pin of it
last month.
Last month.
Actually, we still need to do a giveaway for that.
Oh,
Maybe we can do that soon.
I was going to say we could do that soon.
Yeah, I'll print it off and I will sign it and it'll come with a pin. I'm sure a lot of you have the Oakenmead pin.
Probably.
Why not another one,
but
right?
You can get a spare. You can trade it to people. But now, Fae Magazine, they do a lot of really beautiful photography spreads in it.
Yes,
that they'll
I'm putting
have,
a link up right now. It's fantastic.
And some of the best like contemporary clothing you've ever seen, like artisans who make it themselves and sell it in their Etsy store. And there aren't a lot of high quality sort of printed nice magazines like that, and they are really holding the banner up for anybody who does that sort of thing. And Karen, our friend, is the person, and she and her husband, or her partner, Michael, make lovely music too. They kind of do like Celtic sort of folk rock music that is very cool. Which is probably why all of her events always have concerts involved with them.
Darn it, the Faye issue of spring 2015
is it sold out?
Is
sold
out.
Ah.
I'll put the link up just because it mentions my name.
Oh, well, hey.
And it mentions your name, of course,
says
too.
my name on
But
it.
if you guys have that...
Wow, that's probably a collector's item.
It is, and I'd always be happy to sign it.
You know, we had some. Remember Karen gave us some extra ones and we brought it to, was it MegaCon?
Yes, I gave some to a few friends, and then
Yes.
I gave some away on...
and you gave some on your Patreon.
Actually, I gave it away on my my Facebook.
One
Facebook.
of those. Facebook, okay.
Yes,
Sorry.
that was before I had Patreon.
That's before you had Patreon, yeah. But Matt is on Patreon, if you guys don't know, look him up.
Yes, and I promise I'm getting the stuff soon.
He promises.
I promise.
He says. Yeah.
I says.
Okay.
I says I promises.
I'm putting some pure white on here. I'm not going to leave it pure white when I'm finished with it, but I'm putting it on there on the areas of this little fountain area that I wanted it to be a very light color. So I'm putting white on there now because I know I'm going to glaze over it, much like I did last time when I did the back of the landscape and I kind of put clear green all over everything. I'm going to do that with this, but I want it to be a little bit of a light source. So it's going to look magic. It's not going to look like a sun tea thing filled with green Gatorade. It's going to actually look like it's magic and kind of glowing.
I cannot wait.
Yay.
This painting is great. Now, as Jasmine knows, absinthe and all the derivatives of the substance are close to my heart.
Yeah.
I've always loved absinthe.
It's a drink that's got a lot of different herbal components to it. It's got anise in it, so it tastes a lot kind of like licorice, and it's got like a dozen other different
It's
herbs.
also heavily
magic herbs and spices.
romanticized.
It is.
Both in artists and writers.
Yeah, very much so.
I'm sure there are so many art historians in the room.
Oh yeah, I think we talked last time about how many people turn of the century, the late 1800s, painted
French
absinthe drinkers. I mean, if you search that name, that title, that's going to be so many of them, which is kind of the nod to me giving the kind of weird, like in the first one I did, the weird kind of floating table that isn't attached to anything. It's supposed to kind of be a hallucinogen, but to be honest, if you look at the makeup of it, it's like, I don't know, 80% alcohol, so that's probably a lot to do with it.
Well,
so I really don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a very... There are few liquids I've had in my mouth that have made me more warm than absinthe.
Yeah, if you're really cold out and like a St. Bernard has a barrel around his neck and you're like skiing
and absinthe,
something, that will warm your bones.
That'd be a freaky St. Bernard.
Well, there you go.
How many paintings do you create a month? Gosh, that depends on the month.
It depends on the month, and also depends on
designs and whatnot. I mean,
I was gonna say, it depends what you mean by paintings too. For example, I was showing you the these are the computer concepts I finished based off of the paintings. So I guess this week I've done 4 paintings since I saw you guys last Sunday.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So if I were to guess, I'd probably say I do 3 to 4 a week. Roughly, but that is literally all I do unless I'm doing something like this on Twitch, which I'm also painting, or if I'm at a show or I'm traveling to go promote
or if
my
I'm
artwork
lucky
somewhere.
enough to still my beautiful wife away for a week, and she doesn't have to paint anything.
Yes.
Sometimes she just belongs to me, guys.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Probably count on one hand how many times it's happened, but yeah.
Or how long does it take you to create one painting? Well, that's a rough question too. It depends on the.
Well, something like this.
Look at this painting.
Okay.
The details are wacky.
Well, this is a very complicated painting. I don't know. A lot of what's going to be taking time on this is the idea that I decided to make it embroidered because I wanted it to look like Marie Lescin's Louis XV's wife, Queen Marie from France, but really I think she's from Poland. She had this wonderfully embroidered dress. It's not going to be the same colors, but it's going to have that same sort of look to it. I like this picture too because she's in front of a window with a curtain, so I think it kind of fits with the theme. So that's going to take a long time. If I were to guess, I'd probably say maybe between 90 and 140 hours. It depends how much I Sometimes when I do embroidery, I make it look like different types of cloth next to each other, but sometimes I want it to look like it's actually embroidered, like every tiny little stitches. If you do cross stitching or something like it's like I'm trying to do that with a tiny little hair of a brush. X, 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 line, 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 etc. So we'll see how crazy I get into this one, but on average, for a little small painting, I can finish that in a day, usually, like if it's a little mini painting. Like later on in this broadcast, if I do get to the point where I start off that mini painting I sketched earlier, a painting like that, if it's a custom one, that probably takes maybe 10, maybe 15, 20 hours at the most. So that's something I could do in a day. I do paint all the time. I don't get out much. I'm mostly sitting right here or at my studio in Kansas City.
Sometimes you get to Epcot.
What's that? Or sometimes I go to Epcot and I sign my painting. So it's always something that is.
We try to do nature.
That is mostly what I do. Yeah, we do. We live in a very lovely area here in Florida, so I try to go on a walk and walk around the block and go in the forest and look at my swamps and stuff like that.
We also have a very nice backyard that Jasmine can escape.
We do.
To.
Our backyard, you can't tell because we always have to close the windows when we're broadcasting here, but our backyard is it's not a big backyard, but it's very
I would describe
with
it as
critters.
a courtyard.
It's a courtyard, so it's like kind of fenced in, but it's it's a whole little micro.
It's taken us years
ecosystem.
and years to design it this way.
Yes, it is meant to be like
animals
like something you'd see at a zoo, and it's open to any
We attract animals like insane amounts.
Oh yeah, I've seen up to 8 raccoons and possums at the same time in my courtyard, just there hanging out, drinking water, eating.
If we left our gate open, we'd have a deer in here, no doubt.
Oh yeah, we get deer in our front yard.
Certainly.
And in the back in the alley, we got them there. But
I'm an early riser, so I see
fenced-in.
deer quite a bit.
Yeah, we get up at like 4 in the morning. So. Okay, I have put a little bit of color on her lips, not a lot. I put just a little bit of pink. I put a little bit of red on it originally just to remind myself, hey Jasmine, that part's going to be your mouth, but I'm going to keep it kind of pastel. I don't want to look like she's got a whole lot of makeup on. She's not going to have a whole lot of color on her face because I want it to have that sort of pale European portrait of that time period where it was a very fashionable look, like you died like the day before kind of. And then she's got a bunch of absinthe here, so that doesn't really help the situation, so... I think I'm liking where she's going. One thing I might do before I work on the rest of it is I've kind of drawn in, I think I did this with a ruler last time you guys were here. I've kind of drawn in the lines, which will be the windowsill. I want to make sure I outline that now and over here because it's kind of starting to turn in the background. And I don't want it to look like she's outside with a weird curtain hanging behind her. I want it to look like she's inside and that window is open and it's open to the outside. But I want her to definitely be an interior. Yeah.
Okay, Jasmine cannot really see the screen.
No.
What princess, even though your name is Jasmine, what princess do I associate with you the most? Disney.
Well, it could be Jasmine or Elsa, maybe, or Jasmine, or I don't know, baby. You mentioned all of them a lot.
Does Jasmine sing the animals like Snow White?
Oh, Snow White! You called me Snow White like 3 times today.
Yes.
That's what you were saying that earlier with all the critters and
she does sing to the animals in the yard.
I do, and the animals come to see me. They love me.
Daughter says she's moving to yours because you have raccoons. You
know, oh my gosh,
we love our raccoons. Our raccoons are actually very sweet.
Our raccoons are honey.
I'd say the scariest things that come into our backyard are the kitties.
There are wild kitties, not our personal kitties, but the wild kitties. Because I do, we have
except for Gamera.
Try to keep the citrus rat population under control, so we do let stray cats into our yard, and some of them are kind of scary.
Oh, okay. So I asked the room.
Yeah.
I know that. There are a lot of creative people in here, and I'm wondering what skills they have. Muriel says she's really great at dancing.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I'm terrible at dancing. That's something I was impressed with.
I can do a bit of everything, but I can't knit. I know you do pottery, and you do it really well.
Yeah, we've got a couple people in the group I think have talked about doing pottery and like ceramics and stuff. Yeah.
And we know Shaylee's great at art.
Shaylee, she's got a Patreon too. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say I've a lot of my friends I know are often they're artists, or I have a lot of acquaintances and friends who are musicians also. Don't know how much of that overlaps, but sometimes they'll be musicians and artists. My stepsister Sonia.
So Layla's good at voices.
Oh, really?
I'd love to hear that sometime.
That's cool.
Fun. I do a few myself.
Yeah,
that's fun.
That's always kind of neat. That's something I'm not good at, but I have I know a few people who do like voice acting, like for dubbing
I've
films
a few of those.
It's
fantastic. I love it.
Really neat.
It's something I always kind of wanted to get into.
That's
Professional musician, jazz, classical, Native
Wow.
American. You love, really.
wow. That is very cool.
I don't know these things. Paper cutting. That's awesome.
Oh, paper
Simon.
cutting's cool.
The viola.
Viola.
Wow.
Oh, that's.
See, I knew that
Yeah.
creative people were in here.
Yeah, it
Now-
seems like if you're interested in one form of the art, sometimes you yourself like
Yes.
those things, but maybe you can't do them, or you like to do those things and you like a different sort of art.
Now,
So-
I know one thing that's not necessarily art, but there's a skill to it. Is that Nintendo guy and me, we're funny.
Oh,
We say
yeah.
funny things and we do.
You guys are
so-
both funny. Yes,
Yes, exactly.
That's
That
very
just-
true. Yeah.
That takes effort.
That
I mean,
does.
You have to
That-
think
that is
about
a
things.
skill.
have to
Well, you
be
could
clever.
say comedy is an art.
Comedy is
Yeah.
definitely art. Because it's actually, believe it or not, very akin to philosophy.
It is. That's
and,
the
and
whole
a bit,
idea.
and a bit of psychology
philosopher
too,
school.
because you
Yeah.
kind of in just learning how language works and playing around with that.
And also how
It's
to
like- it's really
avoid
good.
slaps
Sewing,
that people
that's
hit you.
great.
Yeah.
Craft sewing and bowling. Ah,
Ha!
a tattooist. Excellent.
Oh, that's neat. That's something I've never done.
I'm
but
good at talking
I have
rubbish.
A lot
Me
of
too,
people with
Ian.
my artwork, but I've never done any of the actual tattoos.
See, I'm good at talking rubbish. That's the
You are
philosophy.
very good at talking rubbish, Maddie. Yeah, that is the
But
court,
that's where-
court
that's where-
jester sort of
Exactly.
thing.
That's where charm, charisma, and
In avoiding
funny
getting
things.
slapped if people try to hit you. Yes.
I know
exactly.
most Disney songs in French and English.
Oh, that's a good one. To
I
do.
draw, sew, make jewelry, a bit of jack of all trades. That's nice.
I
I can
used to-
write legal documents. Does that count? That does.
That does.
girl.
I have to do that myself sometimes when I don't
Definitely.
have a legal guy doing
That
it.
is a
I'll
skill
write my
set.
own contracts. Yeah.
That is definitely a skill set.
That's one thing I considered doing for
Not
a
all
while
people
was
can do
going
that.
into law before I started doing art.
You'd be
all
good
the
at it.
time. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Also, Jasmine always joked. I
You're
always,
good at
I always thought that
arguing.
you and
Yeah.
I would make a fantastic real estate team. I think that we'd just be good at. I would be the person that showed people around houses, and you would be the one
I
that.
could crunch the numbers.
Yes, you could crunch numbers. You do all the paperwork, and I would just
Yeah.
shop around houses and sell houses.
Yeah.
I think we'd be fantastic at it.
Well, to be fair, we live in, this area of Florida, and then, obviously in central London are places that you want to know real estate.
Well,
so.
Frosty B says it's not a skill per se, but I'm good at video games. That's
Oh, that is definitely a skill.
And
Hey,
it-
we are at Twitch here. That is what
Yes.
made Twitch, or people
It's
who
also-
are skilled at that.
It also means you're probably good at other things too.
It probably means you have very good hand-eye coordination and quick reflexes. That would be
Oh, this
very
is
much
cool.
with video
Girl in
games.
the Mitten
Yeah.
says I can write historical research papers.
Oh, that's a
And
good thing
starting to
do.
get savvy in the collections and archives departments. Oh, I love
Ooh,
that.
that is very good.
I'm great at paint by numbers. That's fun.
Hey, that's something that still I'm still
Really?
in
I didn't-
negotiations, but that's something
I
haven't
didn't
even
know
gotten
that.
on the plate.
I
Paint
know
by
his real
numbers.
name. Nuckader.
Uh-huh.
Nuckader is an excellent artist. I did not know. That.
Hey.
He didn't tell me.
See, sometimes you don't know until somebody tells you. And just because somebody doesn't do it for a
Theater.
living
Oh,
doesn't mean they're
theater's
fantastic. Oh, that's a good one. That's an art I very much appreciate. I love going to see live shows and
That is
theater.
so cool. Yes, a lot of very
So we have
talented
a lot of
people in the
talented
room.
people in this group. We got a good bunch here.
Yes, we do.
I'm taking some of that. I'm taking basically what's kind of the opposite of that green, and I'm kind of scumbling over the green. So I've got kind of like an orangey, light tan brown that I'm doing because I want to make sure. Again, I don't want it to look like she's outside with a weird curtain putting on a show on top of a hill somewhere. I want it to look like she's inside, and you can tell that is outside. So I'm trying to add some architectural details. I've kind of sketched in off to the side like some columns, like before it turns into a curtain. So it's going to give kind of an illusion of depth, as if there are some geometric sort of hard angles in there in between all the soft sort of organic forms. I don't want to make it look too hard because I don't want it to look like a weird, I don't want it to look like a sticker somebody stuck in front of a background. It's not like your school picture and you're like, I want autumn in the background of my photo. I want it to look like she's actually there. It's behind her, but she's in a room and she's actually taking up space, which is going to get more complicated, and we might get to that a bit later, how I put that band of green at the bottom and we're doing those reflections of everything. And I think I am going with the name Absinthe Reflections. That was suggested here at Twitch last time, and I think that's a great name, so
I love it.
probably go on that one. We do have at least one or two people who are on the list to purchase the original, but we always take backup names because sometimes, you need to get your car worked on, or you gotta move, or you found out you're gonna have a baby, or something's happening and you can't buy the original and you already said you're going to, and that's okay, but we take backup names. So if you are interested in the original painting, it will be at the Planet Comic Con Spectrum show, where we'll have this pen. Ooh, in fact, if you go to it, I bet I can get you one of those pens. But But,
I know people.
Yeah, I know people who can maybe get you one.
Oh, what did we get? I heard
a magic noise.
Oh, thank you so much, Titch. Subscription.
Thank you very much.
So Civilization 5. Just hearing that knows that if Jasmine and I started playing it, I don't know if you'd hear about us again.
Oh, that's a thing. That's it. I used to, when I was a teenager in the early 20s, I used to really like playing MMORPGs, EverQuest, and Neverwinter Nights, and all those. But after a while, I was like, I really can't do that because I got to design pins all day and do paintings and stuff. So it was really starting to be a thing. It's like I'm either going to do it all the time or I'm just not going to do it at all. So I had to cut myself off, basically. But I like hearing about other people's video game exploits, and maybe I
our
like
retirement will be like that.
I say maybe if
I imagine everyone's retirement will be like that too.
That's the thing about people who are our age, who grew up with computers and things like that. When they do retire, or let's say you are elderly and you can't really get out anymore, at least now you have video games. I almost kind of look forward to that. If I'm ever bedridden or something as an older person, or if I'm ever severely ill, at least, or my legs don't work or something like that, at least there's that, and that is a good thing.
Hey, thank you also for joining my Patreon.
Oh,
I've seen a few people up here joining my Patreon. Thank you so much.
Matt's got a Patreon, and he's one of his things this year is to put more, and he's got a lot of things planned for that, so that should be an interesting thing to look at.
Also, person that you see me chatting with a lot and having a lot of fun with is Shaylee.
Shaylee,
I'd like to put her Patreon up there too.
Shaylee D, yes. And we've met her in real life, and
if you like cute little birds, you're gonna love.
You would like her
Patreon.
Yes.
So I would definitely support her.
In general, Patreon is a fantastic website. I know I talk about it a lot, but I'm not saying it just to go look at me up there. Look at everybody up there. Some of my favorite musicians are up there. A lot of my favorite.
It's just a lot of fun.
There. It is so much more fun than something
what my
like
suggestion
Facebook.
would be is if you're excited and you really want to and you really want to support a lot of people.
Yeah.
Support. I mean. Although we appreciate when people support us at the pin level or higher, but support at low level.
Oh, you can pay like literally $1,
and that way
you can follow all sorts of
Patreon into
people
almost
there.
a social.
Like I said, it's like Facebook if Facebook was still cool.
Yes.
It's a lot more interactive, and you know how Facebook only shows you some stuff sometimes? You get to see everything up there.
Right.
It's not like, oh, we're not going to show your stuff to anybody. It's like, we'll show it to anybody who asked us to show it to, because that's how it should work. You shouldn't have to pay them advertising or whatever.
Correct. Also, if you just do a follow, a lot of people just put up a public post every now and then.
It doesn't cost a penny.
And that doesn't cost a dime.
I put stuff up on mine for free, and that is better than Facebook, and it's free, so, yeah.
Shayla, you're very welcome.
I've known a lot of I've met probably about a third of the people who work for Patreon, too. They are a real company. They're here in the United States, out in the West Coast, and everybody I've met who's worked for them is very nice. Almost all of them are creators themselves.
Yeah,
like
Jack
Conte,
the CEO, he's a good guy.
I've sat with him for a while before, and he's a musician himself.
Well, here's the thing. What happened is Jasmine's so awesome, and she's a great person on her Patreon, and they liked her so much that they invited her and
I got to meet.
I'm guest.
Yeah.
To
we went out
Patreon.
to California, and we got to hang out with all the people who run Patreon, and
basically
they asked for my feedback, and they actually implemented a lot of the things I asked for, like for their whole website, and they listened. And everybody I talked to there was also they're not just the tech guy; they're also a writer. They also play the ukulele, and they have their own Patreon. So it's people who actually do that stuff, not some sort of big nameless horrible company that they don't even care if you talk to them or not. They just want your money. It's like the opposite of that. So I really think highly of them.
Yeah.
And the more people up there, the better. It's just like any sort of social media. As far as that
grassroots
goes.
I mean, that's what Patreon's all about. It's growing grassroots, really.
Yeah. I heard about it originally from Amanda Palmer. She does very well up there. I can't think of a platform that would be better for musicians, really.
Frosty B says, video games have helped me be more of a social person, so I'm learning real life skills I didn't realize I would be. Also, everyone here is awesome. I'm going to make this a weekly thing.
Oh, thank you.
So much.
Well, especially socializing and stuff. Video games have really opened it up for a lot of people. I've known several people who have gotten married or met their partners up on different video games or online RPGs and stuff. It's nothing that can be discounted, really. Okay, I think this looks more like it's actually a windowsill around there. Once I get to painting more and put some more saturated colors on the curtains, I think that will become more obvious. But now you can tell there's a very up and down line that is a windowsill there. And I've kind of brought that over to the side too. That stopped, before it was kind of green, so now I've put some sort of warmer tones. And it's going to start looking more like a piece of wood, like the actual windowsill around the window, as opposed to looking like more fields and lakes and stuff. But when I'm going to make this kind of underwater here, which is why it looks reflective. It's not going to be 100% exact. I think we talked about that last time. You can take a piece of transfer paper and like copy over the same thing, but I don't want it to be exact because I want it to look like it's kind of rippling water. And a lot of this will probably be kind of more opaque and reflecting the clouds from up there. I'll probably put some red to reflect that up there. But when I was drawing everything with my tiny little paintbrush, I was just kind of drawing, make a finger there, make a finger there, make a spoon there, make a spoon there, make a curly there, make a curly there. So it's not exact, but your eye, when you see it once it's turned to the side, looks pretty close. If you look at it like this, you can point out, oh, that's different. There's a leaf there, there's not a leaf there. But when it's like this and it will look like it's underwater, it won't be very obvious, and it will just give you the illusion of looking like it's reflecting.
This painting looks so advanced, I wouldn't even know what to do with it.
This is a more complicated one. Again, I'll compare it to the one I did about 20 years ago that was called Absinthe Afternoon. This one, it has a lot of the same elements, which is, I'm intentionally making it kind of like it because I really like this painting. It's got a girl kind of in historical dress. She's got a little absinthe glass. Got a window with some very ominous sort of clouds. This one is very simple though. You can see I had a wider paintbrush. I just kind of went whoo, which is kind of more expressionistic, and I like that in a way. But when I'm comparing it with something that has a really elaborate sort of embroidered dress and all the fancy little things on her sleeves and the lots of details on the curtains, this one just had kind of a plain, I don't know how good the colors show up, but I'm hoping you can see this. It's got kind of a burgundy curtain that just hangs down flat. This one I want to make it more of a rococo sort of blowing in the wind sort of thing going. So it's got the same sort of feel to it, but it's a much, much more detailed picture. Yeah.
Shaylee loves the dress, and also she says she's going to start a Twitch soon.
Oh, excellent. Yeah.
I can't wait to watch that.
Patreon. Yes, we will make sure to follow you up here. Let us know when you're up here.
When I'm able to myself enjoy Twitch, it's usually when I'm doing a ton of work, like
putting
production work,
putting things in frames or like in boxes or something,
or stretching
canvases,
mountains of canvas, because Jasmine does a lot of business.
Yeah,
so she keeps me busy.
I do. Yeah. So,
and Canvas Cuties alone.
Canvas Cuties alone. Hey, Canvas Cuties are awesome.
Canvas Cuties are great.
They use up the wood and the canvas that would otherwise get thrown away in a lot of places.
Yes, so again, not to mention Patreon counseling.
Wow.
But the only way you can get a Canvas Cutie, unless you're at a live event. I think we still do we still have those live events?
We do have some live events in person, but as far as the internet goes, that's the only way you can
That's
get
the only way you can get them. Yep, you can Canvas Cuties, and we have a ton to choose from. And we always we just added 3, didn't we?
Yes, we did. You know, I didn't even, those are 3 pictures I didn't even talk about here.
You know what, we always have so much to talk about, but
Jasmine's
phenomenal Resurrected series that she did for Corey Helford.
That's been something I've posted in between last Sunday and today, and I completely
forgot about 3 paintings. What I like about them is that, well, first, much like you, I like curios.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah,
I like fossils.
Fossils, natural curiosities, and stuff.
Right. Yeah. But these are masterpiece, but they're done at a
on the same level as the originals. Yeah.
Right. Yes, and they are a little bit more affordable.
Yeah, they are.
They're not as large, but my gosh, you could get the whole set.
Yes, and we did miss
what you could for one masterpiece typically.
Yes, Canvas. He means masterpiece limited edition canvases. He's not talking about the original paintings. Those have already all sold. That's how things work sometimes.
The originals are gone.
They're all gone, but we do have, I think,
those
some of the limited editions up there. I'm going to
put up some links.
Put some links up, because I don't think I even have any prints here to show anybody.
Now, did Amber put up I think she sells them all together.
Yeah, there's a set of all 3.
Okay. I will go ahead and just...
It actually, Matt, if you go to strangeling.com and you type in the words, this might sound weird, resurrected, space, cat. I know it says cat, and they're not all cats, but if you type that in, it will bring up all 3 in the masterpiece format, the limited edition format, the open edition format, and the paper.
And if you're logged into the
Patreon special site up at strangeling.com,
yes, then you'll see that too. So check these out. These are fantastic.
Yes.
And these are 3 pieces that are very near and dear to Jasmine's heart.
Yeah.
And I kind of think of her as kind of a child. Holding these things and just loving them.
Again, Remember, I was in my first day of kindergarten. I told the teacher I wanted to be a paleontologist, and my teacher didn't know what that was. She had me write it up on the chalkboard, and I felt very grown up because I knew how to spell paleontologist. Man, I wanted to be a paleontologist, but I can do it now. Just as an amateur, obviously. I can't do it for a living.
You become a paleontologist. I'll become a paleobotanist, and together we'll figure out stuff.
Paleobotanist. I like paleobotany a lot too. I could go on and on about.
The link won't show up in your phone. Look.
Did you type it right, Mandy?
I certainly did.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just your phone, Shaylee. I'm sorry.
Did you put the S in there for HTTPS?
Yes. Yes,
it is.
It is secure.
Okay. Is anybody else getting it to work?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what people, different things have.
Well, I mean, if she's the only one that's not working, it might be anything. But if it's not working when you typed it in for anybody,
you shared it right. It's just she says you shared it right. It's just your phone.
Oh, okay.
So, right. Just search Resurrected up at strangeling.com, and those should pop
that will bring up a lot of other things too, though. So
but probably cool stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
But yes, I love. Oh, everyone else says it works.
Oh, good. Yay.
I love that series.
Yeah, I do too.
And it's really popular at Pop too.
It is, yeah.
I think those 10x10s.
Yeah, the 10x10.
Those are a really good way to collect them too. Yeah. They're $95 a piece.
Yeah, they're like really big canvas cuties. Yeah. Because they're square.
Yes.
And with ones like that, there isn't a whole lot of detail at the top or the bottom of the painting, so they work really good for squares, like on the canvas cuties, or like you said, at Pop Gallery, they do their 10x10s at Disney, and those are awesome. I'm kind of working a bit on this little column here.
Oh, what you got going on with the column?
Oh, and this is another one of the architectural elements I'm putting to make it look more like she's inside. It's all over here. Maybe I'll scoot over you can see it better. I'm just taking that same kind of brown orange, and I'm mixing a bit more of the green. And I have my lines I did with the ruler last time.
Now, Jasmine,
got a little pillow in front of it to make it look softer. Yeah.
Would your sister called that a pillar?
The pillow or the pillar?
Yes.
That's a good joke. Sorry.
Yeah.
It would take too long to explain.
It would take too long to explain.
But, it's confusion with the word pillar and pillow, and this has both. So.
Sorry,
we're from Missouri.
An American person that maybe had a kind of a southern accent may say pillar instead of pillow.
Yeah.
And one of Jasmine's sisters, before the wedding?
It was after the wedding, because that's why we still had the pillars in our...
They said, would you put those pillars...
I have the pillar in the car.
I have the pillar in the car.
And it was pillars, like columns she had set up for our wedding, because it was outside in the park. It was like a nature sort of wedding. And she also had pillows, like you would sleep on, like a pillow. And they both happened to be in the car, so therein lies the hilarity. But, yeah.
That was the same weird house when I asked Kachina to play For What It's Worth.
Oh my gosh, the haunted record player.
Yes,
it wasn't even
she didn't even play it. It just happened to be on the radio.
She was holding the record. It wasn't even plugged in. That's what was weird. Yes.
How did that happen?
It started playing it, and she was still holding the record, and it was weird. We weren't even like drunk or anything. It was just, wow. That was bizarre.
Only 2 out of 3 of us even drink.
That's true.
In that scenario.
Yeah, that's true. And that was a long time ago. I mean, I would have been like a teenager still.
You're watching TV, or you're watching Twitch on your TV, but you're typing on your phone.
Ah.
Okay.
That's neat. I guess it probably lets you log on and multiple things at once. It's not like it's Netflix.
Oh, I like Ghost Stories too. Ghost Stories are great.
I like Ghost Stories.
They're some of my favorite.
I like hearing first-hand account ghost stories from people who it actually happened to.
Wise Tales Art says, I love that you use your desk as your palette.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good way to keep from adding clutter to the desk. That thing must weigh good 20 pounds.
I was going to say, I remember this used to be stained a lovely kind of dark brown, and it's wood. It's this natural wood, this easel here is, and it just, yeah, it's probably like this thick.
Yes, if you guys look at the bit just below Jasmine's arm, you can see what color it used to be.
I don't know if you can see that, but like down here, this is like the slidey thing that scoots in and out, like to hold up my paintbrushes and things. And yeah, the whole thing used to be just like wood. And now it's like, I could probably peel it off with like a, I don't know, putty knife or something.
I don't know, Jasmine. I think that would probably.
Well, I used to do that with my palette. Now I don't know, if somebody was asking me about why I use plastic plates. It's the same plastic plate. I probably use it 200 times. I've got a a yellow sponge I've cut into a circle and I soak it in water. And then I've got a piece of palette paper. It's just like paper you soak in water, and I use that for my palette. So I rinse this off and I use that same piece of paper, same sponge, same little plate, and it goes down the sink. It doesn't make any clutter. I use the same plate each time, and it does not make much waste. When you're running a business out of your house, I think it becomes worrisome if you think you're making too much landfill stuff or throwing away too much garbage or something. So I try to streamline it as much as I can. Like Matt was talking about the canvas cuties. Those are made out of the leftover bits of wood and canvas that we get from.
We try to be as resourceful as we can.
Yeah.
When you have a business at home, you realize how much trash you can generate, and you try to. Yeah,
we definitely
try to be mindful.
We put a lot of thought into that. So I'm kind of weird about it. That's okay. I don't like being wasteful. Oh, got one of the hairs of my brush came out. Try to catch those. I mean, it's neat when you see it like in a Van Gogh painting or something at the Louvre, and you're like, oh, like there's a grasshopper stuck in there and a piece of brush, but I don't want it in my paintings. I don't really. If I had more brushy sort of expressionist style, maybe that would be better, but something that's very finely tuned like this, I don't want to leave a big old brush hair right on somebody's face. Okay. And when I do the final layer of this, I'll want to finish the, on the column at least, I'll want the fabric of the cloth to be finished before I do the very final layer.
Jasmine.
That way it'll have a very, very sharp line. Yeah.
Would you sign the corner of your desk and sell it?
I need this desk. No. Like, if I got a new desk.
That desk actually isn't very cheap.
No,
They'd have to spend a lot on it.
Actually, the one that's eventually, hopefully this year, I'm gonna set up my another Twitch station in my same studio by my big easel. You might think this is a big easel, but no, my big easel is over about 10 feet from here, and that was one that was so expensive. I actually had to do it as a Patreon crowdfunding goal to even buy it. I had my eye on it forever. You can put a 12-foot painting on it or something.
Something wacky
I don't know.
Like
my
that.
ceiling it wouldn't fit through the front door if I did on wood, but that is a very nice one. That's where I work on larger paintings, and I haven't gotten to the point where I'm really able to move my broadcasting setup over there. So our plan is probably in the next month or two to get additional cameras to set up on that part of my studio. So I'll probably do part of the broadcast on my smaller easel here, and then do the other one on a big one, like if I have a big painting I'm currently working on. I'll be starting work shortly on my upcoming show for the Corey Halford Gallery, which is the big one in Los Angeles, where they give me this huge 4,000 square foot building, and that will be in autumn of 2020. So I'm going to have to start working on some larger pieces for that in the not too distant future, after all the Epcot stuff's done, probably. So I need this desk in the meantime. I don't, it has writing all over it. I don't know if you've seen any of that. Whenever I think of something and then it's like, oh, I've got an idea for a painting, I'll just start writing on it and it'll get covered up with paint later. Maybe if I died or something, it'd be a good thing to auction off for charity or, I don't know. But in the meantime,
I suppose I'll do that.
In the meantime, I need it to paint on, so.
I'll give it to Special Olympics or something good like that.
Yeah, somebody good. Yeah, that'd be fine. Okay. I'll show you how that's looking. I don't know how well you can tell there, but now it's starting to look more like
viewers,
a...
Jasmine.
Oh, excellent. Hi, everybody.
4:39.
Okay. I've got a little bit of time. I'm going to get some new paint water because I've had the same paint water. If I can show you guys, it probably looks really gunky. Ew, it's all gray and gross, so...
Les Merc.
Yeah, since I'm going to be wanting to paint over the this wonderful urn that I want to have really, really bright, pure sort of white in bright green and yellow tones in it, I don't want like this murky brown purpley stuff in it. So I have to clean this out and I'll be right back.
Jasmine, did you say Murphy Brown?
No, murky gray brown.
Oh, murky
I'm
brown.
Sorry.
Not Murphy Brown.
Oh,
okay.
I don't. Okay. Anyways, no, I didn't. So I'll see you shortly. I'm going to the bathroom too. My mouth.
Okay, sweetie. What should I talk about?
I don't know.
Huh. Yes, okay, so Jasmine basically has what we call the art desk, what you've seen Jasmine paint on up until now is the art desk. And as Jasmine has said, it's not as large. We haven't seen the Norseman show, no. Latest movie. What latest movie? Oh, I see. Ren Girl, are you asking about the kid who would be king? Yes, I'm still working on that. I apologize. And I want to get a soundbite from Mom, because I know that Mom, you guys wanted to hear how she liked it. I see. The Norseman, I think I've seen it. I think I have seen it up on Netflix. Yes. Okay. Yes, I will be getting that to you, Ren Girl. Probably as soon as possible. The studio that I use for sound, I use a lot of the same equipment for Twitch. So I have to carry the audio equipment around with me, which makes it difficult. But here's the cool thing, right? I just bought more audio equipment, the same stuff I use here on Twitch that I use to record. So I will be having a duplicate set. So it will be much easier for me to record. It's a spoof? Oh, it's funny? I might like that. And it's not on Hulu, it's on Netflix. So I'll have audio equipment with me. It's hilarious. Okay, that actually sounds up my alley. So is there any writer involved or any stars that I know that would be in it? Not for children though. That's not a problem. I don't watch things with kids anyway, and I don't mind adult humor. Not for I haven't even seen Vikings, so I don't know what it would spoof. Should I? It's Norwegian, really? Huh. Is it subtitled? Maybe I'll watch an episode or two, and if it's funny, I can watch it with Jasmine. Okay. So it's a spoof off the Vikings. Jasmine, do you know the Viking show that you see pop up on Netflix every now and then?
I haven't watched it, but I was the ads for it.
There is a spoof of it called Norseman.
Is it on BBC?
I don't know, but it's on Netflix. It could be BBC, but it's on Netflix. There's an English version and a Norwegian version. Huh. Is Vikings a drama? I always thought it was just a historical.
It's acted. It's fiction.
Oh, okay.
Like Game of Thrones or something.
But probably with no magic? I don't know. Vikings is a drama. Okay. So when it's historical, is it accurate, or is it just of that time and the characters
like
are is it a period drama, like they're not real, like Downton Abbey? Those people don't exist, but it's still of that time.
Actors, it's not like not like professors telling you about stuff.
Right. It's not. Yeah, it's a drama versus a docudrama or a documentary. $124 people in the raffle.
Oh, wow.
Moobot has a lot to do. A period drama based on historical figures, but it is not accurate. Okay, that's fine. It's a bit romanced. Oh, that's good too, though. Because sometimes you have to add that, otherwise it's not going to have the spice. I mean, think about the Tudors. I mean, if you guys watch that, they had to add quite a bit. Of course, Henry VIII's life was pretty wacky. But no, I love the Tudors.
Jonathan Rice movies is a lot more.
Vicious, bloody, cold-blooded drama. Sounds a bit like the Wall part of Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah. That's very cold.
It does. It's probably is horribly cold.
Oh good, my 1-inch brush is in here.
Moobot needs some lotion. I don't know about a cow needing lotion.
That's what the stuff like that you put on your hens that are for udders for cows.
Oh,
you know that the humans use it, but it was meant for cows.
That's utterly weird.
Yeah. Anyways, I wanted to make sure that I clean out my 1-inch brush, or is it a 0.75-inch brush? I don't know. It's the wide one. I pretty much only use it for gessoing, but I'm going to use it when I'm putting some more of the green here at the bottom because I want to start working on that a bit more. sound weird, but I'm going to turn my painting sideways while I work on this. Hopefully, can you see it on the screen, love?
I can, I think.
Okay. Can you see where my hand is? Like that?
I think so, yes.
Okay. So this is a brush. What is it actually called? I don't know. I've had this forever. It's a 3/4 inch wash brush. W-A-S-H. Which is accurate because I'm going to do a wash. Like if you're doing ink work and you're like mixing it with water, I'm kind of doing that but with acrylic paints. Some people might use the term glaze, which I think is mostly for oil paints or if you're using glazing medium, but I'm just doing it with water here. Water I just got in my lovely bathroom. So I'm going to get a bunch of water. I'm going to put it at the bottom of my palette here. I like to put a bunch of water kind of down here in the corner underneath where my sponge is, and that will kind of keep that wet. So if I need to make it more moist, I don't have to reach all the way over to my water thing there. But I'm going to start getting some greeny greens. And I tend to make my own greens, but when I want a really artificial looking green, I'll use anything that has the phthalo, P-H-T-H-A-L-O, phthalo. This is a turquoise of it. There's also a phthalo green. I've got phthalo blues and phthalo green yellows, and I got all of them, but usually I pretty much, if I want something super fake green, believe it or not, I'll get the turquoise one, and I'll mix it with some yellow. I'll use my Hempsa medium yellow that I use a lot. And I will be trying to make like a green stripe down here. And I might kind of wrap it around a little bit, like around the bottom part of her dress, as if she's taking up some more three-dimensional space here. But for the most part, I'm going to be focusing on like, what is that, about 2 inches strip down here. So that will be where the reflection in Absinthe Reflection comes from. So, and I want it to match kind of the sky that's over here. That seems sort of green.
Haley says phthalo is her favorite word since Bob Ross videos.
It's, see, that is very much what I grew up watching. So those are words that make me cozy and happy to hear.
And Frosty's writing an assignment paper at the same time as watching this. It's helping them concentrate.
Oh, okay. Hey, that's fun. What sort of assignment? Like CIA or what?
No idea.
Oh, they can't tell us.
That Nintendo guy hasn't watched Lord of the Rings in ages. If I ever get some free time, I'd like to, this week I'll watch them.
Oh, were you talking about
definitely.
this when I was there?
Maybe.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
I love Lord of the Rings, the movies. Those are great.
They are very well done. Those were some of the first audiobooks I had. I had the cassette tapes that were the dramatized ones that had like every character had a different voice. They were a BBC project that I think was done for radio originally. And they had different actors, and they'd sometimes do sound effects, which is kind of funny because it would always kind of throw you off because you kind of forgot it was supposed to have sound effects, and all of a sudden they'd be like, the door closed, and the door would close. I kind of like that. And it was the closest thing we had then. We had those, and we had the Bakshi films, as far as movies of Lord of the Rings went before the animated ones.
Yes. I know those are.
I like those. I know not everybody likes them. I like the Bakshis. I like the newer ones too. Yeah,
and the Lord
great.
of the Rings, it's great.
They did some weird stuff with rotoscoping.
They did a lot of
they kind of, I don't know if they invented rotoscoping, but they certainly used a lot of rotoscoping. That's when, it's kind of what people do almost with like, almost like what they did with Gollum, like in the newer ones, where you capture human movement sort of and use that in lieu of animation, but it's actually real people moving around. But yeah, they did a lot of silhouetted rotoscoping, especially in the battle scenes and stuff in those, which is kind of neat.
And also the other fantastic Bakshi movies, Wizards.
Oh, Fire and Ice, Wizards, yeah. Those are
also, not that anyone else in this room or you have seen it. Oh. Hey, Good Looking. I enjoyed that.
What was it?
It's called Hey, Good Looking.
Hey, Good Looking. I don't know. I've seen Fritz the Cat. Sorry.
That would be.
No. I don't think he did. I was just thinking of that time period.
That was based off of Crumb, but
that was our Crumb. He did not like the. He did not care for the finished version. He's a man of strange, questionable taste. I'm a big R. Crumb fan, but this is for all ages here. So, but yeah, the documentary is
if you're
very well
grown
done.
up, I would recommend Crumb if you're interested in art.
Were we talking about him last time? Because we were talking about when we were in Germany and they had the comic festival, and it was the guy who does all the Donald Duck.
I don't know if we were on Twitch or we were just.
It was on Twitch. This was about 2 episodes ago. Because we were talking about how Donald Duck is a popular comic in Germany.
He is.
And it's like they have comic books of Donald Duck even now. It's weird. And then the guy was citing those, and then like R. Crumb was there. It's like who is this for? This is a weird. And it was in the basement in Munich.
Yes.
I wasn't there for work. I was just there for. Well, I was in Europe for fun. We just happened to walk by, and it's like R. Crumb and the Donald Duck artist is here. That's very strange.
But yes, the movie, it's simply called Crumb with an exclamation point, I think.
Yeah.
And that's a good documentary. I would recommend that. I think it was probably made in the early 90s.
I don't know. I remember seeing it New Year's, that time when Sonia talked to you on the phone a long time ago.
I'll find it on IMDb. Yeah. Put a link up there. But I would not recommend it for children.
No, it's no. And nothing with his name attached to it. Don't show it to your children. But
94.
94. Okay.
Yes.
That sounds about right.
But he's a strange man.
It's interesting. It also shows a lot of like how people work in their studios and how they might interact with their spouses or how they live with their families
also,
or
that
their pets.
Giger movie's fantastic. What's that Giger movie called?
Which one?
The last Giger movie that he was in.
Oh yes, the one that was
See if I can figure it out.
Posthumously. That's a good one. I always think of that movie when it shows like his stairs. Well, which is sad because he kind of fell down the stairs, and that's kind of what contributed to his passing away. But and it shows like all his weird like filing cabinets and stuff, and he's got his assistant who's like, I don't know, some book wants to have your 1970s sketch from something or ever, and they're like,
is it
like
it's
moving
Dark
all the
Star.
shoes out of the way?
Dark Star.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not Black Star, not David Bowie one.
Dark Star, H.R. Giger's World.
Okay. I wanted to call it Dark Star, but then I was like, no, it's Black Star. No, that's David Bowie. No, the other one is Grateful Dead.
Please watch this one. This one actually, if you guys want to understand.
It shows the reality of it.
It's really like being an artist.
Yeah. And he's a very, if you don't know his work, you know his work.
Has anyone seen Velvet Buzz on Netflix?
Oh my gosh.
I think it's about
Yes. Is somebody asking that, or are you asking the group?
Layla is asking it.
Okay.
And we actually watched
it after Twitch.
We watched it after Twitch last week.
Last week.
So it's been a full week since we've seen it.
And we saw Velvet Buzzsaw. I can say some very good things about it, and I can say some not good things about it, and I can say some mediocre things about it.
If I could rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, I would give it a 4.
There are things I would totally give it a 10 for, but that's me. But there are things I would probably give it a 1 for, but that's also me. So I am not I like the fact that anything that is promoted that heavily, and it's talking about figurative or representational kind of like creepy sort of dark art stuff, that is a good example of people saying, hey, that's a thing, instead of just being abstract sort of.
The movie is now it's changed. It was once a thriller.
It was listed under thriller. Now it's listed under comedy.
Now it's under parody and comedy. Yeah. I think because it's so.
It is meant to be a satire, obviously. The characters in it are meant to be satirical. But it is kind of interesting. As a painter, it's kind of... Well, yes. The thing is, the main person who made the artist is dead and apparently insane and kind of murdering people from beyond the grave, which is not insulting, but it's a thing that you would kind of project if you're like, oh, that's going to be the hook. Okay, if you get past that. And then it's got the whole, hey, let's make fun of Hollywood people and people being very pretentious and whatever. And that's a given. And they're not.
I will say this: it's not truly how the LA world of art works.
Not in my experience. To be fair, there are a couple. I won't name names, but there are a few people I know that could almost fit into that category.
I know one person specifically.
I can think of a couple people. Actually, I can think of some people on the other coast too, on the New York side, that might fit in that. But, and so that's
we're not of them. We're more of that Giger thing I just posted.
Yeah, but that was almost.
Please watch that one and.
No. This is I'm not. Velvet Buzzsaw is a satirical horror movie. It is not a documentary. It is not about a real artist. And I did like the part though, like how when they have the guy transporting the art and he's like in a pickup truck and just kind of dropping stuff up, and it's these things that cost like millions of dollars. It's like, that kind of is how it works. It's people like me and my brother-in-law or something dropping things off in a U-Haul. That is kind of how stuff works, even if it looks fancy on the outside.
That's true.
It's kind of But no, it's worth a giggle. It's got some very good actors in
yes,
it.
Velvet Buzzsaw. I think that artists
will get a kick out of it.
So far, what I've heard, the artists, they think it's
that's pretty.
They get a kick out of it.
Yeah.
But they're usually not. They're like, it's a joke.
Well, I'm just happy to see anything that is art related that is the first thing showing up on Netflix. Certainly. And it's like, oh, and it's there. It's filmed there in it's actually pretty close to where the Corey Helfer Gallery is. So it is areas that we do shows at and stuff.
I recognized it right away.
And it showed Art Basel like in Miami here in Florida. It showed that right at the beginning. I'm like, oh wow, look, there's the convention center, and it's like, oh, there's Los Angeles. It's right over by the not a couple blocks off Skid Row, like the Downtown Arts District, and it shows places, and I'm like, oh, that's neat. I think they should have probably spent more time showing some of the outdoor areas, that taking advantage of the fact they're in Los Angeles. Like, they show bits of like the canyons outside Malibu, and I don't know how these people buy these houses, because those houses cost like $30 million or something. I don't know who is an art critic who can make a living writing one article a month and they buy this $20 million house, but maybe they do. If so, put my name in, guys. But I
that one Malibu home that the art dealer has.
Yes, yeah, that's pretty great. I mean, it's worth it for the real estate alone, but it was it's only a couple hours long. It's got Toni Collette in it. It's got Renee Russo, Jake Gyllenhaal. It's got several good actors in it. It's got a name that sounds like something I'd like.
Polar.
I have not seen that, but that's another one that Netflix keeps throwing adverts at me for.
But mostly, Velvet Buzzsaw.
And even though we watched it on Netflix, again, it was after Twitch last time we met.
Before Velvet Buzzsaw was Bird Box.
Yeah, and I didn't
Bird Box straight to Velvet Buzzsaw.
Yeah, but I'm just. It's nice to see something that has representational dark art in anything that is being thrown in everybody's face, instead of like weird concept art that is just very, I don't know, that doesn't have any sort of craftsmanship. Even I think it has been addressed by probably artists who work in my field, that they should have maybe had an actual artist do the artwork that is supposed to be the dead guy's artwork in it. That could have been a job for somebody. That would have been really nice, but they just kind of scrapped that together and printed it out, and whatever charisma those pieces had in real life did not carry over so much in the film. But of course an artist is going to say that, so. But quite a few people have tagged me in that. They're like, look, Jasmine, it's a gallery. It's in Los Angeles.
Yes.
I'm kind of curious what people who actually work in that industry.
A great movie that happens in LA that I would recommend to anyone is La La Land.
Oh, it's got lots of singing too. Yeah. It has a good representation of Los Angeles traffic. And it won prizes too, didn't it? Get an Oscar?
It won all sorts of prizes.
We took our
it was off the charts.
and niece to see La La Land when it came
out. Yes, I did start watching Bird Box, but I abandoned it.
I haven't seen that one.
I watched it for about
25
minutes or so. I knew where it was going, and I just left.
I appreciate it. And I say, is this good or not? And I wait for somebody to say, oh yeah,
it's amazing. La La Land's phenomenal. With or without the music, it's amazing.
It's got good acting in it too.
No, very well done.
Okay, so I'm taking the same color I was using when I made the big green stripe at the bottom, and I'm making kind of shadows, which is kind of interesting because I'm painting the three-dimensional bits like under her hand and like in the kind of rococo sort of woodwork on the table. I'm doing that in the reflection before I'm doing it in the real life bit above the water. So it's kind of an odd way to go about it, but this way I can do it softer. And the things I like let's say I do this, I'm like, oh, that curl of that is where the light bit, like the highlight, I really like that. I can really kind of extravagantly make it show up more on the above water bit. And if there's parts I don't like, I just won't reflect that in the upper bit. So it's almost like doing a test drive or a sketch or something, because I'm doing the reflection of it. And it doesn't matter if it's wiggly or not exact because it's in water. If you look at yourself like in a swimming pool or in a creek or something like that, it's not going to look perfect. Is that the?
Yes, it is.
Oh, which
I didn't want to interrupt
prize is it?
Ooh, it is. The second prize is Cinderella.
Oh, go Cinderella.
Happy Go Lucky 1212.
Happy Go Lucky 1212 midnight. Okay. There she is. There's Cinderella. And I will autograph her. I'll probably do it in gold.
Appropriate, isn't it?
Yeah. It's called Cinderella Leaving the Ball, and she's left her shoe. So, Cinderella, man.
Cinderella DeVille. Well, hey, that doesn't work.
No, but they both start with C and end with Ella.
Creepy.
Ah. In the grand scheme of things. I'm gonna put a little bit under. Oh, I should have gotten our absinthe spoon out. I was gonna show people. Because it's the one that I've used in here. It's an actual spoon that we have. We were talking last episode or the one before that about how I use stuff like sitting around in my kitchen to put into my paintings. Or Mandy, you remember my chalice? How it tried to get you the other day?
It did. It hopped out at me.
The chalice, if you know my Oakenmead painting, the one, and it's in a lot of my paintings, it's like the little kind of golden chalice. It's some sort of weird antique my dad gave me for my birthday many, many years ago, or Christmas. And Matt opened the cabinet door the other day, and it like leapt out at him. And I did not like put it on a string or anything. It just did it by itself. It looked very humorous, but I think it startled him. Which is funny because that was an illustration for a story you wrote, man.
Twas. Yeah,
I'm making this hand's looking too big. I'm gonna make her hand down here a little bit smaller.
Da, 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 da. That girl is a catchy song, though.
No evil thing. Like in the movie of 101 Dalmatians, he's a musician, Roger is. But in the book, he's a financier. Like he's like a British, sort of city square mile, sort of Wall Street sort of guy for London. And in the end, he like somehow fiddles the government's taxes and gets a bunch of money, and they end up buying Cruella's house and moving all the puppies into it.
Why would the puppies want to be near there?
I don't know.
What's Cruella's demise like?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I confused the book with the film a lot because I read the book. Geez, I would have been little when I read it. I don't remember, but she loses her house, obviously, and they end up buying the house, Roger and his lady friend, and all the puppies, because they have some of the puppies, and then they've got extra puppies, and even more puppies, and Perdita's puppies, and Perdita is not the same. She and Pongo aren't married. She's like the extra lady doggy on the side in the book, and it's a lot more complicated. And that's why there's 101 puppies. I mean, that's a lot of puppies. When I think in the film, Perdita is the same dog as the one who has the main amount of puppies, and that is Pongo's wife or whatever. And I think she has like 15 puppies, and then there's all these extra puppies that Cruella was trying to get. So
Jasmine, the first person that won, Vaznan, was out when they won.
Oh, and they just found out that they won.
Can you tell me who won? I was like, you did.
You did.
I'm like, are you joking? I'm like, no,
Yay,
you won. And then I sent them the instructions again. So no, you really won.
You really won.
I promise.
You did.
I wouldn't put that in the room if you didn't.
Oh no, we're not the sort of people that joke about. That'd be rude.
That's not funny. And then if you emailed me, I'd have to go to Disney, buy another Cruella postcard.
And buy another Cruella postcard. Yeah, we don't get these for free. I have to buy these from Disney.
I promise.
So we get them from Disney World. They are official Disney World merchandise. So.
I have to buy them specifically from Epcot.
Yeah, you can only get them at Epcot now.
Oh, you're very, very welcome. So just follow those instructions above.
Congratulations. Just email us. Let us know your address.
And have Jasmine write her John Hancock on that.
I will
or
write
Jasmine Hancock or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's what my name is. Yes.
Jasmine Becket Hancock.
Yes, I might as well. Close enough.
Sure. What's it?
Ooh, this actually, I'm covering her hand a bit, but it's reminding me. I would like to do another. I know I talk about reflected light sources a lot, but I would like to do another reflected light source, but coming from the water itself. So we've got one from the background, coming from the sky. We're gonna have this thing here glowing kind of green, and then the water or the absinthe or whatever this magic green swampy is gonna reflect up. So like the lower part of her arm wouldn't be hit by the background, it wouldn't be hit from that. But since you've got water in front of you and that acts almost like a mirror or like a piece of glass or like a flashlight almost, the upper bits of this are going to be reflected where it would not be if it were on the lower bit, if that makes sense. So I don't want to forget that. Those are the sort of things when I'm painting and I say I'm doing some sort of shorthand notice to myself to say, hey Jasmine, remember when you were painting that green bit and you thought it'd be really cool if it was like reflecting up? That's why I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to take some pure white and some pure yellow, and it might look cartoonish or comic booky at first, like it's overly exaggerated. That's because I'm going to do a bunch of layers of it.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
We're starting a new subject in the room. What is your dream vacation?
Dream vacation.
We've been to so many places, but what's a place that we haven't been to that you really want to? I can think of a place that I've mentioned several times.
I've tried to go to Italy, man, but
no, go ahead about the Italy first. We'll talk about
I've tried to go to Italy. I was supposed to be a convention there in Italy.
Okay, this is a sad story.
This is a sad story. I'll make it short, but
this is sad.
I was supposed to go to a convention in Italy. It was for a book with Molly, who's a lady who makes like these cakes and things, and she did this book called Jasmine and Molly, and she does cakes that look like my artwork, like fancy cakes, like made out of. It's that frosting that looks like Play-Doh. There's probably a better word for it. Anyway, she made a whole book about it. I was supposed to go out there, and we were visiting our Kansas City house because I think we were there for Spectrum Fantastic Art. We were in our Kansas City studio in the middle of the country, and there was some sort of weather issue. I don't know if they thought there was going to be a tornado. It looked fine outside. It was not even raining. And they're like, no, sorry, we've got to cancel your flight. And we're like, no, it was Friday. We're there for Saturday and Sunday in Italy to be there for the convention to autograph things. And they're like, no, but we can get you in on Tuesday. And I don't like to be the person who yells at the people at the airport, but I was trying to explain to them, I can't show up on Tuesday for a convention that starts on Saturday. And I tried to tell the people in Italy, hey, they said I can't come there till Tuesday. They're like, well, why can't you get the next flight? I'm like, you don't understand. Kansas City Airport is not like New York or even Orlando or certainly not like Milan or something. They don't have international flights. Or
so sad.
There weren't even flights to Chicago that you could transfer. The cars were all rented up. All of the car rentals. It's like we could have maybe borrowed a car and driven to Nashville and then flown to Chicago, but we couldn't have made it there by the time the show started. And then I felt really bad, and I never heard back from them, and I don't know if they thought I was lying, because they're like, oh, the weather's fine, but they and the people in front of us were there for a cruise. Remember, it was an older couple who it was like their retirement cruise, and it was going to be a Mediterranean cruise. I felt more bad for them because they had planned that for like 5 years, and they couldn't go. So not every airport is created equally, and that was a sad story because I had already picked out like restaurants I wanted to go to, and I wanted to go to the museums there, and I have still not been to Italy, even though I have tried. But which place were you gonna say, my love?
The Amazon.
Oh, yes, the pink dolphin.
I like nature-y ones a lot.
I do too. That's one of my favorite things we've done, probably because it wasn't a work vacation, even though obviously I like my work, but when I am on vacation,
Costa Rica?
It's fun. Costa Rica was awesome, and I love Costa Rica, and I like the country there, and everybody is really nice. It's really easy to get around and talk to people there, and everybody's really laid back and groovy, but the Amazon River, it floods once a year. And basically parts of the rainforest, the river floods through, and the water, this is not in Costa Rica, this would be in Brazil, mostly, isn't it? Or Ecuador is where it would start at. But in National Geographic does these special tours that you can go to, and you go with like the people who are filming things, and like some of their biologists and things go on it with you, and they take out, they have a river cruise ship that only holds like 8 people or something. It's not big, it's bigger than that, but it's not that big. And they have the pink dolphins that live in the Amazon, and they go around through the trees, which is what makes me think of this, actually, because it's something that's supposed to be inside, but it's underwater. Makes me think of, like, Ponyo, like the Miyazaki movie. It's like, it's stuff that's not usually underwater, but it's underwater. And I always think that is aesthetically very lovely. But they have a tour that National Geographic will take you on, but they only do it like 1 week out of the year, and you have to go on their boat, and they will take you to go see the pink dolphins in the Amazon when the river is flooded through the trees. So it's like everything is usually above ground, but it's underwater, and there are pink dolphins there, and that just sounds pretty awesome. So yeah, Maddie, I'd like to take you there. What is it, like $98,000 a person or something?
Hawaii's good. People have all sorts of things. Let me read some of these.
Oh, please do, because
it's crazy.
Often when I do go on trips, I really like it's because somebody else has recommended it to me. So I like to hear what other people say.
All right,
read them out loud, love.
Ireland, Scotland.
Oh, there
Bali,
you go.
Israel, New Zealand, Bora Bora. I noticed there's a lot of islands.
Bora Bora. Yeah, I was gonna say a lot.
Maldives.
The Maldives. That's
Roswell for the alien convention. That'd be
there you go.
Australia, Disney World. They said, oh yeah, I go twice a year.
I go there on the way to the grocery
London,
store.
then driving to Jasmine show.
Ooh, that
Guadalupe.
Was that Maddie? Yeah.
No, that's what I do.
Oh, okay, yeah.
A road trip around the U.S. That is fantastic. If anyone can do that.
That's a good point.
The U.S. we have a lot of great stuff.
Even when we were kids and we grew up, my family grew up really poor, but we'd like save $200 that year and buy gas and just go to the different national parks and eat trail mix and
sandwiches and just enjoy.
It was gas money, and my sisters and I would chunk in our $20 for the year, and we would go drive around, see the national parks, and that was lovely. I liked it a lot.
Some more suggestions: Vegas and Disney World.
London. Oh, yeah. London's hard to beat. I love London.
Disney parks around the world. Disney parks.
Oh, well, you can go to Epcot and go to all
Amazon and travel up the riverboat. They want to do that until they watch Anaconda.
Oh!
Canada. I mentioned Showbiz Pizza. Is that all I could do? Because Gabriel gets to go to London for his birthday, and I said all I got to do when I was little was go to Showbiz Pizza.
See, I did not go to Showbiz Pizza. My sisters went to a party that was somebody at school, and I was not invited, so I sat with my dad in the parking lot while my sisters went to the pizza.
So explain in a nutshell what Showbiz Pizza or Chuck E. Cheese is.
Maybe that was Chuck E. Cheese. I'm sorry.
They're very similar. It could have been either, sweetie.
It's like they bring you pizza and you play video games and they have little rides. And
they have
inside.
characters that are kind of like a crappy Mickey Mouse.
I don't know because I haven't been.
And kind of like a crappy. You went to Sarah's Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, that's true. They didn't have characters there though.
They did.
Oh, did they? Oh, yeah, they did. I'm sorry. Yeah,
back to Missouri and for St. Louis for a Cardinal game. I've been to Cardinals games. I had Cardinals.
Yeah, Matt lived in St. Louis for a while.
Hawaii. Who wouldn't want to go there?
Where?
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, North Iceland, New Orleans, or Florida, or Venice.
New Orleans is lovely.
Orleans is amazing.
New Orleans is kind of like Venice and kind of like Florida.
It's amazing. Multnomah Falls.
Ooh, that sounds pretty. I don't know where that is.
I don't know where that is. I should look that up. Thailand. Ooh, and help take care of the elephants. That's so sweet.
Oh, that's a nice thing to do. Yeah.
And Disney again. Egypt with a cruise up the Nile. Who wouldn't want
that? River cruise. That would be nice.
Yes, the ball pit, the nasty ball pit, and Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay, yeah. I just remember my sisters going to the party at the Chuck E. Cheese and me waiting with my dad in the parking lot while they were at the party.
Why did you have to wait? Wales.
I wasn't invited.
I still haven't been to Wales.
Oh, there you go. That's not far from places we go to. Hell, when we're in Central, we're not too far from there.
Multnomah Falls. God, that's hard to pronounce. Multnomah Falls. Multnomah. Multnomah.
Multnomah?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Is
it in Hawaii or where is it?
Between the T and the end.
Is it Polynesian? What is it?
No, it's by Portland.
Oh, like up in the Pacific Northwest.
Yes, Jasmine and I are very big fans of the TV show Portlandia.
Oh,
in Ireland. Who doesn't want to go to Ireland? Puffin Island.
We were just talking about Ireland.
Is there really a place called Puffin Island? I'll go to Puffin Island.
Oh, that sounds promising. Do they have?
It's just a bunch of smokers.
Oh, it's a vape store.
It's a vape store. Oh my God, that'd be a fun name for a vape store. Puffin Island. I'm originally from Missouri. I kind of miss it, but Florida's great too.
I'm
originally from Missouri too, Frosty.
Yeah, I grew up in Missouri my whole life.
I grew up in.
People will say Kansas because Kansas City is actually in Missouri, but yeah.
The dream of the '90s is alive in Portland. It's where young people go to retire.
Exactly. Hey, I've got a lot of friends in Portland. But
it's full of puffins.
People, there really is
Alaska cruise out of Seattle. That sounds sweet.
We took our niece and nephew, my sister and her husband, on a cruise that left out of Los Angeles, and it went up to Victoria and Vancouver up through British Columbia, and
that's my experience with
gorgeous.
Canada. In Canada, the place I've been
and we saw whales, and we saw harbor seals, and a lot of
Sleep till 11, you'll be in heaven.
Mammals. What's
Katie
that?
Tully, who are you? You're funny.
What's that?
Katie Tully said, sleep till 11, you'll be in heaven. You know what's sad, Katie Tully? I watched that episode this morning. Yes.
There you go.
I was up about 5 a.m. I was watching Portlandia.
Wow.
Isn't that funky?
I was probably redoing my dressings on my horrible burnt hand. Hopefully nobody can tell.
All the hot girls have glasses.
There you go.
Not far from where I live, it's an island with puffins and seals, but mainly
really
rats.
Oh, see, I would like that. I like
three.
a lot of the cold weather animals that you see in oceans. Like, I've obviously penguins and whales and stuff like that. I really like seeing them in real life because they always strike me as something that you hardly ever see represented properly in zoos, and it's neat to see them in their own environment. Not that it's cold, but that was one of my favorite things I did in South Africa. I was seeing wild penguins places. I'm like, oh gosh, look at these penguins. And they're just hopping around, like getting under people's cars and stuff when you're buying ice cream and just all over the place.
No, Florida is great to visit. Florida is top.
Florida
has, we have good nature. We have
very good nature.
We have beautiful beaches.
We have good weather. We have beautiful beaches.
I don't know if I've ever been, I go around a lot. I'm not sure if I've seen better beaches than Florida, sweetie.
Florida has good beaches. We're very flat, so we don't have the things like you'd see like in Thailand or Vietnam.
That's
where you got,
true.
Like, big
I don't see the rocky things
stuff.
like in California.
Yeah, you don't have like the Pacific
looking for on a beach.
And then through California,
if you want to run around like an idiot and roll around in the sand.
But Florida's like a giant swimming pool. Yeah,
and you can also swim.
Even in Los Angeles or San Diego, if you go out, it's like it might be kind of cold in that weather. You might want a wetsuit. But Florida is like going into a hot tub, and that's kind of nice.
Yeah, I'd love to go on a super cold, crazy cruise because what I do, I put Jasmine in a little coat and me in a little coat, and then we'd have some hot chocolate, and maybe put a little whiskey in the hot chocolate.
Oh, that sounds
That'd be fun.
That does sound fun.
You look so cute in a little parka.
Aw. It doesn't come up much, but yeah.
No, last time I was in one, it was when we did ice here at the Gaylord Palms.
Yes, yeah. So the Gaylord Palms here in Florida, that's another convention.
They had ice slides.
They have, they come and build stuff out of ice, and they
give you don't we have an ice bar here in Orlando?
Yeah, there's an ice bar for some reason.
Year round?
I don't know. They do that one too at Winter Wonderland in London, right? But it's literally half a block from our house in London. It's Winter Wonderland. They do that vodka ice bar where they give you glasses like made out of ice.
Where you get
and they make you wear like a big fuzzy coat and stuff.
Most of the people drink vodka, I think, because is it kind of a Russian thing?
Yeah. It's like a very, very northern, eastern sort of European thing. Like it's cold out, and I think that's the only way you can drink that stuff is if it's really cold. That's the only way I can drink that.
Drink bigger guys under the table like Karen Allen did in Indiana Jones.
Actually, I'm not bad at doing that, but I'm not a big person either.
Well, neither was Karen Allen.
No, exactly.
She's not known for it.
Nope.
She hasn't been in anything for that I've seen for a long time.
Well, she hadn't been in a lot before. She was in the more recent Indiana Jones one.
I've seen it. Indiana Jones, and then she was in the latest Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I think she kind of came out of retirement to do that Indiana Jones.
Okay.
And that's kind of like, oh wow, she's doing it because I don't think she works as an actress full time. So that's kind of funny that she's in that. She looked great. Didn't look that much different.
No, not at all.
Okay, so I'll show you a close-up in 1 second what I'm doing now, and then it will probably make more sense.
So somebody, the Whisperer sent me the ending of...
is it a spoiler? What is it?
Yeah, it is a spoiler, but I didn't mind.
It's a spoiler.
It's a spoiler of Bird Box, and it's very close to what I thought would happen.
Okay, well, don't tell me what I'm not necessarily gonna watch it, but don't tell me the ending, Maddie, before it's something I've even seen. I don't like spoilers. I mean, I don't even give spoilers for movies that came out like in 1977 and stuff. I mean, I just don't want to.
Like Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, that'd be a good example.
Yeah.
Or Star Wars, or anything. Okay, I don't know if you can tell here. I'll try to show this a bit more. Sorry, it's hard because when I put this up, the camera kind of blocks it out. But I am starting to put a very light green on the things that are kind of going to be highlighted in the water. Also, too, you can tell it doesn't look like a big strip of I don't know, fruit roll-ups that I put on the bottom. It's starting to look more hazy, more watery, and it's kind of going around her as if she's more three-dimensional. And you can see, on her hand and on the reflection of her actual hand with the little, it looks like a little knife or a spade, but that's really what an absinthe spoon looks like. I've kind of taken some of the reflected light from the green and put that up on her fingers and put that on the side of the absinthe spoon as well. I've also, I don't want to knock over my camera, but on the lower part of her hand and her arm, her forearm there, it was kind of darker to begin with. It was kind of that grayish brown there. I put a little kicker of a highlight that's like bright green going around the lower part of her fingers and that part of her hand, because basically the light that's coming from behind her, if you were standing in front of some water, it would kind of reflect up onto that hand there and onto that part of her arm. So it's like if you had a light underneath you, how that part of your arm would be kind of lit up more. And that's starting to make this a much more exciting painting dynamically. We're going to look at it, you're like, oh, all of a sudden it has a sort of degree of realism that you wouldn't see if it was a more two-dimensional sort of comic book style painting. Now it's starting to look almost like it's a realistic portrait, and that's kind of what I'm going for this. I'll use the stylistic proportions that you would see in a cartoon or an animation cell or a comic book, because they've got big eyes and expressive hands and stuff like that, but the colors are very saturated, etc. But the lights are going to interplay in a way that lights do in real life. So that kind of tricks part of your brain into thinking, oh, that looks so real. How'd you do that? Oh, that looks so real. How'd you do that? Because I'm treating light and color the way it works in real life, but the proportions and the characters and the expressions are something that would be very stylized, which is what I do with a lot of my paintings, really. And that kind of makes a neat kind of interplay. That's at least fun for me to do. So hopefully it's kind of fun to watch or you learn something. I'm going to take a wider brush, not my big 3/4 inch brush. I need to stop calling that an inch wide brush because apparently it's 0.75 inches. I'm going to use this number for, oh, I know, false advertising, man, bait and switch. But I'm going to use this number, I'm going to use this number 4 round. Oh, see, this brush is already doing that. I was talking about this last time. Look at that.
What happened, sweetie?
Oh, the ones that are wood instead of the soft grip. I was complaining last time. See, I put that in water the first time ever. Look at that.
Jasmine, have you thought about
handle.
Before you use them, maybe coat them with that nail polish?
They already are. They're already enameled on the outside. Okay. It doesn't matter anything. They're already varnished. They've got like this kind of prismatic blue shiny thing, and it doesn't matter. You put it in water overnight one day, which is going to happen because I might paint for 10 hours straight, maybe 20 hours, maybe 40 hours, and it's going to be there in my horrible paint water cup, and the paint's all going to come off. I just wish it didn't say anything. Why didn't they just leave it plain black? Because I don't want, okay, yeah, look at that. Horrible. Like taking off a horrible press-on nail or something. Now it's just like a big, horrible paint chip. But as a kid, I would have eaten it, and it would have had lead in it, and I would have gotten lead poisoning. I'd be crazy now. So I've got this round number 4. You can't read it because it came off, and this is brand new. Again, it's vegetarian friendly though, so at least they didn't like murder a squirrel or whatever people do. And I want to start building some shadows into her body here. Right now she looks like a big kind of smudgy pyramid. You're like, what is she even? Where's her arm? I can kind of see a lot of elaborate details I drew when I was looking at this lovely painting. Yeah, and you're like, oh, look, she's pretty. She's got a little fancy dress, but she kind of has a cape on her, and I made her facing the other way because I wanted her to kind of look like my original absinthe painting, so I kind of made her facing the other way. Again, this is an earlier painting of mine. I don't think, do we even have prints of this one anymore? Like, I know the canvases sold out probably 20 years ago, but I don't even think she's on my website, but her name was Absinthe Afternoon, and she was one of the paintings I did 2002, so 19 years ago. Jeez. Anyway, so I am looking at that, but I want her to have more of the proportions that one of my characters would do. I don't want her to have the weird sort of 1700 thing where they put a tiny little head on top of a massive crazy dress. I'm more of like having a big old head and a tiny little dress, but I want her to have a little a big old head, like Papa Dan. Oh wait, he's not watching this. I'm going to take some colors. Since I'm going to be working on shadows, and since there's a lot of green around here, I want my shadows to kind of be the complementary color of what the green is. So if you think of green, the opposite of that, green is blue and yellow mixed together, so the opposite is going to be red. Since that's kind of a really light kind of yellowy green, I'm wanting a dark bluish red, so like almost purple. So if I get some Doxazine purple, wow, I've got green all over me. Put some Doxazine purple and also some Payne's gray. which I know it's called gray. I don't even ever think of it as being gray. It looks black in the bottle, but it is totally just like navy blue, and I treat it like navy blue. So if I mix that with some of the Van Dyke Brown, this is when I feel like Bob Ross. Got some Van Dyke Brown. I had some on there, but it's pretty much dried up. I gotta use my pocket knife. Here's my art knife. It says art on it.
Ooh.
We probably have we talked about art here before?
Oh, we haven't. So
okay, that's what I used to get the little thingies out of the top. Okay.
We go to a.
I guess it says it on there. It's in Illinois.
There's a campground.
There's a campground at the KOA
that we like
in Illinois where my family has a thing every year.
Oh, you're showing the address.
I don't think I saw it. Don't come bother me when I'm camping with all my nieces. Jesus Christ, guys! I'll sign your stuff at Disney World. Do it there.
Yes.
Anyway, it's a KOA, and they have little things there. Like these are like Swiss Army knives, right?
They didn't have Jasmine.
And they have your name on them. But they didn't have Jasmine because they didn't have any girls' names.
I'm gonna get you one, Jasmine.
They had no girls' names at all. They didn't even have like Jane. And there was one called Art because apparently
Art for Arthur.
Apparently there are more little boys named Art than there are women ever named anything. And Matt got me one that said Art, and that is my art, and I use it for art. In fact, I've had to get two because I thought I lost one because I tried to take it on the airplane, and then I accidentally tried to take it on the monorail. So I keep bringing art where art's not supposed to be. I'm very rebellious artist. Yeah.
Jasmine doesn't know how wine works.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so that is art, and I use that to open these. I love golden fluid acrylics.
These are art tips that you can take with you for life.
Yes. I spread the good news.
Go to a campground.
But
buy a strange corkscrew and open your paints with it.
Yes. But these
tips
I love these paints, but I hate the bottles they come in because when the acrylic paints get in there, it turns into a piece of plastic. It's like a solid piece of Play-Doh that plugs it up. So I have a little corkscrew, and I go like that, and I just pull it out, and that works fine. Then I don't have to even worry if it's closed because it doesn't matter. These bottles are horrible, but the paints are awesome. Thank you, Golden Fluid Acrylics. But I'm going to take some of that Payne's Gray, some of that Van Dyke Brown, and some of that Dioxazine Purple. So that will give me a color that is a shadow. Get some more water here too. That is kind of the opposite, the complementary color to what this light yellowy green is. Because it's, instead of being yellowish green, it's going to be kind of purplish, brownish
Speaking
red.
of shadows, Jasmine, what do you think about shadow people?
Shadow people. Ooh, that's one of my ones I like to hear when I listen to off-center sort of podcasts and talk
Coast
radio.
To Coast?
Yeah, like Coast to Coast AM. Hey,
does anyone
George Norrie, I love you.
Shadow people?
Yeah, shadow people are. That's something that a lot of people have reported. That's one of those sort of supernatural
Or black-eyed
things.
children.
Black-eyed children. I thought about doing a painting. You know, like oh, golly, is that Faces of Fairy
I want to meet black-eyed
14?
children.
The one who's got eyes that are all the way black. Remember I used to have contact lenses, Mandy, when I was a teenager?
Oh, I love Coast to Coast.
Yeah,
Katie Tully likes it too.
Yeah.
Katie Tully likes good stuff.
You like good stuff. I think she's one of our Patreon people, isn't she? Or maybe
I don't know. Are you one of our
It might just be a
Patreon
common
people,
name. But no, Coast to Coast, it's great. It's on like for 4 hours a day. I stay out of the politics of everything, but they have really fun guests on there.
This is George Norrie.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, he's great.
Yep, Katie Tully is a Patreon person.
Excellent.
But yes, Coast to Coast is great.
It's again, not talking politics, but they're fun stories, and they have authors on there, and they sometimes have artists on there. They have people who have really unusual jobs. They have you're gonna listen to really mind-altering sort of talk radio at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's a thing to listen to.
Oh, Art Bell. Yep,
Art Bell.
Years.
They still do Somewhere in Time with Art Bell, which is when they have the old episodes from the 80s and stuff.
I like listening to old predictions that.
Yes, nothing's better than listening to this is the New Year's prediction from 1986, and you're like, oh wow,
everyone
went nowhere.
What was it a few years ago? Yeah. 2012. Everyone was terrified of 2012.
Remember
that?
I do. It wasn't as big a thing that we thought when Y2K was a thing. Yeah, and then 2012, I kind of got where some people are coming from on that, but it didn't really turn out to be anything. And I think
the Alien in the Freezer episode. I don't know that one.
Which one?
The Alien in the Freezer.
Oh, see, I don't know all of them. Also, he has a TV show I haven't seen. Oh, Beyond Belief?
Probably.
I forget. He's always talking on his show, but... And he's sometimes in Missouri, too.
And
he's out of St. Louis
Ancient
sometimes.
Aliens.
Ancient Aliens is one that a lot of the people... And again, I don't necessarily hold stock in any of that, but I like listening to it. It makes my heart happy. I like hearing
Basically,
people's
the best
ideas,
thing that happened at Y2K was
Mike...
Prince's song 1999.
Oh, yes, and that was well in advance. He was very good at predicting. I think what happened with Y2K was our computer, didn't we have to restart the clock on it? And I think that was it.
We didn't have to do anything.
I thought we had to restart the clock on it.
Nope.
Because it said zero and I thought it was 18.
Nope.
Was it my computer?
I saw a shadow person while I was working during the day many years ago.
Oh,
very
wow.
strange experience. That's so cool, Frosty B.
Yeah,
I want to see shadow people.
A lot of people.
I want to see
I've never
black-eyed
seen one.
children.
Yes.
I want to see reptilians. I want to see...
It might all be the same thing. You can kind of look at that and extrapolate and start thinking, oh, this is kind of the whole sort of...
One of my other favorite programs is when people are...
like the Collins on that.
They channel
a
ghost or a spirit from the past.
Oh, and some of them are just goofy, and I like that too. I'll listen to any of that. I just think it's entertaining. And what's the radio for if it's not to entertain you?
That Nintendo guy turned the circuit breaker off at midnight on Y2K to scare their little brother.
Hey! It's like our power is gone. What do we want to do?
Jajoki Mom had a shadow person in their townhouse in L.A.
You
know, I've got the shadow person, Jasmine, and it follows me everywhere I go.
Is it Gamer?
I don't know, but it's...
You only see it in shining glass and it looks like
I don't see it directly at 12 o'clock noon. Or on pitch black.
Yeah. No, that's a shadow.
It's often behind me.
Different.
So,
is it really, really tall at the end of the day? And it's like, wow.
It's very, very tall. It's also incredibly attractive.
Oh, well, I can't
like
help
the shape
you with
of its
that
body.
Babe. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know that
that's just one amazing shadow person.
Don't know where this is going. But yeah, I've not seen a shadow. I've seen a lot of shadow cats.
Oh,
if I work for too long, let's say I am like on super deadline. I've stayed up for 48 hours straight painting.
My own dead
I walk up to go get a glass of water, and I see black kitty cats like running the corner of my eye. And we had our first kitty we had, Ezra, a little black kitty cat, and I swear I will see him run across the kitchen. I'll see him stand up on the couch.
When you're sleeping.
I know it is, and we have other kitties here, and they could be them. But obviously it means something that I'm like running on empty, and I'm like haven't eaten for a day, and I have been awake for 2 days, and stuff like that. I know it's not right, but
okay. So Kazumaka had one of those gnomes with red eyes when they were a kid, and they terrified her and her sister.
Yeah, no, like the little
garden gnome,
like the little sculptures.
I love them. I think they're cute. Kitten sees shadow cats.
Yeah,
that
shadow
makes sense,
cats are everywhere. Yeah.
The Joking Mom says, my daughter says she keeps seeing a ghost or a shadow cat in our house. Maybe so.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Or maybe she's sleep deprived.
Or small cats and
maybe sleep deprivation causes you to be able to see these things.
I think it is probably an affective sleep deprivation, and that would be my scientific mind talking about it. But then again, we do have the history of ghost dinosaurs in my family, which is very odd. Even
I don't know
Milo.
what to say about that.
Yeah, I grew up with dinosaur friends that were invisible, and I've tried to paint them a few times, but those prints never sell very good. But I like painting them.
Has anyone ever seen a mermaid?
And Milo saw the dinosaur friends too, and one bit him.
Oh, the child is sleep deprived.
See? There you go. I think children often are. I don't think sometimes children, they don't get to decide when they go to bed or when they wake up sometimes, so I think that kind of puts you on a weird schedule when you're a kid. I heard a cat. Is that Gammy or is that
it's a shadow cat.
Oh. When I went up to wash my hands, Sunshine was up on the bed. My bed upstairs. She was curled up.
Shayla says, "Oh my goodness, Jasmine, I see cats too. I think it's effective tiredness too.
I think
As I have similar routine, I also was once under a bridge near my house and heard a meow very clearly. Then up the path there was a poor kitty who had been hit by a car.
Oh,
that's sad.
See, that's all kitties.
Frosty V says, happened during the day. I looked outside towards the corner of the back of my house, and there was just a shadow person.
Ooh.
Almost like peeking around the corner, looking at me, and then it just moved out of sight.
See, that's spooky. It's always something that's like just on the edge. You can't hear it, but the wolves just started howling outside too. But it's something out of the corner of your eye.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's always in the peripheral.
It will always peripheral vision, never like straight on, like you could have a conversation or something. But cats especially.
Shadow dog.
Oh, a shadow dog. Well, that would probably make sense. They're shadow cats. There's a Robin Hitchcock song, Shadow Cat, and it's like all one word.
Shadow Cat is the nemesis of Battle Cat.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Yeah, I know Scramble Cat.
In He-Man. Yeah. I could be wrong. Okay, so no mermaids, but I've seen a shadow person, lived in a haunted house, and saw a UFO.
I saw a pterodactyl when I was a kid, and my father and my sister also saw it. I don't know if that gives me more or less credibility if you knew my father, so I don't know.
When I saw the ghost person, it was straight on for a few seconds. I was watching it walking through hoods of cars.
Oh, weird. Like it was moving through physical things. I like hearing from real people that are actual people who might have seen things. That is pretty much the only time I want to hear a ghost story, is something like that. Because that's nobody who has an agenda. They're just telling me something that actually happened to them.
Oh, Kaza says they were smoking something.
Well, there you go. that might skew things a bit. That and that's probably a lot like being really sleep deprived, I'm guessing. But yeah.
I'm gonna fetch myself a coffee.
Okay. Speaking of stimulants, no.
Yes. Continue talking about the lovely painting. So, are you defining the sleeves basically?
I
so
am.
We can see the arms?
Right now too. I'll show you the picture of Queen Marie here. Yeah, it's starting to look like a person. She doesn't look like a shadow person. Doesn't look like a ghost. But if you look at, okay, honey. We don't all need to know that, but that's fine. Yeah, you're just running away to use the toilet. Okay, if you look at her here, this picture of Queen Marie here, she's got kind of like a, I don't know what you'd call it. It's like a blanket. It's not a cape. Maybe it's a capelet. But she's got it, and hers is made out of, looks like minks or ermines, because it's got little black things. Those are supposed to be their tails. That's sad. I don't want to put that on mine. But she's got kind of like this built-in blanket, which would be really helpful if you're at Epcot and it's cold out. So I'm going to make that kind of as a little, not like a superhero cape, but I'm going to make her have one here that looks like it's a shawl, like you're at a cold restaurant or a theater or something, and you just want to have something to wrap yourself up in. Or Epcot, again, like Epcot, yeah. You can buy them something akin to that over at the UK Pavilion Epcot, and they were very nice. They were just quite pricey. It was a time when it was the one in the Scottish area, the UK Pavilion Epcot, and yeah, it was very nice. If I was gonna need it for more than an hour and a half, maybe I would have bought it, but yeah. Anyways, I'm going to start delineating the area where her arm and her shoulder is, as opposed to that sort of cape thing, because I kind of drew that in to begin with, and I didn't know where I was going to put her arm at first. But because at first I thought I wanted to make her look more like the painting I was looking at. I was like, I don't want to make her holding anything, because I think she's like holding a flower in that one. But so I'm gonna kind of make this part darker through here, and eventually I want that to kind of turn into her hair and into her shoulder, so it kind of disappears up through there. It's more of that darker colored paint. Now, to be fair, there's some green on there, and since she has obviously this lovely green sort of moonlit sonata behind her, it's kind of coming through. I want to make that a bit darker. As far as the ambient lighting, when I say the ambient lighting, when you're looking at a character, it's like what's closer to you. You as the viewer, what is making that look closer than things behind her. Not having to do with any sort of lighting source, like directed lighting source, like the background, the glowing lights, or the reflective light from the bottom. But the ambient lighting is when you're looking at somebody, you're like, oh, I can tell this nose is closer to me than her cheeks because I'm close to her, and that is closer, it's more in focus. So I want this background bit that's on her little cape to look like it's behind her, not because it's darker, because if anything the light source is going to be kind of reiterating that, but because it is further away from the perceived viewer, which is you, the person looking at the painting.
Viewers like you.
Viewers like you. It's because of viewers like you. No, if I was really clever, I'd go into a Patreon thing now and be like PBS, but I did enough of that already. All right. Foundation? Yeah. MacArthur Foundation? Yeah.
like you.
Yeah. Okay, so actually, I'm gonna make it kind of go out a little bit more. Let me see if I can show you. Scoop this up. I don't know how much you can see. I want it to, since there is the kind of windowsill there, I'm gonna outline that a bit more. And just having this tiny little 3/4 of an inch interplay between the background, between the windowsill, and between her little cape cloak and the outer part of her skirt dress here, that just having that little bit of an interstice in between those different elements is going to all of a sudden, I don't know how I can tell, you can tell she is in front of that now. You wouldn't think, oh, that's part of the mountain behind her, that weird little island wherever the heck she lives here. You're going to say, oh, that's part of the main character I'm looking at. And when you see that bit of a hard, even though it's an organic kind of curved line, it's darker and has a higher contrast than the things around her.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Cosmonka has a Victorian nanny in their house.
She wanders
the corridors and finally goes into my kid's old nursery. It's like a ghost.
Oh, that sounds like a ghost. That's kind of scary. Unless it's like just like somebody, like a homeless person, like checking up with you and you don't know about it.
And Frosty Bee says, more recently, I disturbed a few antiques that I had
Ooh.
from deceased family members, and weird things started happening. Like the doorbell would go off. Things would be moved from place to place, and a few plushies I had flew up and across the room.
Oh my goodness.
It all stopped once I put the antiques back in place.
See, that's the thing where it isn't even a space or a person or location, that's an object. And I always think that's interesting. That almost turns into like a Shinto thing, like in Japan, like a yokai thing. It's like the object itself has some sort of thing tied to it. In some ways, that makes more sense than a place. Because you could say a place is haunted, but you're on a planet that's spinning around all the time. Are you really in that same place in time that something happened, or are you billions of miles away from that when it happened? But an object is still the same cell walls, the same sort of structure that was there originally. So there might be something to that. I like hearing about it.
April says, I see a little boy with a short haircut, usually in the stairwell, but always out of the corner of my eye.
Stairs are the most haunted places ever. A lot of staircases are haunted.
That and basements.
Well, yeah. But stairs, I think, are kind of like a transitional sort of place.
Layla?
Oh, and Layla! You guys have a good evening. Go to sleep. Get some rest.
If you win, we'll let you know.
We will let you know. We know how to contact you guys, so. I'll make her arm kind of go up this way more.
That's coming together quite nicely.
Yeah, I was going to say, I want to make it look like she's got kind of a corset. Not that she's got like an outside sort of bodice corset, but it's obviously at a time period where people would have had structural clothing for foundation undergarments underneath their regular clothes, like making the shape of how their body looks. That's why she's got like a weird pointy waist that she probably wouldn't normally if she was wearing like a t-shirt and jeans. But that's the sort of clothing that would have been this time period. Does not look comfortable. Makes you feel like you're at the Renaissance Fair or something, but sometimes you gotta. Matt has to help me sometimes with my horrible corset that I wear at the Ren Fair.
Yes.
And my niece, well, it's like, why are you wearing that? I'm like, I don't know what people did back then.
Oh,
Scarlett
like
O'Hara.
The whole knee in the back thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very Scarlett O'Hara. Well, I don't do that every day. I just do the run of a show off moment. Okay, so I put some of that dark colors. Now if you look at her, you can see which part is her torso, kind of. Again, she's got kind of, it'd be post Queen Elizabeth, but early 1700s sort of shape to her body structure there. And you can see that this is very much, it's like almost her zombie version down here. You see like her green hand, and you'll be able to see, I'll put some elaborate sort of ripples in the water. We might get to that point, not sure how much time I have. But, and then you can see the spoon will reflect there. And
but either way, there will be.
It will be.
Elaborate ripples, right?
Definitely, yes. I will be doing that. I don't know if I'll show you when I'm working on it, but I might do. That's the thing. This week, I've got to work on a Disney project. Then we have Valentine's Day, which I'm going to, Matt's coming for that day, so that will be a day I spend with Maddie Cat. And that's Thursday. Then we'll be back here on Sunday. And then Monday, not tomorrow Monday, but a week from Monday will be my last of my Epcot for this year. Well, for this festival. They might ask me again. They have been asking me at Disney to do some more events. Did I talk yet about the Food and Wine Festival?
I have that up here. I have your times for Disneyland.
Yes, I was going to say that's something else that has been decided since last weekend. Disneyland in California, since I'm going out there for March 8th and 9th at the Wondergrand Gallery, they've also asked me to do an event at the Disney California Adventure Park. They're doing their Food and Wine Festival during that time. So they're like, hey, Jasmine, do you want to come sign something that morning on the 9th? So they're going to have me at the Pergola signing area, which I think somebody else who goes to Disney California a lot told me where that signing area is, and I copied that up on the Facebook events page. So it is somewhere over by the, what's the name of it? The garden, the place where we get the tofu skewer sometimes. Garden Pavilion.
I don't know what it's called.
It all mixes in my head with other names of it. The Me Familiar, I forget the name of it. But it's on my Facebook events page. But that will be on the morning part of
Saturday morning, 11 to 1.
11 to 1, Saturday, March 9th, inside Disney California Adventure Park. 1 hour after that, I will be back over at Downtown Disney at the Wondergrand Gallery. So I've got 3 signings within 24 hours. I've got one at the Wondergrand Gallery at Downtown Disney, again, California, the night before. That would be March the 8th, that Friday, from 6 to 9 p.m. And then that next day, Saturday, the first part, I'll be over at the Food and Wine Festival inside the park from 11 to 1. And that one you do have to have a ticket because it's inside the park. It's at California Adventure for part of the Food and Wine Festival. So you would have to have a ticket to get into that. But because of that, if you are like a pass holder or something, I would say try to go to that one because it will probably be, I don't know, what do you think, Matt? It would probably be less crowded because you have to have a ticket to get into it.
Maybe.
I don't know. I haven't done it before. But they'll probably all be crowded, but it would be less. You, since that one in the middle, that one from 11 to 1, that's inside Disney California Adventure for the Food and Wine Festival, requires a ticket to get into the park. That one might be a little bit less crowded. So hopefully that, spreading it out between those 3, and then again back at 2 o'clock, from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, I think I'll be back at the Wondergrand Gallery at Downtown Disney, which sounds like it's far away, but they're easily within walking distance. But if you are a pass holder, try to come to the one at the Food and Wine Festival because that would be, you have a pass so you can get in, or if you have a ticket that day, go to that one because the other one is open to the public, so it might be more crowded. And I have the details for all of those up on my events page. Also, too, if you look at strangeling.com, if you look at the calendar events, it has all these specific dates. But that would be the first time in California I've done a show that is actually inside one of the theme parks. Usually they have me at the Wondergrand Gallery, which is inside the it's inside the Downtown Disney, so that's like the free part you can go to without getting a ticket. So I'm curious to see how that goes. I'm excited about it. I might also,
Disneyland's always fun.
Yeah.
Because of a few things.
Lots of things. That's
Toad.
Again, that's where my family used to go when we were little. We would drive from Missouri all the way to Disneyland, go there, save our money for a whole year, and go to the national parks on the way and go to Disneyland. And of course, we have tickets me and Matt do that let us into the ones here in Florida, the parks here in Florida, as well as Disney California. And we had our honeymoon there, didn't we, Maddie?
We did. And the first character I saw was Goofy.
Yes, and he stole your suitcase, I believe.
Yes, he did. He still has it.
He still has it, yeah. It's the kind of identity fraud at this point, but yeah. No, we like going out there. And they have Mr. Toad there, as opposed to here.
Mr. Toad, Storybook Land, Canal.
Yeah, they've got
AC Jr.,
Matterhorn.
Nemo,
Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, they have a lot of things that they don't have here in Florida. So it makes it a very different sort of park if you haven't been to it before. And it's the original. Also, too, their Pirates and their Haunted Mansion are different. It is going to be the 50th anniversary of the Haunted Mansion is coming up August 8th. And that is...
That's crazy.
Isn't it? Can you believe that? 50 years? That's... I will probably be there for that because I'm working on a project for the Haunted Mansion's 50th anniversary, and assuming it gets approved and things go through, I might be there back in California on August 8th. And that is why I was also invited this week to D23, which is like the end of August. And since I'm already possibly going to be there on August 8th, I don't think I could really rectify being in California for 2 times, like in 3 weeks when I live here in Florida. Also, it would overlap with Dragon Con, and I know how many people want to see me at Dragon Con, so I'd feel really bad. I'm like, no, I'm in California. I'm sorry, I can't come set up Dragon Con. So I will probably not be at D23.
I think somebody might shoot somebody.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say that. Not on the record, but so I probably won't be at D23, even though they have invited me, but I'll probably be there for the earlier part of August for the Disneyland's 50th anniversary of the Haunted Mansion in California. So if you want to see me in August, I will probably be there, but it will be around the 8th-ish, whatever that week is. I don't know if it's actually on the 8th, if they pick like the weekend. That I don't get my schedule until a couple months out, but probably not at D23. The only thing I could think of if I was at D23 would be if for some reason they decide to change my contract from the Haunted Mansion 50th anniversary in the early part of August and instead have me do something else for D23. It'd be one or the other, but it can't be both. I can't be gone all the time. I don't have a studio in California, even though like a lot of my shows are there. I should probably have one. Maybe I'll have one next year. I'll see. It would be really helpful for my Corey Helper Gallery show coming up in autumn of 2020, but wouldn't have to drive it all in a U-Haul, huh? Not that I drive it, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Family members wouldn't have to.
Boston says, Haunted Mansion, Florida is my favorite ride, and love a Memento Mori visit.
Oh, did I mention that? Yeah.
I don't think you did.
I don't think I did. Wow, to be fair, this past like 6 days, a lot of stuff has happened. The people who run Memento Mori, which is a very cleverly named gift shop at the Haunted Mansion here at Disney World in Florida, they might start having me do some signings there inside the Magic Kingdom at the Memento Mori gift shop at the Haunted Mansion. So that might be a thing that starts happening as early as April of this year. So I don't know yet about the dates. I've got to wait till I get my schedule from Disney, but if you like that store, just you wait. I might be doing more stuff there. Thank you for making a nice tie-in with that. I had completely forgot about that almost. It is actually pretty cool, a gift shop. I mean, if you're looking at theme parks and gift stores, that's one of the best ones ever.
Jasmine, yeah. Kitten says, do you know if you're going to be in the same spot at Dragon Con, or are you going to be in the mall part?
I might be both. We might, there's the dealer's room area, which is in a different building, like America's Mart? I forget what it's called. I've not actually ever been over there before, but since we have gotten, I think we've not overstayed our welcome. No, legally, like we've had too many people at our booth as for the fire marshal, as far as occupancy for the art show in the basement. They've, especially with the pins, I think that's kind of what pushed us over the edge. And that is basically, they haven't said, hey, Jasmine, you've got to go to the other area now, but they've kind of said that. So, and I've been on the waiting list to get a place in the dealer's room for like, I don't know, 6 years or something. So theoretically, if the fates combine and say it's okay, we might, I would still have an area in the art show in the basement. That'd probably be like for my original paintings and limited editions. And then they would have me come for, and this is the important part, certain specified autographing sessions in the big dealer's room area. So if that's what happens, I will be up there theoretically. I'll let you know, like I still have to work on paperwork, and again, it's just taken years to figure out, and the occupancy thing is just crazy. But theoretically, I might be up in the dealer's room, and I would only be there for a certain amount of hours a day, because they think that would be better for crowd control, because we were creating some bottlenecks that they thought would be dangerous for people. Like if, let's say there was a fire or something awful happened or whatever, that it wouldn't be too crowded for people to move and get safely out the exit. So I can respect that, and they are just trying to be safe, and that's important. So theoretically, I might be up in the dealer's room, and I would probably be there for a few hours at a time, like I do at MegaCon. I'm like, here, Jasmine's here signing stuff. Her art's up here, the whole store's up there, and we'd get a bigger spot then too. But I would probably still have stuff in the art show, but I physically wouldn't be there. I'd probably be up in the other place signing autographs. And the pins would probably be up in the dealer's room, but I don't know for sure. But we've got, I don't know, what is that, like 6 months from now? So I will know before then. And I understand what
even longer.
Yeah, it'd be the end of August, beginning of September. But that I understand the reasonings behind that, and I think that probably would work better. And we could bring more stuff because we'd have a bigger area, and we don't want anybody to get trampled or anything. Obviously, I would feel horrible if something like that happened. So I just want people to be safe and there to be enough room for everybody. But I will definitely be at DragonCon somehow, even if it's only for a few hours at a time signing autographs each day. But we'll have pins, and we'll do the thing where we do different pins every day, and we will make sure we make it as much as we usually can and have room for more people. And we might have some family members helping us out again this year too. That would be really helpful, especially if I can only be there for signing times. Like if they're like 1 to 3 is Jasmine, then obviously we need Matt and nephews and sisters-in-laws and things like that to help actually do transactions. And so if people are buying stuff, they could be in a different line than if people are getting stuff signed, because I think that's when a lot of it gets confusing, is when people are buying stuff and getting it signed and getting a pin. It makes more sense to do more of it as nothing, and it's like, oh, you're buying something, bring it back in 20 minutes and get it signed then. Or, here, I'm just here for the pin. I got the pin, I'm out. And then they can go. So it makes sense. I know it's always kind of, I don't know, not uncomfortable, but it's always kind of confusing when things change like that. But we will make sure to let you guys know how it's going. Make sure it's the best for everybody. Oh, that's looking pretty good. Yeah, you can see I've kind of, if you see under her arm here, I've started to put shadows that kind of match the shadows I did earlier that were in that hand. Now, since I said zombie now, I keep thinking
Jasmine,
like that is her creepy green hand is going to grab her up there. But what's else?
Nintendo guy says the setup for MegaCon is the best.
That is
if something like that could work at DragonCon, that'd be great.
Yes, that is basically, and it's not just because it's something we would want. I think it's something, again, safety concerns, etc. But I think that would probably be optimum.
So basically, you at the one end, podium signing.
Yeah. So if people want something signed, they can go there. But if they're just there to get a free pen, they don't have to wait in line for 5 hours and they don't even want it signed, then why wait in line? And also, if the art show itself, like the art show part of DragonCon is supposed to just be art, and I have things like pins and dolls and merchandise that doesn't necessarily really, I've kind of turned into a bigger brand since I first started doing DragonCon 15 years ago. So it kind of makes sense for me to be in the merchandise area. So
yeah.
So I'll probably have like some things down in the art shows, I always do, in the print shop, etc. And then I personally will go do autographing up in the dealer's room, and we'll have a big, instead of like having a 6-foot booth, we'll have like a 30-foot booth like we do at MegaCon, have that there, and we'll have people to help out, and we could bring more stuff too so we won't run out. Like, nothing's more awful than the last day of DragonCon when I've already sold everything. I've got like 2 prints. I'm like, well, which one of these 2 do you want? It's good from my perspective, I guess, but if you're visiting and you're only there the last day, it's like, oh, other people already bought everything. So we'd like to be able to have more for more people, and to make it safer as far as the lines go. And I don't want to block it. It's never hurt my feelings at all if people complain, but when there are other artists around me and I've got a big dumb line that is, not that the line is dumb, but it's like blocking the people next to me, I don't like to do that. And I feel bad if people can't walk around to see the really kick-ass artist who's next to me because I've got a big weird line and security guards and stuff. I'd rather have that as a separate area, and then people can walk through and see everything, which is kind of the point of having a convention with a bunch of artists. So that's a good thing. I'm going to take a bit of that yellow. I was talking about doing some sort of ripples and reflections. I'm going to start deciding where this dress is actually going to touch the water.
1 minute to raffle.
Oh, okay. Is this for Tiana?
Tiana.
Okay. Oh, should I? You can ask the room. Should I try to do a mini custom tonight, or should I just keep working on this one?
Do you want to
does
see
anybody
Jasmine
care
do a mini custom
either way,
and possibly
I'll do either.
What did they start at?
start at $4.95. If nobody buys it here, I can put it on eBay after.
Okay.
I'll just work. I could work on it.
Are you guys interested?
Or if they want to see me work on this one, I can do that. So.
Okay. Do you guys want to see Jasmine work on a mini painting?
The phone wants it.
And possibly bid on it, starting at $4.95.
Or I could keep working on this. Either way, I'm just doing some kind of horizontal lines. If you look at this here, you can see by just even putting those little bits of lines there, all of a sudden it stops looking like her zombie friend reaching through the muck, and it starts looking like a reflection, like it's water.
Era 116.
Oh, and that is the winner of Tana? And their name is Tara?
Era 116.
Tara 116. You have one Tiana from Disney World, Wonderland Gallery at Epcot, and I will autograph her for you, Tara. And Matt will tell you the instructions how to contact us, so we know how to tell you that you want, and you can tell us your address. Otherwise, we won't know your address. We might not even know your name. Twitch just tells us your Twitch name. Again, I'm just going to try to make little lines across here.
So let's see. People are just saying mostly congratulations. And people said yes. Anything would be great. Doesn't matter. Yes, yes.
Yes, for
people say mini, smiley face.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you'd like to start that mini.
Yeah, I was going to say, this green is still kind of wet down here. But, it dries pretty quickly. You can see my hand, but...
You want me to try to light it?
Yeah, maybe. I might get some of the green off of me, because otherwise I'm going to get green on everything. That's okay.
If you need help with anything.
No, that's good. Let's see. I've got a little mini that I started working on. Again, this is one that if people want to bid on here, they can. If not, I'm gonna eBay it, and it'll be one that people could decide how it ends up. So, yeah. Let me take off this masking tape. Sorry.
That is masking tape that Jasmine uses on the back.
Yeah, I put masking tape on since my easel's kind of at a 45-degree angle, I put a bunch of masking tape, and I can stick stuff on there, and that keeps it at the right angle if I want to make it all the way to vertical, like if the final details I do, like if I'm going to put little tiny eyelashes and sparkles or something like that in the eyes, I would do it close up.
I want to see a kitty.
Oh, kitty. Okay. Well, if I'm going to go wash my hands, I could maybe get sunshine.
We'll do all that in a minute.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good, because we have an hour left, right?
A full hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I will go set this as my drying spot here. Matt says trilobites because it's in the trilobites area of my studio, but kind of a natural history.
Yeah, we have a lot of trilobites.
Yeah. Really big one.
What's that trilobite's name? That trilobite's name? It's a good name. The trilobite's name? I think it is Sven. Yep, that's a good name. So what were we talking about earlier? I don't even... Yeah, I am not sure where we will be at as far as Dragon Con. But the one thing is we may have kind of outgrown the art show portion. So I'm not sure. But we have to kind of do what's best for the business. I am not sure. Hey, one cool thing though is if we did do another area, you can actually take pictures with Jasmine. In the art show, you couldn't take photos at all. So there aren't very many pictures of Jasmine at Dragon Con. So now there can be a ton. People were so sad they couldn't get their photo with Jasmine, but now they can. That's a good thing. But the volunteers there in the art show are fantastic. But I've never even been to that part of Dragon Con. During the show, honestly, I've never even left the Hyatt area. So it's all new to me. So Jasmine is probably going to grab Sunshine. She's the tiniest of the kitties. We'll start on that mini painting. Oh, she's asleep? Okay, here comes Jasmine. She's got a kitty.
I might put her. You guys though.
Yeah, the Kansas City Ren Fair is it is easy to see it because there's so much going on and it's open area and it's not a busy show and we do several. We do a few weekends, so it's not crazy busy.
Yeah, it's. Oh, there's Sunshine. You're a sleepy baby.
Oh, are you being sweet, Sunshine?
She's being sweet. She's half asleep. She's been up there the whole time, I think. You going like? Do you see that camera, Sunshine? Oh, Sunshine. My only Sunshine. You make me happy all the time. Oh, that magic noise was for you, Sunshine. My tiny baby. She weighs like 4 pounds. She's itty bitty.
She's a nice
She's like
Thank you, Skytran.
1/4 the size of Gamera and way less bitey. She likes to sit up here. Actually, I might. Here, you want to go up there? There you go, baby. Aw.
Sunshine is easy like Sunday morning.
She is. She's lovely. You want to sit up there?
That's why I'm easy.
We're gonna sharpen your claws. I'm gonna catch this rock. Come on, get me.
Sure, I'll take a few. People like to hear me munch in the microphone, apparently. No.
I was trying to eat away from something. On the back of my chair.
Yes. Oh. She's getting down now. Oh, she hopped down. Maybe she's gonna get in her little bed.
That's right.
94 viewers.
Is your great kitty? Great kitty. Okay.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the seeds down too.
Oh yeah, you probably should do it starting to get dark out. It sounds like a joke for getting cashews, but drop the seeds down, man.
I'm gonna go open the door.
Yeah, you don't go outside, don't you?
Kitty's out here.
Mm-hmm. I was talking about Mr. Gregory out there. Okay. This painting is not very far along yet, but so far so good.
I will get in place and I'll try to be there the whole hour so I don't miss anything.
Okay, baby. Yeah. Again, if this is not when people want to bid on, that's fine. You can. I'm gonna either way. It's gonna end up for sale probably on eBay, if not here. But I'm gonna masking tape. And she's not very far along yet. She's literally. Sorry, this is noisy. The earliest stage in a painting that I would usually put on here. She's still got some line marks on her face. I don't know if you can see. And with a little skinny little brush. This is I think it was when I was doing one of the pin designs. And I had my little tiny script liner brush, and so I just kind of sketched her out there. And she's not really looking like anything yet, but these are the ones I like to do when people are looking like, oh, I'd like to have this one and paint it with my cat, or put a rainbow in it, or make her hair brown and her skin is green, or paint whatever. And so far, so good. I've still got some. I'll be right back. Sorry, I mean this.
Okay.
Oh, my stupid.
Very sweet.
Okay. Perfect.
Last night I was invited to a dinner and games at a friend's brother's new house and had never met them before. They had a huge cat called Sam.
Oh.
Immediately, and the cat rolled dice too.
Oh, really? It seems like something kitties would want to do, like they batted around, kind of.
Alright, so...
Remember Hork? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people are maybe new to this experience. Basically, if somebody won this...
If they'd like
paid
to,
for
if
it,
they'd like
rather.
to bid on it.
They
Otherwise,
bid on it. What would they get?
eBay.
Okay, so it's already got a bid.
Oh, okay, that's awesome. Yeah, usually I start them at $4.95, and That's basically what I do. Usually at live shows, like in person, like something like DragonCon, I'll have little mini paintings like this. And we have, I don't know if I have the frame here, but I have little frames I put them in. But
you do. You have. I have one there for you.
Okay, but if it's something like here at Twitch, if somebody like buys it, they can tell me how to finish it. Like I'd email you after the show's over, and you're like, "Oh, here's a picture of my daughter. I want her to look like my daughter." And so far, the painting looks like this. So I'm not going to change anything with what she looks like now. It's like all of a sudden I'm not going to paint a giant dragon with mouses on it or whatever. But
and if you
it's
don't
going to be a lady.
Frame, you don't have it. You don't have to have
show this a little bit closer.
Okay, we got 550.
Okay, hey, all right. Let's see. Can you see it better if I zoom that in?
Second.
Because the other painting was bigger, so I was trying to make it show up better.
Yeah, I can see it better.
Yeah, okay. This is also a good way to see how I start my paintings off. You can kind of see the earliest lines. Again, I do this on paint. I just do it with paint and water. You can kind of see she's got lines across. She won't have lines there. That's just me making sure the eyes are like the right size. But these are kind of fun because sometimes when I work on these, if I do make them into a special custom painting, sometimes I'm like, oh, I really like the look of that character. It might be something I turn into a larger painting. So in a way, they're kind of like a study or a sketch.
Got 650.
Oh, hey. I'm supposed to like talk really fast if it's an option. Sorry.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Horrible.
I'm not trained in that.
Like the tractor places by where I grew up. Let's see.
I mean, I like talking, but I don't like to talk in a auctioneer voice. Maybe.
No.
If it was live, maybe.
Those horrible cars they used to have commercials on when we were little. You know what I'm talking about? They were like not Hot Wheels, but they were little, and the guy was on a commercial.
Micro Machines.
Okay.
The Micro Machines guy.
Yes, and he talked really fast. And he was in the Guinness Book of World Records for talking the fastest.
Yes, he's also a teacher on the Saved by the Bell when they were in junior high, or as modern children know it as middle school. His name was Testa Verde.
I'm right on the cusp because the first year in 7th grade it was called junior high. In my 8th grade it was called middle school. Like being a Gemini, but you're also a Cancer.
Cusps. Go figure.
That's what I mean. I'm just using a combination of Van Dyke Brown and Payne's Gray. I started sketching this one when I was doing the one for oh, do I have the pin design? Yeah, here she is. When I was working on the Voodoo in Violet, if you look like 2 episodes back, that was when I was kind of drawing faces that look kind of like the painting I did called Voodoo in Blue. That was a pin design from my first lineup of pins, the first edition of them. And so she kind of looks like her. Very, she's kind of looking the other way. I think I decided to do that for the pin so it would be different than Voodoo in Blue, but that seems sort of grumpy, kind of like she's sneering at the world there. The background I use here is not actually, it's a combination of paint mixed with gesso. I make these different colors. I probably should, if you guys watch a lot, you probably hear me talk about this a lot, but it's something that people ask me a lot. They're like, how come your canvas, first of all, it's not canvas, it's a piece of wood, but how come it's gray or brown? These are different colors I mix myself that I mix with gesso. I use the Liquitex Basics gesso. Mix them with browns and grays and blues, different colors, and that's how I prime a panel. So if I have a piece of wood or a piece of MDF or a piece of masonite panel or a piece of basswood or like a nice little wood panel from Home Depot or like a wood supply store or something like that, if you put a layer of that, and that's when I use my not 1-inch brush, my 3/4 inch brush here. I do layers of that, do sideways, and do layers of it vertically, and that kind of, it's a very smooth way of kind of mimicking the sort of tooth that you would have on a canvas. So that makes the paint stick to it better, and also makes a barrier in between the substrate and wherever you're putting paint on top. So that will make it stay longer and look better. And when you're using things like a lot of water, the way I do with my acrylic paints, it makes it so, it will keep a very level surface without getting weird oily spots on it. It won't look like it's rubbing away. It won't look like little drip drops or anything. It helps make it almost looks like a big piece of plastic. I know we were joking earlier about my the surface of my easel here. How if you were to peel it off, it would be like one giant sort of, it's like perler beads almost. It's like acrylic pieces of plastic that are all ironed together. And that's kind of what the surface of an acrylic painting is like. If you've gessoed it with acrylics, you've mixed it with a different sort of tinted acrylic on top, and then many, many layers of acrylic paints mixed with water, and the water evaporates, so it turns into like one giant sheet of plastic. Like a shrinky
700,
yeah.
Jasmine.
Oh, yay. All right. Well, this is definitely going to somebody here at Twitch then. I'd rather do that than eBay. Again, I'd always... Let's do anything other than eBay. Sorry, eBay.
No, I understand.
I've had my eBay store since 1998. That is a long time.
Long run.
It is not the same place it used to be.
A.M. Weber, they say they'd like a ferret.
Oh, what ferret? Oh, well, okay. I could definitely. That's the thing with the little customs. I usually kind of put one of the main character like on one side, so you get a little strangeling girl, and then on the other side you can kind of squeeze in other things. You could definitely put a cute little ferret that's like the same size as her, or a little one, like a little baby ferret, or a whole bunch of ferrets. Or you could do something like the background.
A lightsaber?
An actual lightsaber? Like for Disney?
Ray doesn't have a lightsaber.
Ray doesn't, Leia doesn't. No, those are the only two pieces I've done for Lucasfilm, and neither of them... I'm trying to think if I've done any for Bradford that were not for ones that rolled, like actually went to production. Yeah, I don't think I have done. That would be kind of cool.
So Ian would...
If it wasn't a specific character, I'd say, hey, I'd put a lightsaber.
If they won, what would you put in it?
As long as it's not like a specific Disney
well, you could call it a light sword.
Yeah, a light sword. Yeah, I think that's probably what the dollar store would say. Yeah. But no,
elephant. Ian says he'd put a baby elephant in the
A baby elephant would be adorable. Talking about Bradford, there was a really cute series somebody just posted about in the pin group earlier, like maybe a week ago. I did a series of little lucky elephant designs, and for some reason they didn't pass the test market, but they are so cute. If you search Jasmine Becket-Griffith elephant, they were like statue designs that never turned into statues, and they were really, really cute. When does that Dumbo movie come out? That's like the live action.
Talking about Dumbo in the room.
Oh, really?
Are there any animals that you would prefer not to paint? I don't know when Dumbo comes out.
Humans? No, I don't know, but we saw a preview for it for some film. Is it when we took the kids to see Mary Poppins? Did we see Dumbo?
We saw a Dumbo ad, sure.
And a trailer for it, yeah, and it was sad. It looked so sad.
Well, Dumbo's not.
Dumbo is sad. It's like one of the things that makes me cry at sad.
It looks like quite the departure from that cartoon.
No, that's the cartoon is quite sad, isn't it? The baby of mine? My gosh. It's like one of the saddest parts in film ever. You know, I, if anybody, should hold things against elephants. I love elephants, but they try to get me. Like, the only time in my adult life I almost passed away was from elephants. What's that?
Elephants almost killed Jasmine.
Yeah, they did. That's what I get for camping by myself in a tent in South Africa. Elephants
got a $7.50.
Stole my water too. I didn't have any water for like a day because elephants came in my tent and stole my water.
Your waters?
Yeah.
Oh, your waters?
No, I had like a little tank thingy that was under my tent, and the elephants lifted up my tent and stole my
Disney
water.
movie doesn't kill off the mama. Just a few.
Oh, just the 25 of them. Yeah.
Dumbo does.
No, a bunch of them do. I mean,
Tarzan,
yeah.
Yeah.
Golly, probably lots of them.
Lots don't.
Lots don't.
Sometimes the parents are
Frozen.
dead.
Frozen, they die partway through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
That's a lot of them. You know, I can't remember seeing Oliver and Company, but I know I did. But I'm assuming he's an orphan, so that's probably.
Well, sometimes people don't have parents; they're already gone.
Well, that means their parents died when the film started, right? Kind of. I think of live action ones. Pollyanna?
Sometimes people get snatched from their parents.
Pollyanna's an orphan, right?
Pollyanna? I haven't seen the Disney.
Oh, I thought that was Disney. And just said Haley Mills in it, didn't it? Or no?
Well, yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Parent Trap. Sure.
Parent Trap doesn't have a dead parent, but it has somebody who's snatched away from their parents. That's it's definitely a literary device that they use to their advantage.
Moana, Milan, they have moms.
Moana loses her grandma, but her grandma was really old. She was like even older than regular grandmas. Yeah, but she also has grandmother Willow, who's kind of a grandma, but she's also a tree. So yeah.
Pinocchio doesn't have parents. That doesn't count.
Pinocchio didn't even have parents, so that's kind of preempting that. It's a preemptive strike against having parents. Yeah.
Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins has. They don't have a mom, do they? Wait.
Yeah, they do.
Why did they need a nanny then?
Sorry,
that's fine. You can have your nanny.
British children.
Their dad's a banker, and their last name is Banks. But yeah.
Yeah, Peter Pan. They have parents.
Yes, but they're absent. They haven't. They live in a nursery and stuff too. They always have. I would say not killing off the parents, but having an absent parent. Right?
A lot of parents die in many movies.
Say absent parent instead of murdered or died parent.
Okay.
That's almost all of them. Lion King.
The dad dies in Lion King.
Tron. Sorry.
Well, Ariel never has a mom. It doesn't ever explain it.
My dad explained to me that Ursula and King Triton used to be married, but they had a terrible divorce. So yeah, I think he was just kind of overlaying his own situation on that.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
You don't like to think that Ursula... isn't Ursula really King Triton's sister? Does it ever say it in the film?
It doesn't. It's...
In the cartoon, I don't know. There's probably been redos and stuff, but I don't know. About Cinderella, her parents are dead.
What about Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?
Yeah, I don't know about Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
I don't know. Robin Hood?
Tiana? I'm trying to think. She opens that restaurant because Tiana. I'm looking at the postcards I've done for Disney right here, but Tiana, she wants to make her restaurant, but that's her. Yeah.
He loses. Does Todd lose his parents?
He doesn't even have a family, does he?
Their parents died frozen.
Okay, that's very Again, absent parents. Cinderella is an orphan, obviously.
Certainly.
Aurora, her mom's.
They come back. Sleeping. They're just asleep.
Hey,
Tiana lost her dad.
That's apparently. What I mean. Absent parents. No, they don't have to be dead. They just have to not be in the picture, right?
Tiana's dad died.
Okay, who knows about Cruella? Is there an origin story?
What about Lady and the Tramp?
Lady and the Tramp.
No one's dying there.
I don't know. Are you talking about who are Tramp's parents? Are they even part of it? I don't know. What is he? 2 years old in it? That's really young.
Yeah, we don't know. Is Belle's mom's dead? I guess I don't know.
Yeah, that's why she's just with her weird dad who does all the cool inventions. Inventions are often.
A lot of times there's just no parent at all. It's easier.
That's what I mean by absent parents.
It's because we can.
Then you can project a storyline on them, kind of. Just kind of.
It's when the parents die in the film. It's a little bit.
When they die in the first few minutes. Okay, it's not parents, but partners. Up. The first 3.5 minutes of Up. That's more of like for grown-ups. That's very depressing.
Nemo doesn't just lose his mom.
Oh my god!
All his brothers and sisters.
He loses like hundreds of brothers and sisters. Yeah.
Cruella origin movie. You know how they made
Is there an origin? Is it out?
Maleficent nice? They could not do that with Cruella.
Cruella's pretty.
It just wouldn't work. Cars. Yep, Cars. A lot of Pixar. I mean, Toy Story. Come on.
No, that's what I'm saying about Pixar. Yeah. Andy in that. His mom's there, right?
Yeah.
But where's his dad? Okay, isn't his dad like off at work or something, or what's
just because he works?
Again, absent.
They're not really absent. Yeah. No, he's mostly absent from his toys. You jerk.
Well,
go play with the toys, Andy. You jerk.
He's growing. He's getting older.
Jesse's owner. Go love her.
Oh my gosh, that's
lost.
Jesse song with the that's sad, man. Yeah.
She's not a good everyone before they have to do like a speech in front of 200 more people should watch the first 5 minutes of Up.
Yeah.
And then go out and feel motivated.
Yeah.
Andy has no dad. They never mention him. Are you sure?
I don't think they do. I think they just show his mom. Either that or his dad's
I don't know.
like
I barely remember what Andy looked like.
Maybe his dad's like a traveling salesman and he just isn't there. I don't know. But at any rate, that's an absent parent. It's not a traditional sort of TPO. Okay, Lilo.
Oh, well,
Lilo and Stitch.
really
that's like her sister. Her sister is a very good parent because she's raising her kid, her own sister. Her best. Yeah, she does. She works like 3 jobs, and
what about
she
Wally,
does fight against the DFS the whole time, trying to take her sister away from her. Wally, it's like everybody is gone.
In and Out is the only one both parents.
In and Out is there.
It's not the one with both parents. I mean, we're talking about other movies.
About parents being gone.
In and Out. What's that?
Oh, that's actually a Kevin Kline movie, but they're thinking about
Kevin Kline.
No,
he comes out of the closet.
They're thinking of I should know this.
In and Out, Inside Out.
Inside Out, yes, yeah. But that's different. But that is don't they get divorced? Her parents do in there. That's why she's feeling sad and things. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good movie. I like that one.
In and Out. It's like the character from Dave comes out of the closet.
Yeah. But no, that's a live action Kevin Kline movie. That's very different.
But his parents are probably alive.
Probably. I don't think he's that much older than us, really.
But Parent Trap, yeah.
Parent Trap is again absent parents.
Now, what I want to know is why the character that Haley Mills plays, Susan and Sharon, both of them, why did they have a British accent?
Are you talking about the Haley Mills?
Yes, the Haley Mills.
Okay,
yes.
All right.
Why do they have a British accent when their parents are American?
Because she's from Boston. No.
Boston and California.
In California. And
makes no sense.
How you get a British accent. I don't know. That's it just needs to have contracts with individuals.
As much as I love the British accent, at that point it's a speech impediment. It's not even. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
They talk like that.
Well, not really from Boston. I mean, I know a lot of people from Boston, and they don't really talk like that. It's New England?
She didn't live in England, Avaznan.
No.
Lived in Boston?
No, they're confusing it with the London one. That's
one did not live in England. One lived.
Mandy, they're thinking about the new Parent Trap that is Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah, not Lindsay Lohan.
No, the original
Disney. Haley Mills, guys. Come on.
Haley Mills.
Know your Disney history. Haley Mills.
This is Mandy.
Parent Trap.
To be fair, when Lindsay Lohan was a kid, that probably was Disney history. You're thinking decades away in the future. They're talking about...
I'm talking about 1960s, late 60s, before I was born. I know about these. It was before I was born.
Yeah. Was it?
Yep.
Okay. It's well before I was born, but no, Haley Mills, not Lindsay Lohan. That was a remake.
Oh,
yeah.
Boston. That's how she says it even.
Boston? Yeah.
One lives in Boston, the other one lives in California.
California?
Even if the other one did live in England, it wouldn't make sense that the one in California had a British accent.
No, but I don't know how many people have seen that one. But no, people, if you talk about old Disney Parent Traps, they think you're talking about the Lindsay Lohan one, Maddie. Does that not make you feel aged?
No, let's get together. Yay. I have that record.
Yeah, Matt has a record, like black vinyl record. He did buy it at D23, so, which I may or may not be at. I don't even know where I'm going to be, man. I'll be in California in August at some point, but I don't know if that will be.
Well, yeah, I'm right. I've only seen that movie 50 times.
And it just gets funnier and funnier every
single time I see it. Not to mention the fact you're talking to a sad guy from Kansas City.
Oh. You know that's the Beetlejuice one's a Zodiac Killer quote. Do you know that?
Yes.
Okay, I think I've told you that before.
Yes, it's...
you know I'd like it.
Yeah, I know you'd like it. Zodiac. Good old Zodiac. I like that version in life-sized as well as Lohan.
Oh, okay.
13-year-olds prim and proper Bostonian Sharon McKendrick and tomboyish California Susan Evers meet at summer camp.
There you go. Somebody knows something.
My father's California Ranch.
Is somebody telling you this, or are you reading this on IMDb?
Kitten saying it.
Oh, okay. Both then, maybe. Yeah. Oh.
You know who you look just like?
Frankenstein.
Yep. People know the Let's Get
See?
Together.
Yeah.
How about them apples? See, that people know that.
Say, hey, alligator.
Say, hey, alligator. It's not hey, alligator, as an American would say, but hey, alligator. Like a proper little British child would say.
From Boston, would say.
From California.
Oh, from California. Oh, she is the California
yes.
one who says that.
Tonight's Twitch broadcast is your 41st official Twitch broadcast.
Oh, is it really? Oh, for heaven's sake.
Thank you, Karen.
See, that alone makes me feel like I've lived through time.
Kitten, I don't remember you having a Boston accent.
I think to be fair, Boston,
she's a huge Kennedy fan.
Boston is a big enough city that it has different sorts of accents too. It's got like people who have more of a South Boston accent as opposed to people who live there forever.
I love accents.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. Mine's kind of all over the place. I'm probably very obviously from Missouri, but I know people say Kansas, but I'm not. I mean, for those who don't know, people keep saying that they're going to go to the Spectrum Planet Comic Con thing in Kansas. It's not in Kansas. It's in Missouri, but the name of the town is Kansas City, and everybody thinks it's in Kansas, but it's in Missouri. The Kansas City you've heard of is in Missouri. There is a Kansas City, Missouri, or Kansas City, Kansas. It's
people
very
in
small.
Missouri don't say Missouri unless they're old.
Yeah. But no, there is a Kansas City in Kansas, but it's not the one that you would probably go to.
Cuba.
Yeah, that's turning into like a Kennedy, so that's very Boston-y, I guess.
Yeah, that's what Kitten's saying.
Yeah, okay.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
Critic, yes.
Don't talk about Chappaquiddick.
That's one of the words I'm not supposed to say in my Twitch.
You're not supposed to say Chappaquiddick. Yeah. Mom might be listening.
Yeah, there you go.
Which one? I'm originally from just north of Boston, and there are at least 3 distinct accents.
Yeah.
I can't tell one from the other, probably.
If you're on the east coast of the United States, that's where those were colonized the longest ago. So you've had hundreds of years of history to like kind of change things and divide into different dialects and stuff. So you have more history over there than we do. Well, to be fair, our oldest city in America is here in Florida, huh? St. Augustine. That's the oldest city in America is in Florida. So it's, I don't know how much of it is continued straight through. Man, it's been under 8 different flags, 8 different flags have owned that part of Florida. Obviously, Spain, and France, and England for a little bit. I know that
the Florida Keys have went through some weird changes like that too.
Oh yeah, I think doesn't Siesta Key say they've had the most? Or wait, no, Amelia Island says they've had the most flags of any other part of America as far as who has owned it, as far as countries go. Isn't it?
I don't know.
I think it is. Don't they have the whole 8 flags or 9 flags thing on their when you drive into it?
Maybe so. That's cool history.
Yeah, it
What
is.
a weird place we live in.
Yeah. I'd say it's nice weather.
I haven't been to St. Augustine either.
We drove outside of it like a week and a half ago. I mean, we are very close to there. I just don't get a lot of time to actually go do stuff. Usually on my way to Epcot or something.
I've lived in Florida for 6 years and still haven't been to St. Augie.
Yeah, I haven't either. I've lived here about 16 years.
Cause wicked pissa. Wicked pissa.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, new cause wicked pissa. I like that master.
That's good. I like that one. I like it. I'm using my little fuzzy brush to just kind of put in some shading on this lovely little penis.
No one's ever said that to me because I've never had a new car, one.
I haven't either.
And it's never been a wicked piss.
Drive, man. No.
What the heck is a piss?
Oh dear.
Wicked awesome. Hey, I say wicked awesome anyhow, and I'm from Kansas City. You say pop or soda? Well, Grinchy, I say soda
but
pop.
I can't take them anywhere.
Because I travel so much, I want the other person to know what I'm saying. Actually, I say sody pop.
I say sody pop.
Yeah, Jasmine and I have just...
We both say sody
we say that, and
pop.
No one is confused at that point.
It's like, okay, whatever you're talking about some sort of carbonated beverage.
When we grew up, it was pop.
Pop.
It was all pop.
Yeah. Soda.
No, we said soft beverages. But there are some places that say Coke, no matter what.
Soft drinks. Some people do say soft drinks. I used to work at a soda fountain, and they called them soft drinks there. So.
Oh, Beverly's the best thing ever.
Beverly is so good.
When Jasmine is signing and she has a big line, instead of helping her out, I go to Club Cool.
And you just drink
Epcot,
Beverly
and
all
I just
the
chug
time,
Beverly all night long. Eventually, it starts affecting you.
To be fair, at Disney Springs, they do have an adult beverage that is made from Beverly. It's called
a good word.
What is that, Beverly Martini or something? I have not tried it yet, but I've heard wind of this, and it's a real thing you can purchase at Disney Springs.
Yeah,
it's on
the Boston accent.
There's that big Coca-Cola building that's not far from the Winter Gallery at Disney Springs, and they have the international sodas that Coca-Cola produces. You can buy them as a sampler there. They have like 9 different little pourings of them, and it's the only place you can get them other than obviously at Epcot from different countries. And then they have the grown-up versions of them. So they have I've not tried it yet, but they have a martini that has Beverly, and apparently it is exactly as that would sound. So take that as thou wilt. My parents would probably like it. Daddy and Robin would.
Oh, we got an 800.
Woohoo! And say she's actually starting to look more three-dimensional here. I can also... I don't have a whole lot of details in there yet, but I could give her bangs or make her hair shorter or do recipes around there. I could, sometimes people ask me if I could change the gender, and I would say yes, as long as you know that it's going to have the same proportions as my character. Sometimes people see, oh, it's got big eyes, and that means it's a girl. It certainly doesn't have to mean it's a girl. I can paint them however. I can change. Don't have to put makeup on there. I could cover it up a bit, and that could actually, it looks quite a bit like it could be one of my little nephews or something. So I could kind of go anyway with this. I need some Naples yellow. I'm almost out.
Hey Jasmine, did you hear what?
Naples yellow. Yeah. Huh?
You hear what? One of your actually. Your celebrity fans, I should call him.
Which
Steven
one?
Tyler did the other day.
Oh, what did he do?
He set up that. He set up a like a shelter for.
Oh,
girls.
Actually, yes, I did hear about that. That's a nice thing. I thought you were gonna say something bad. I'm like,
no, nothing bad. It was a good thing.
It wasn't like Robert
Steven Tyler did.
Okay, all right. No,
cool.
he actually seems like a pretty good guy.
Yeah, philanthropy.
Yes, in fact,
Jeannie's house. Oh yeah, so people are saying that.
Yes, because it was like Jeannie's got a gun. Yes, I thought that was kind of clever.
That's awesome.
That's very. He's a good guy. He's doing stuff like that, and he's got all the money in the world, and he's doing stuff like that. That is awesome.
Good for him.
Good on him. He's doing good.
Yes, it's a woman's shelter.
Yes.
Because sometimes families and guys
gotta go shoot your
jerks.
stepdad. Yeah.
Oh, that's. Hey, instead of shooting your stepdad, maybe you should get some help.
You could go and get help somewhere. That's definitely better for everybody. But no, he seems like a very nice guy.
Cutting instead of a ribbon cutting. Is that symbolic? Maybe I'm missing the. I don't know. He's in Hollywood Studios now. Then yeah, and he
Oh yeah.
He picks up. He often.
He always comes on his birthday.
Grabs Jasmine's. One of the last times he was there, he grabbed a Jasmine shirt. It's cute because it's usually typically for a girl, but Steven Tyler doesn't care about that.
He's very fashion-centric.
He was wearing a Jasmine shirt
or whatever.
It's cute.
Yeah. Well, that was when he was doing some pictures for what was that, a Down syndrome shelter or some sort of charity rather. That was for that. And yeah, he had one of my shirts on it, and I thought it was really cool. I was like, that's way more cool than wearing it when he was on American Idol.
He wears fancy scarves.
Yes. He's very fashion forward. So yeah.
I'm not super familiar with him.
Yeah, I don't know him personally. I just know
songs that are on the radio.
That's neat. It makes me happy when people are like, Jasmine, look, he's on this and he's got your shirt on. I'm like, oh, that's nice. That's really cool. And I know he always goes to Hollywood Studios here at Disney on his birthday because they have the rock and roller coaster that has the Aerosmith music on it. And I've seen him. He's been there several times on his birthday every year. Oh, Maddie, I was going to tell you too. I don't know if you've been looking, but at Disneyland in California, they're going to have one of those cantinas, the Star Wars Mos Eisley cantinas there too. And that'll be the first time other than at Club 33 that they're going to have Corona drinks at it.
Yeah.
And it'll be in Disneyland, California.
That'll be fun.
And at Hollywood Studios here in Florida.
That'll be cool. The only thing that I think's sad about that is they took my little animals away.
Oh, they did. Well, they didn't take them away. They gave them to the people who take care of the horses.
Karen wants to know if you're going to put the video up tonight or tomorrow.
I don't know. I always pop it up there, and it's up to the people. I don't know if it's a company or like a robot or whatever does the broadcasting to the other one, like that puts it on YouTube. I don't know. I always hit upload, and I don't know it. It's usually within
we don't
12 or 24 hours. I just hit the button, and then it does what it does. So probably within the next day or so, it'll be up there. Those are for people who are looking to see the videos after I've painted them here. If you missed out on the first bit or whichever. There we go.
If I
at this point
won this painting,
no, you
I
don't
would
get
put
to bid though.
In the back, I would put like a French landscape.
That would be pretty.
Nice French countryside.
It might not look like a lot of room, but you pretty much could do something like very far in the distance. Put her in space.
This painting looks like she has a bit of an attitude.
She does.
Jasmine can make her less grumpy.
I definitely could do, yeah. Again, I've just kind of drawn it. When I was sketching her, this is the finished version, like on paper, but this was the pin design I was doing for her. So she was voodoo and violet, so she was kind of grumpy. But I don't have to make her grumpy. I can make her eyes look happier. I could put like another eye up there, and she could have 3 eyes, or she could be an octopus person. I mean, at this point, I could really kind of do anything with this painting.
And thank you so much for everyone. For everyone joining our Patreon.
We get some more Patreon people. Yay!
Yes, several people.
Patreon is I'll go on that forever. So that's
get to you. You probably got a nice little message as soon as you join. I will get to you probably tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we both Matt and I both take care of our Patreon, so you will hear from us soon. Also, too,
I'll make sure that you get all the cool perks and all the info, and Jasmine will write you an email.
Oh yes, yeah, yep. That's what I do, man.
So we may not. I don't know how much time we'll have tonight, but
don't know.
We'll get it soon. But thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very, very
I really
much.
like that
No,
enthusiasm.
I'm trying to get more people up at Patreon because
it's like the coolest place ever, isn't it?
Nothing against Facebook, but
it's not the same thing.
It is not. It reminds me of like. Again, the good old days, like at LiveJournal, we could write on and on and on, and it would tell everybody who said, "Hey, tell me when so-and-so posts something."
Jasmine.
They'd tell you. They don't do that on Facebook anymore.
Jasmine,
it's like they hide it from you.
Bob, of or Kittens Bob.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Bob, yeah.
I don't always want to say their first name.
Oh, don't.
But she mentions Bob.
Oh, yeah.
She would like to show Bob the February pin of the month. Could you show that?
Oh, yeah. Let me show that real quick. And
this is kind of what I'm talking about too. If you're on the pin tier, of course, the coloring book tier is awesome too.
The pin one is extra good right now because we have the Heart of Nails. She's lovely. And she's kind of Valentine's Eve, which is probably, I didn't specifically pick her because it was Valentine's Day, but she does have a little heart. There, up there. That might be a better camera. And, of course, when you sign up at Patreon, you get this Patreon-only one, which is currently strawberry cupcakes, but we are almost out of her.
Everybody, those were shipped off yesterday.
Yep.
So there's a chance, yesterday. So and I know, Kitten, you just live up the road from us, kind of.
Yeah, if you live in Orlando, you might get yours in Denver.
He said, well, they live up in near Dragon Con area.
Okay, well, that's pretty close. You might get her before.
But again, I told you,
painting I did years ago,
Twitch
so
broadcast.
It wasn't like I was really trying to make her be out by Valentine's Day. That's just why I was thinking about her.
No, but we're trying.
We do our best. So,
mine is in Atlanta already. Well, excellent, Kitten.
It's on its way then.
Excellent.
But then here's March. We've got the one that I painted last time. Again,
you'll do a good job this month.
That's why she looks grumpy, is because when I was doing the sketch for this one, I was doing the sketch for this one also. But here's Voodoo and Moon. She'll be Voodoo and Violet. She'll be the March pin of the month. And then also, if you sign up in time, you will get the Glow in the Dark Luna moths. If you are we did the painting of Luna Moths, the actual original painting that I did for the Pop Gallery. We sold that at the Epcot Art Festival. That's one, if you look back, like, what was that, like maybe 4 episodes ago, love? 5 episodes ago?
Around that.
It would have been like in December, I think.
Yeah,
so probably like 5 or 6.
We've been pretty consistent lately.
Yeah, that's the one I was working on here at Twitch. So you can watch me do the painting, and then if you look like 2 episodes ago, you can watch me do the pin design. And if you are a person who signs up before it turns into March and it's still February, you get all the pins. It's pretty exciting.
Elle Hertz wished everyone in the room a happy Valentine's Day. Whether you celebrate or not, I know some people think it's kind of cheesy, but Jazz and I use it as a day.
I was going to say, we use it as a lazy day at home.
It's an excuse.
Days and we have watch movies and have maybe taken and stuff, and yeah, it's pretty great. And to be fair, if you look back at the past few years, I always do either a happy Valentine or a grumpy Valentine. It has no bearing on my own relationship here, obviously, but this one is kind of a more grumpy one. She's kind of got like the again, if you're gonna look at, we talked about voodoo dolls and pins and things like that, but we did the heart of nails, and she's kind of got a little heart with a nail in it. So
okay, that Nintendo guy just tracked his, and it looks like it'll be expected on Valentine's Day.
Oh really? Oh, hey, that's a good Valentine's gift. Eh?
And Mimi says, thank you. You guys are doing an amazing job on getting orders, pins, and correspondence out to us. You're the best.
Oh, do our best. Yeah. When there's a lot of people, again, think about all the time it takes to make it, put it in a little package, put the address, take it to the post office. Do that 500 times in like one day. It just drives you insane. But it's good. And I would like there to be 50,000 to be doing it. So keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that would be great.
You sound really enthusiastic there, Maddie. Yeah,
no, if we work up to it.
Well,
if it happened overnight, I don't know what I'd do. But if we work up to it, I'm more than happy. I just wouldn't know what I'd do the next day.
I mean, we did have that's all our family members that work for us. It's not a big company. In fact, we don't even qualify as a small business legally because we are too small.
What is your favorite Valentine's movie to watch? I don't know if we have
Valentine's
one. Blue Velvet?
Blue Velvet.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Is that a Valentine's movie? Kind of.
Sure.
That's kind of a Valentine's movie. Yeah. That one's good.
For weirdos like us, it is. My package is in West Palm Beach. I should get it tomorrow, Tuesday.
Okay.
On the subject of Valentine's Day, I would like to remind everyone I'm married, so please don't send me a card.
Oh, okay.
Not unless you're prepared.
Are you saying that, or are you reading
Not unless you're prepared to bump at Kelly Sarah off.
Oh,
Ian's reading this.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just telling people.
Ian.
I'm like, oh, golly, Maddie. Unless you're Nicole Kidman, huh, Ian? Sorry.
You know what? I remember your cousin.
My cousin?
Yes, Sally.
Oh, yeah.
A few years ago, she sent me a bunch of Valentines that were from like children's Valentines, like Scooby-Doo and stuff.
Sweet.
I loved it.
That was great, actually, especially coming from Sally. That's
I remember
awesome. Yeah.
when I was little, we had to give Valentine's cards to every other kid in the class. And at that time, we were I like girls personally, and I would have to give all the boys things that would say, "Will you be my Valentine?" Because they didn't have any like, "Hey, can we be best buds and fist bump?" or anything like that. So I would say all us boys were giving all the other boys, and girls were giving other girls, say, "Will you be my Valentine?" And like taping little conversations heart to it.
Oh. We had, I remember at school, I was always sick in the winter, so I was only actually like at Valentine's twice when I was in elementary school because I always got like bronchitis or something. But I remember one year they said that we had to send one to everybody or we weren't allowed to give any to anybody. So our school was kind of weird about that.
That is weird.
Yeah, and they're like, either you have to give one to everybody in the whole class or you can't give one to anybody at all.
It's the only time I really felt jealous of some of the kids that had religious reasons they wouldn't or couldn't do things like that.
Yeah, we had a neighbor who was Jehovah's Witness, and they didn't do Valentine's Day, and they didn't even have to worry about it. It's like, oh, that's nice. That's good not to have that weird pressure on you. There you go. But anyway,
wow, Frenchie was married by a radio station with 45 other couples. They paid for everything.
Wow.
I'm gonna get radio stations to do things for me. Hey, radio station, can you take me
on the street? I don't know. I wonder if it's different now with all that internet radio stuff. I don't know if it's harder to get radio stations to do things for you or not.
I'm gonna email every radio station tomorrow and try to get some free groceries.
Yeah. That sounds sad. We don't need free groceries.
Okay, so I need something.
Oh.
Let's see. What do I need? I need free. What's something I need free?
Advertising.
Office supplies.
Yeah. print ink cartridges.
Sure, yeah. I want.
Like, can you sponsor
every radio station?
Yeah, that'd be
in town
sweet.
to try to get. They'll probably get weird.
Maybe
Like the normal print cartridges. My print cartridges look like.
Ours look like gallons of milk, but they're not milk.
Milliliters.
They're like a liter almost. It's like getting a 2-liter bottle, but like.
Oh, you know what? For those of you who have just joined the pin tier, I'm gonna put up that pin group.
Oh sure, yeah. Join the pin group. If that's where a lot of the action happens, and that is where people trade stuff. So if you did just get like one of the Patreon pins, or you get a weird pin, you don't know what to do with it, bring it over there because you can trade it for something cool, or people sell them and do stuff like that too. And you can do whatever you want with it. That's hands off, whatever you want to do with it. But that is the place to be if you are trading that. And we're almost at 2,000 people at the pin group, which is pretty great. And sometimes people will, like, let's say you live in England and you want one of the pins in Florida, you can, like, trade one of the pins you got in Florida with somebody who lived in England, vice versa. And if you have a friend who waits in line with you, then you have a spare to trade, and that makes the whole thing go, and that makes my heart happy. So thank you guys for even paying attention. And if you're in England, my gosh, it's probably late now.
Oh, yes.
Go to sleep. I'm taking a little bit of the purple that I was using to kind of outline our eyes, but to kind of shade. Again, my characters don't really have much of a bridge to their nose, so that's her now. Again, don't be put off if she looks grumpy because I can make her look happy. That's a small issue of eyebrows going the other way. Or smiling. People say, how come none of your characters smile? But a lot of them do, actually. If you look at them, I could probably name 100 paintings of mine that are smiling. They just don't always. If you have a small mouth and you're smiling and you have really big eyes, you almost don't notice what your mouth looks like because your eyes are like stealing the show.
Real.
And my tea's all cold, maybe.
Your tea's cold?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sweetie. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, it's alright. I'm just going to pop it in the microwave. I don't know how much time we have, though.
We have about 9 minutes.
I'm okay. Yeah. And the last prize is Alice in a Deli Dream, right?
Yes.
The pin?
Yes, that, and we're at 975.
Okay.
Never mind.
And here's Alice in a Deli Dream, and she is the last prize of the day, and other than her at Twitch, the only way you can get her is at Epcot, and she will not be for sale anywhere else unless you buy her from somebody who already got one.
Subscribing. Oh, 1100.
Oh, was that Magic Noise? I heard Magic Noise. Was that a subscribing?
Yes, thank you, Shadow Dancer.
Thank you, Shadow Dancer. Not a shadow person, but a shadow dancer.
And we're at $1,100.
$1,100. Oh, excellent! Yay! Oh, I never showed them the frame. I was going to show them. Do you have the frame?
Yeah.
Or is it some? I can grab it if you don't.
I can get it.
Yeah, thank you, love. Yeah.
Here, monkey. In again.
Okay.
I know some of the people that are bidding may not want the frame.
Oh yeah, if you don't want a frame, don't worry about it. This is the one I throw in for free. So these are these lovely frames that I got. It was actually from a gift shop that was closing, and they made these really cool frames. And I bought hundreds of them. And they're really thick, and they have a hanger on the back, or they've got also like a thing that you can like set it up on a shelf. And I use these basically for any sort of mini painting I do. What's it?
The little thing's also.
Oh, the little folded thing that you put on it. Yeah,
I know these things because I
frame crap. Oh, Maddie, hey.
Not your stuff. I was a framer for years before.
I know that. Yeah. I was just talking about language, sir, but that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Maddie. Oh.
I was talking about Mr. Krapowski.
I thought so. You should just say that every time, love.
Mr. Krapowski.
No. I'm gonna make her look more shady.
1285.
Okay. I don't usually. I was gonna say I do these like maybe once a month or something. I don't do a whole lot of custom ones. Usually I do them when I've been spending most of the week working on pin designs and stuff like that, or if I've already got a painting working. Because I do a lot of
1350
custom paintings. Like on, if you look at my website under commissions, you'll see like if somebody's gonna commission me from the start to do a painting, and they cost quite a bit, but I start at like 12 by 16 because people are like, I want all of my nephews riding on a giraffe in front of their school, and my husband's there, and my grandma's getting married, and they want some complicated painting. That is usually where I do have commissions. I call these ones customizable paintings because I've just, hey, there's a Strangeling Jasmine character there. What's happening other than that? So that's kind of a way that I keep it to a thing I could probably paint over the course of 2 or 3 days.
Jasmine may show you the finished piece on Facebook if the person who wins it
says that's okay. Sometimes if it's let's say it's somebody who's got their kid in there, or let's say it's a personal story that they don't want to tell people, or if it's a self-portrait, and maybe they don't want, or it's their grandma as an angel, and they don't want pictures of their grandma on Facebook after they died. I always kind of just ask and say, hey, is that okay, or no, and that's fine. And if it's one that isn't, if it's like, hey, I just want a green dragon with a bunch of rainbows, it's like, okay, can I make that as an ACEO? Sometimes I'll do an ACEO print too, but otherwise it's sometimes one that's just personal. A lot of the little ones are just personal. And that's how I am with artwork. If I get special stuff,
Jasmine, Ricky says, please, we can show hers.
Oh yeah, golly,
on
that's
Twitch,
the
Ricky.
One. Do I have it? Yeah, I was gonna say I can show it on Twitch. I've got that. She's the one who won last time.
On Twitch, Ricky, is that what you're referring to? I just want to make sure that that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, again, I always assume no, but if people say yes, then I say okay, that's good. So whichever.
We are currently at 1365.
Excellent. Oh, well, this is going to be a great one. And again, I know she looks kind of pouty and grumpy, but I could make her not grumpy.
We can see, this is
this the one that was on? This was the last one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The most recent of the ones. And this is this one turned
I love
out.
it.
Okay. Now, this is a good example here of one that has a lot of really neat elements. You might remember, if you go back like a couple episodes, see when I was doing one of these. Okay. And we have, we'll say her name is Ricky, and she has lovely purple hair, so I matched her. I've seen her hair in person. It is like the most gorgeous purple you could ever see on hair. And those are her actual glasses in there, so she sent me a picture of her glasses. And her son likes puffins, so I put a puffin. We were talking about puffins. Weren't we just talking about puffins like an hour ago here on Twitch? So I was making a joke about Puffin Island. Yeah, Puffin Island, yes. Puffins and bees with a little bee, and she wanted a little crown with an S on it for Super Bee. So that's a good example of how something like this turns into something like this that suddenly has a whole bunch of meaning and special things to somebody's family or to the people who are in it. So that's a very good example. But I would only show that if I asked.
Unless Ricky said it was okay.
Because sometimes people have things that they don't want to show, and it's nothing rude. It's just personal stuff.
We're at 1400.
But yeah, who knows? She could have pretty much anything in there. If somebody's like, oh, put some dinosaurs and make her have green skin and orange hair, and I'm like, okay, I can do that. Make her smiling, thumbs up. You can do anything. So, and if you were to get these on my website, I don't usually do little ones like this. On my website, do I start at, what is it, 12 by 16s? They're bigger. They're like
much larger.
Like the one I've been working on.
This is actually pretty special. I like it that
this is only for you Twitch people. Otherwise, people would have me do this all the time, and I would never come up with anything other than what people told me. So that's why I do this sort of thing on Twitch.
Oh,
because you guys are fantastic.
1480, but
also you guys have good
I know that you meant something else besides 140 there. Jackie. So if you put something else in there.
Oh no, I meant $1.40.
Okay.
But no, if I would never put something like this on a regular basis on my website or at like a gallery, because otherwise this was all I would do. What's that?
I was saying thank you to the room.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was just a typo. It's no big deal.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, we're not at Christie's or Sotheby's. If you make a mistake, just tell us. Oh, I accidentally, my cat jumped on my thing. I didn't mean $14 million. We're not going to hold you to that. We are
1550.
Not jerks. Hopefully we're not. No. Try not to be. Oh, whatever she turns into, she's going to be cute. And I promise if whoever ends up getting her, just like how Ricky did last time, I can show you how it turned out. And that's always kind of fun. I like it myself when it's like 10 years later and I see a picture of something, and I've done this with some of my Faces of Fairy series. I'm like, that's what she looked like when I started off, and that's what the client, my friend or my family, or whoever won her or bought her, wanted to do. And sometimes it's kind of miraculous sort of transformation. It's like, oh my gosh, you were able to fit my childhood home and my cat in there and some flowers. And when I some of you know I don't talk about it a lot, but I collect artwork a lot too. Some of you guys who are artists out there probably know, oh my gosh, Jasmine buys a lot of artwork. It's because I like to also collect artwork. So that's the sort of thing I look for when I collect artwork.
By the time I copy paste, I copy paste these things. By the time I copy paste one, there's already another bid.
I can't see the TV from here. Oh,
hey,
there's worse problems.
Yeah,
that's not even first world problems. I don't know that.
Yeah. We're just happy. It's like
I am happy you're here. Yeah. No, and then that's cool.
And these are both the people that are going back and forth are both fantastic people. Who bought things from us many.
And when people decide stuff, we were talking earlier about we were talking about people who are musicians or people who are doing like arts and crafts and things that here in the group at Twitch. I think it's more fun for me to do things for people who take the time to watch Twitch because they tend to be more creative people. I don't mean to sound judgy, but you guys here seem to care more about artsy stuff. So you guys are going to have better ideas about what this is going to be than just some random person off the street. So, is that your phone going?
It is. I'm keeping an eye on bids, and I also need to do.
Well, we're gonna have to close up.
I need to do.
We got a giveaway for Alice.
We'll do the giveaway. I need to do both. And the bidding hasn't stopped, and if we run a little bit over, that's fine.
Yeah, but you can always. Yeah, I don't know if everybody's in the room or they have to go to the door or the bathroom or something.
Let me do.
But in the meantime, we've got a prize for somebody. We got Alice in a Deli Dream. With the tiny ants. Somebody last night when we were at Epcot, they're like, I never noticed the tiny ants in there. And I was like, oh my gosh.
Gadgets 21.
Gadgets 21?
Yes.
Well, congratulations, Gadgets 21. Got some tiny foldy melty clocks and some ants. Yay. And she has been a hit at Epcot, I'll say that much. This one here has been very, very popular. I don't know if they're, as far as like what they have at Disney World, I don't know if they're going to run out before the festival ends, but it's going to be a close race. I think they ordered a good amount as far as how many they were going to have. Because let me think, it is the 10th of February today, and the Disney's Festival, the Arts, goes until the 25th, so there is a little over 2 weeks left, right, Manny?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
So it should be pretty close as far as how many they have left.
Night of Osnon.
Yeah.
And we'll keep the bidding going. We're at 1910.
Oh, okay.
And also.
I never showed people my coloring pages. Sorry.
Congratulations, Gadgets 21. If you saw. You saw I have the instructions in there for you.
Yeah, email us and tell us your address.
And we're at 2,000.
I was in the meantime, if you don't mind, I know I was supposed to be working on this, but I forgot to tell people.
I can keep track
okay, we're talking about Patreon, and some of my people here are coloring book people. If you don't know, I have almost a whole coloring book. I have like 3-4 dozen different pages up at my Patreon. You can download and print on whatever sort of paper or canvas or whatever you want if you want for coloring. And we just released a couple more of them. If you want to see some super detailed coloring pages, here is my lovely blue willow fairy. Look at her wings. She's got all those. And we also do grayscale. You can get both. And I'm going to do a special one that is all grayscale that's only going to be at Patreon. So that's something to look for. I put a little bit of color in that. If you don't know what grayscale coloring is, basically it's like downloading a print that's like all... It looks like a black and white photo. And you can kind of... If you do watercolors or something transparent, like... colored pencils or something, you can put colors on it. And do I have another one? I think that's the only one I did. But wait. That one? Yeah, here we go. I did one with the monarch butterfly. So it looks like this is one I actually did up here on Patreon. It looks like a gray and white, sort of black and white photo, but if you put a little bit of color on it, you can do this on a computer, you can do it with watercolors, you can do it with acrylics, you can do it with pencils or crayons or anything. The shading is already there for you, so you just have to add the colors. And then you can always get the other one too. So you can get the line art one and you can do your own shading.
Someone in the room said on Patreon you have about 36 coloring pages?
Yeah, there's a bunch. It's almost like getting a whole book, and you can download them as many as you want for $5, and I put new ones up all the time.
Mimi did a whole coloring page while watching Twitch.
Oh, hey, see, that's fun. Hey, that's actually a fun thing to do if you're like listening to other artists who are working on stuff. It's fun to do art yourself. I like listening to people doing something creative when I'm doing artwork, but these are all new ones I've just recently added. This is kind of a wintry one. It's a little Christmassy, but not like specifically Christmas. It's called The Holly and the Ivy. But these are all up at Patreon. You can download them for free, or you have to subscribe. That's the $5 subscription thing. But these are all ones that are up there, and we have loads more. But these are all the new ones. And again, if you like the ones that have the lines already like super detailed, that's cool. Or if you like them already shaded in and you just want to do the colors, that's really cool too. Or you can just start from scratch and just have the outlines. And we do that we do a couple of them every month. And you can, even if you sign up just like for a minute, you can download all of them and then just like exit the room and cancel. Don't, because I have cool stuff up there. Don't do that, but you can. But you know, you hang in, because we've got a lot of stuff and we've got more cool stuff coming. And I always show previews.
We're currently at 21:30.
Okay.
Let's see.
I've got to eventually get back to work. Back to work. This wasn't work. But this is actually the fun part of my work here, obviously. So I'm smiling.
21:30 going once.
Okay, going once. This is when you talk really quick if you're the guy at the auction
I'm
thingy.
Not.
You don't have to, love. You didn't sign up for that, man. So.
21:30 going once.
Going once.
Okay, so probably will. They're concealed.
Oh, okay, they're concealed. Then they don't have to do concession speech or anything like that. They just okay.
And don't worry, Nikki. You know we have tons of these.
Oh yeah. I will be back. I don't do these every time because I always have a lot of. I'm always working on a lot of stuff, but I will. I promise I will try to do another one probably within the next month or two. But I will definitely be up here at Twitch. I might be working on Absinthe Reflections. If I'm not done with her this week, I will show you what I'm working on next Sunday. And if I do finish her, the big one, Absinthe Reflections, I'll show you guys what she looks like. So,
Thank you so much. And,
excellent. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jackie. Just email us.
Oh yeah, just you know us, email us,
and
and we'll make her special for you.
The price in there,
and she's so cute.
Remember that.
Yes. She's actually super cute. She's got kind of a level of detail. It's with small ones like this, she's got kind of a lot of personality in her eyes and the area between her eyes and under her eyes. She got a little Weltschmerz. Yay!
All right, thank you so much, guys, and
guys are
thanks for
awesome.
bidding and joining us at the last hour. That was kind of fun.
Have a happy Valentine's Day. Some of you we will see at Epcot at Disney World a week from tomorrow. And we will be here at Twitch 1 week from today, right at
try not to eat too
as
much
we
chocolate.
have done. We're gonna try to get back into the routine of doing like twice a week. So
yeah, maybe
we've been busy because of Disney for the past January and February, but we're gonna try to maybe in April we're gonna start trying to do our twice a week thing.
Our calendar is slightly more open in April.
Yeah, usually it's around spring that it stops being the crazy festivals and it's before crazy summer. So. We'll keep you posted, and we'll be back here next Sunday. And thank you for joining us, and thank you for keeping Matt company. He's always happy to chat with people when we're doing
you guys are great. We love you guys. You guys are
sunshine.
Awesome. Okay, I'll catch you later. Bye.
Have a good evening. Good night. I'll start working a little bit. Probably finish her off a bit here before they tell me how they want her to be finished.